Welcome to America's Day at the Races on FS2 as we kick off Belmont at the Big A opening day coverage. Brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net. Today, Greg Wolf alongside New York Racing Association handicapper Andy Serling, editor of the Saratoga Special, Joe Clancy. We have two steeplechase races, including a Grade 1 to kick things off, including the very two best in their division right now, but they're going to run in separate races. The Mean Queen will start things off, selecting that easier spot, and of course, Snap Decision, who she had beat in two of her last three outings.
Yeah, as they say, like a trainer's picking the spot. I mean, her horse is eligible for this race. She hasn't run in 11 months. It makes perfect sense from her point of view. The fans would obviously want to see them match up. I think Carrie Bryan would probably want to see them match up too, but it makes more sense if she's trying to bring her back off a long layoff, pick the easier spot.
It gets a little less weight as well that she would have to carry. And these two, obviously the Mean Queen's going to be in this first race, this novice, and we'll see Snap Decision in the Lonesome Glory, but they are on a collision course again to meet in the Grand National.
Yeah, that's in 4 weeks, $250,000 purse. You know, Grade 1, she won it last year over him by a half a length.
That's Far Hills.
Yeah, Far Hills in New Jersey. And, you know, if she comes out of this and the two of them both get there, then mission accomplished. And kind of cool to see them both show up here at Aqueduct.
So, Andy, there she is, the Mean Queen. First fillier mare champion since 1975. She's the 1-5 favorite, but some question marks. Long layoff. Is it from a betting standpoint? What do you think?
Well, I mean, it's hard, and Joe's the expert on betting on steeplechase races, and I'm not at all, but she's obviously better than these horses, but the layoff has to be a bit of a concern. You're taking 1-5 on a horse that hasn't run in a long time.
Yeah, I mean, to me, gambling-wise, if you're in a contest to try to pick the most winners on the day, she's your pick. If you're gambling, trying to make money, I think today's the day to try to take a stand against her. I mean, I landed on the 7 State of Affair. I just like the horse, 26-1.
I bet this horse because you liked it last time, so I have to lose a few dollars on this one. Well, I mean, you made me money, and I think, you know, Greg, you'll agree, it's sort of an easy way to get over to Saratoga. We left Saratoga a little hangover, missed Saratoga, so a couple of steeplechase races to start out. You're here, Joe, so it eases into this Belmont at Aqueduct.
First steeplechase races here at Aqueduct in 48 years.
I was not here then. This is actually my first trip to Aqueduct. I'm really impressed. I love the place. And a Philidor was that horse. Leo O'Brien rode the horse. And, yeah, 48 years ago. I did see some photos. That silver water tower behind us was there back then and even further back into the 60s. So it's still here.
And a lot more cars in the parking lot.
Yes, a lot more.
Yeah, I always liked that, the old picture. And you were writing about the race. Peter Pugh, who trains, was riding in that race.
Yep.
Kip Elser.
Kip Elser. It was a great. that part is really cool to see. I mean, it's kind of steeplechasing is always sort of a path to careers in the game, and to see the people who were in that race, Leo and Kip, and I'm missing a couple.
Didn't you find out a race where Scotty Schulhofer rode a winner?
Yeah, here at Aqueduct. Yep. And yeah, I mean, again, especially during the Belmont kind of construction years, some of the major races in the game were here in the 60s, and then going back even further. And to me, that history is really fun, and it's the origins or the roots of a lot of stuff. And to come back and do it again is really fun, and showcases some good horses.
William Entenmann novice, and then the Grade 1 Lonesome Glory. This will be an 1/8 of a mile shorter than what we'll see next. The two biggest names in the sport lining up in these two separate races. They are on a collision course, as we mentioned, to meet in the Grand National again, as they did last year at Far Hills, October 15th. The Mean Queen won that on her way to a divisional championship. She's the 1-5 favorite. Her first race back in 11 months, choosing this softer spot. But we'll see if she's vulnerable off the bench.
Will she be mean today?
She's pretty mean. She comes after people in the barn whenever they go to say hello to her. You know,
no question. Carrie Bryan says that she knows race time's coming up, and she has been tough to train because she knows it's here. John and Brielle with the call, the William Entenmann novice.
And they are off. We are off and running. Belmont at the Big A, State of Affair, and Booby Trap going out for the early lead as they all have cleared that first fence. And State of Affair will be the leader, with Booby Trap racing in second position as they head for the far turn. Now moving up on the outside is Going Country. So it's State of Affair with the lead. Going Country is in second, and Booby Trap is next in third. Then comes How You Bud in fourth, followed by the favorite, the Mean Queen, who's on the far outside, and the trailer is Proven Innocent. It is State of Affair who will lead coming into the stretch for the first of 3 times. State of Affair is in front. And then it is Booby Trap, and on the outside, Going Country, followed by the Mean Queen as they all go over that second fence successfully. State of Affair is the leader. Now moving through on the inside is Booby Trap. Going Country is there, followed by the Mean Queen. And then comes How You Bud, and Proven Innocent is the trailer. Up and over the third fence and going into the clubhouse turn. State of Affair shows the way here in front by about a length and a half. Going Country is next in second. And then it's the trio of the Mean Queen, the Booby Trap, and How You Bud, and Proven Innocent continues to trail. State of Affair takes the field up the backstretch now. It is State of Affair in front by 2 lengths as they head for that next fence, and all 6 have cleared successfully. State of Affair now clear by almost 3 lengths. Going Country and the Booby Trap are heads apart second and third. The mare, the Mean Queen's on the outside, and right alongside is How You Bud. Proven Innocent is the trailer. And now they're going into the far turn once again. And State of Affair, who has been in front right from the start, continues to lead here. And the lead is almost 2 lengths. Booby Trap running in second, with Going Country next in third. The Mean Queen and Proven Innocent, they're now together. How You Bud is the trailer. State of Affair shows the way here into the lane once again. State of Affair is the leader. And then on the inside, it's Booby Trap, Going Country on the outside. And the Mean Queen is racing in fourth, and they have cleared that fence successfully. And we have a little more than 1 lap remaining here in the William Entenmann Novice Stakes. State of Affair is the leader with Going Country. And now the Mean Queen is getting closer on the outside as they approach the next fence, and they are all over it successfully. The Mean Queen has now moved up right alongside of State of Affair. State of Affair narrowly. The Mean Queen on the outside in second. And then comes Booby Trap along with Going Country, How You Bud, and Proven Innocent. The Mean Queen now takes over as they move up the backstretch the final time, and there are 2 jumps remaining. The Mean Queen over State of Affair as they head for that fence, and they've gone over it well. The Mean Queen, the leader, then State of Affair. How You Bud has moved up on the outside. And we have 1 fence remaining here. It's the Mean Queen, State of Affair, and a Booby Trap on the inside. They have cleared that final hurdle. The Mean Queen is the leader, and she takes the field into the far turn the final time. The Mean Queen is on top here. And now How You Bud has moved into second. And there goes Proven Innocent with a quick rush on the outside. It is the Mean Queen, the leader. Proven Innocent now moves into second. And then a Booby Trap and How You Bud as they head for home now. The Mean Queen on the inside and Proven Innocent on the outside. The Mean Queen with the lead. Proven Innocent driving in second. It is the Mean Queen in front as they come for the finish. The Mean Queen trying to hold off Proven Innocent. It's the Mean Queen and Proven Innocent. We've gone 2 miles and 3/8, and we're going to have a photo finish, and it's going to be very tight. Proven Innocent on the outside. The Mean Queen was right there. We are jumping again here at Aqueduct.
Stablemate to snap decision, and we'll see in the Grade 1 Lonesome Glory may have just beat the Mean Queen in the final strides.
Man, it was the final strides, too. Every inch of 2 3/8 mattered. And he's coming right back after doing this at Saratoga. You know, in 2 weeks, short turnaround, and got her, just wore her down, and that's probably a little bit of fitness showing there on her part.
Yeah, it's close. It did feel like he got her. Oh, he's got her. Wow. Pretty big upset, and I guess they were right not to take on snap decision. Because if she wasn't, no disrespect to Proven Innocent, but I think Jack Fisher and the crew would agree, if she couldn't beat this horse, even as close as it was, she wasn't being snap decision.
Yeah. Jamie Bargery on board. He's now won with 7 of his last 11 mounts.
The guy is really starting. I mean, he was having a very quiet year before Saratoga and Colonial Downs, and he's really kicked in. He's picked up a lot of rides for Jack Fisher lately, and very strong finisher. You can see him here just getting this horse home. Again, he's got a lot of fifth pedigree behind him. You know, flat horses in his past, and he wants every bit of this. He won going 2 3/8 at Saratoga and does it again here.
4-year-old who is really starting to come into his own now, but was before this. This is certainly a career win, but has won 3 of his last 4 starts. This obviously means the most, beating a reigning divisional champion.
So where do they go? Do they look to run in really top company now with him?
Well, because he's so new, this is his first year of jump racing. He still has numerous of these novice conditions to go. There's a big race at Far Hills for him. There's another race in Georgia in November, and especially given the connections, they wouldn't run him against Snap Decision in the $250,000 grade 1 because they have a horse there, you know.
Well, they have a set for Greg and I to join you in Georgia in November. That doesn't sound terrible.
I would love that.
Yeah, Callaway Gardens down there where they do the PGA.
Right?
Yeah, that'd be great. Yeah,
I'm in.
We can make that work. Can we take this table?
New table.
Our brand new desk. We would love to ship that there as well. What a win here. What a start to this meet here at Belmont at the Big A with this photo finish.
Yeah, an exciting race, and obviously a tough beat for a lot of people. Very short price in the Mean Queen, but she was coming off a last, we pointed out. But proven innocent gets it done. Wow.
And for the Mean Queen, not the end of the world for her being the first off an 11-month layoff?
No, unfortunately, she set the bar pretty high for herself as well as she's done before. But I think if you're coming back in basically a year trying to get to another race, she'll move forward off that, you know, and it would have to help her.
And it's the only time she's ever been defeated over the jumps when she stayed the course, because the one loss she had the race wrapped up and left the course. So she's been really tough.
Look at today's action, what's still ahead. Presented by Claiborne Farm, Grade 1 Steeplechase is next with Snap Decision, who played second fiddle to the Mean Queen the last 2 times they had met. He is coming off a dominant Grade 1 win of the Jonathan Shepard at Saratoga. Pick 5 will begin in race 3. That's going to be our first flat race of the meet with a maiden special weight at 7/8 of a mile. Of course, you can play it all by getting signed up with Naira Bets. That's the offer, that $200 deposit match sign-up bonus for new members. Punch in match 200, and that offer is yours at NairaBets.com or on the Naira Bets app. We're going to take a timeout. When we return, we'll get into the Grade 1 Lonesome Glory with Snap Decision. He will be a short price as well, but a huge upset. To begin our meet, we'll go through the history of Aqueduct when we come back.
Eclipse champion Blaine ranks among the nation's top sires at a fraction of the price. His recent top runners include these standout performers. With success on the track and success in the ring, this proven son of Arch annually ranks among America's top value sires. Blaine, standing at Claiborne Farm.
We're back on America's Day at the Races on our live FS2 coverage, and a thriller to kick off our Belmont at the Big A meet here on opening day. Proven innocent. He's now won 3 of his last 4, beating the champion, the Mean Queen, in her first start back.
Yeah, sharper horse, I think, wins the race. I mean, he literally ran at Saratoga. We were talking about him 2 weeks ago at Saratoga, and he won that race very similar to this. Didn't get there till the final few strides, and he kind of just keeps grinding away at this and catches her. You know, he's given away a lot of experience, clearly a lot of form, but, you know, the flat run in, he was a flat horse last fall with Shug McGee. I think some of that probably helps him and carries it home, you know, and she's maybe just a little, you know, she has a right to be a little short.
I'm sorry we didn't get to talk to the rider, because after he won last time, didn't we interview the rider and he said he always knew he had it, even though the horse took the whole stretch? I'd like to ask him, did you always know you had this one?
Talking about riding with confidence right now, as we said, look, he's won with 7 of his last 11 mounts, beating a 1-5 favorite in a champion as well. And by the way, for Carrie Bryan, stablemate Talia Budd winds up 3rd, so she runs 2nd and 3rd. I know this one's going to sting a little, though, with the champ getting beat, but will be that much tighter when we see her next time out. And still, you would think on that collision course October 15th of the Grand National to meet Snap Decision, who she had beaten 2 of her last 3 meetings. Snap Decision, he was brilliant when we saw him win the Grade 1 Jonathan Shepard at Saratoga on August 17th. Right now, the 4-5 favorite. It's New York City's sole racetrack, but when Aqueduct first opened back in 1894, it had a lot of competition from Gravesend to Sheepshead Bay to Morris Park. Through it all, though, Aqueduct has endured, providing the country with some of the absolute best autumn and winter racing, and continues to do so.
Aqueduct is the only racetrack within the confines of the 5 boroughs of New York City and faced intense competition from several other tracks located in the vicinity. True to its nature, the racetrack not only survived, but thrived. Aqueduct underwent an extensive 3-year overhaul and reopened on September 15, 1959, to much fanfare, as it was one of the most modern facilities of its kind. In 1960, Aqueduct presented its first Wood Memorial. The race is New York's premier prep race for the Triple Crown and remains one of the track's signature events, along with the Cigar Mile Handicap and Remsen Stakes. Aqueduct was the first and only track to have a triple dead heat win in a stakes race when Brownie, Bousset, and Wait a Bit hit the wire in tandem. In 1965, it was the site of the largest crowd ever to witness a thoroughbred race at that time in the Empire State, when more than 73,000 packed the stands to see Gunbow in the Metropolitan Mile. The legendary Cigar began his famous 16-race win streak at Aqueduct. He scored impressively in the 1994 Naira Mile as part of that win streak. The race was named in Cigar's honor after he retired in 1997. The last racetrack Secretariat placed his hooves upon was Aqueduct. He was retired there before commencing his stud career at Claiborne Farm. Aqueduct was the second track to host the Breeders' Cup in 1985 and was one of the first sporting venues where Pope John Paul II held Mass in 1995.
Well, this had happened before. Belmont was actually closed to be rebuilt from 1963 to 1968. Of course, we're having Belmont at the Big A because of an infield tunnel. It's being put in at Belmont. And an incredible history here. It feels a little strange to be, for me anyway, at Aqueduct with nice weather.
No, I mean, I've been coming to Aqueduct, I was saying to Joe, since 1974, but the nicest weather was when it's nice a little bit in November, and maybe we have some nice in April, but to come here and the trees are all in bloom and come out, it was really terrific. You know, and other things about Aqueduct, Seattle Slew made his final career start at Aqueduct. They sort of showcased him in either the Stuyvesant, I think it was, at 1 1/8 after he had lost that incredible race, the Jockey Gold Cup. He won by 10 lengths, but it was just like a great farewell of the fans. A big crowd came out to see him run. It's pretty cool. It's a great track with a lot of great history.
Yeah, we love Aqueduct. Great to be here, and what a start to this meet. Again, at Belmont at the Big A. Photo finish, the Mean Queen, a champion, being defeated. Feel like we're still at Saratoga at the graveyard.
Wait, I got another one a guy told me on Twitter. When Leo O'Brien won the jump race here, the race before it was the Tremont, and it was won by Foolish Pleasure, who the next year won the Wood Memorial and the Kentucky Derby.
Wow. Great history.
It's all about
here.
Aqueduct.
Right? Yeah, it's all everything.
That's where the big race was, Damascus
Yeah.
and Buck Passer and Dr. Fager.
Grade 1 Lonesome Glory is next. Another steeplechase race, and it is Snap Decision. 4-5 favorite in here. Dominant Grade 1 winner of that Jonathan Shepard when we saw him back on August 17th at Saratoga. We'll talk through the competition he will face next. Going 2.5 miles over the jumps. when we come back to our coverage of Belmont at the Big A.
The sun shines bright on Caraconte. His first crops of racing age are showing brilliance on the racetrack with a high percentage of stakes winners. His versatility is evidenced by winners on all surfaces across the globe. And his offspring are lighting up the sales ring. With his biggest and best quality of books in the pipeline, the sun shines bright on this value sire. Caraconte, standing at Gainesway.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
The momentum continues for War Dancer as Dancing Buck scores a decisive victory on the Saratoga turf.
And it is the New York-bred Dancing Buck who wins it.
And Elegant Dancer scores at Monmouth.
It's War Dancer's Elegant Dancer, winning by 6 lengths.
Interesting note on War Dancer I just got. He is the leading third crop sire for winners and earnings on turf. So he is certainly off to a blazing start at stud.
Now with 34 wins in 2022 and over $4 million in progeny earnings, War Dancer is a sire on fire.
Big news from Presque Isle Downs. Graded Stakes action returns Monday, September 19th with a $400,000 Grade 2 Presque Isle Masters, a very important Breeders' Cup prep race. In 6 of its first 11 runnings, horses from the Presque Isle Masters won that year's Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint. September 19th also features the $200,000 Presque Isle Mile. Join us for our biggest day of the season at Presque Isle Downs, Erie, Pennsylvania. For more, go to PresqueIsledowns.com.
Silver State is a son of Heartspun out of an Empire Maker mare named Supreme. He was bred by Stone Street. It was a $450,000 yearling. He's a really good-looking horse. He was a winner of the Grade 1 Met Mile last year at Belmont, defeating Horse of the Year Nick Sco. He reeled off 6 wins in a row, which is almost unheard of in today's horse racing world, but won the Oaklawn Park Handicap. Best win was in the Grade 1 Met Mile at Belmont Park. And he is breeding his first book of mares currently this spring.
It is Silver State at the rail. Mischievous Alex on the outside. It is Silver State who has the lead. Mischievous Alex, by my standards, out in the middle of the track. They're coming down for the finish in the Hillendale Met Mile. And it is Silver State to make it 6 in a row.
When I saw him in the paddock Met Mile day was when he really kind of sold me on his looks, and I'd kind of been, yeah, he's a nice horse. And when I saw him in the paddock, it was like, okay, he'll work. And then when he won, it was like, it really worked. And being by Heartspun, the family he has, made it that much more exciting. And the fact he'd been 6 for 6 up to, through there, it was a good idea. And once he got to the farm, he's been very popular.
I had a pretty large wager on him to win the Met Mile because I thought 5 to 1. I knew Nick Sco was in the race. He's obviously a very good horse, but I just thought Silver State it looked like he was on a roller, and it looked like he was going to continue, which he did.
He beat Nick Sco, which everybody knows who Nick Sco is, and that was even that much more exciting and, another feather in his cap.
The Met Mile has a rich history of making stallions, and we hope that Silver State will continue that trend.
The day we started showing him, he came in here and looked like $1 million, and everybody that came to see him fell in love with him. Well, I don't know what they expected, but once he got in here, he probably came in and got off the truck and looked as well as any horse we've had come in a long time.
He's such a good-looking horse. He's about 16'3". Everyone that has come to look at him has just loved his physique and physical. He's a gorgeous horse. He's dappled out right now, looks tremendous. He's got a great book of mares that we're excited about, and he's going to have a really big chance of making it as a stallion.
Great addition to that stallion lineup. Claiborne, Silver State, and of course, a Claiborne stallion just won that William Entenmann novice, son of Blame, proven innocent.
I'm going to call Walker out on that red board that he bet Silver State at 5 to 1 in the Met Mile. We rarely have a feature where we get one of our sponsors to red board. I'm going to have a text about that.
There's like a statute of limitations on those things, aren't
No,
there?
there's no statute of limitations on redboarding. We've had some very. I've redboarded 30 years ago.
3 decades,
Me and the
no
MiG,
question.
we can redboard with the best of them. Me much worse than anybody.
Grade 1 Lonesome Glory handicap snap decision. He's going to carry 168 pounds in here. He just is coming out of a Grade 1 win, Joe, where he beat Going Country, who he was conceding 24 pounds to.
Yeah, and it's just, I mean, it's excellence. He's earned this as he's kind of risen up the ranks, and he stayed at that level, and he's been first or second in every jump race he's ever run. He won 9 in a row. I mean, this is what happens, and the horses get up that high in the handicap, and when you show up in a race like this is what you're going to have to do is give weight away. You know, there was a lot of question about the weight at Saratoga, but he won by 13 lengths.
I felt sorry for the competition.
Yeah, so, you know, he could have won by 23 probably, so.
You know, from my perspective, I didn't have to come on to the late show that day he ran, but I literally was in my apartment. I said, I have to go to the track to see snap decision.
Well, this was, there was a lot of buzz about it to see him come back. It was a treat. This was last year's Lonesome Glory. This was the Mean Queen getting the better of snap decision.
Yeah, and he ran a race. He was coming off a layoff there. Hadn't run since June, and you know Jack Fisher was trying to get him to Far Hills, and a horse with Saratoga form beat him, and he ranged up to her like he was going to run right by her, and then just sort of flattened out late, you know. And he was closer the next time. He got beat a neck by her the next time, and then this is back to Saratoga where top of his game just blew everybody off the course.
Don't you just almost feel sorry for the horses behind him?
It's a Grade 1.
It's just a joke.
And I remember Migliore telling me we got to get that guy a mirror so he doesn't have to look behind him. Graham Waters might use one of those little. He is a bicyclist, so I see him on Strava. He rides a lot of, but he should have one of those little mirrors to look behind him on a horse like that.
Now, is that a reasonable question to ask why nobody's come with a kind of gadget that jockeys can put on their helmet to look in a mirror? Ask Richie.
Big states, they would have needed these guys a little more athletic.
You said that. Andy and I did not say that.
Ooh, burn. I can already feel the fire when the MiG gets on the show coming at you.
Come through the curtain here in a minute. You know.
Any reason to believe that snap decision today is going to be vulnerable in the spot?
I mean, it's horse racing, so we've seen it. Horses, we just saw it, a horse lose. To me, she had questions in form where she hadn't run in 11 months. He's in form, coming right back. You know, he ran really well at Saratoga, dominated. Had the flat race before that where he was close to Red Knight, who came back and won at Kentucky Downs.
Pete Gufo.
Yeah, Pete Gufo. So, I mean, he's in serious form. All those kinds of signs would tell you no, other than he's got to go out there and do it again, you know, and there's a couple, you know,
what about
horses that might improve a little bit. Yeah.
Beat him back in April. I know his last race obviously was a disaster, but why can't he be more competitive today?
Yeah, I mean, to me, his last two have been kind of a disaster.
Right.
Kerry said he bled the last time off Lasix. I'm sure they're trying to, you know, counteract that, but he's still off Lasix again today. And I think he beat him at in Virginia in April. For whatever reason, he got 14 pounds that day, and it'd be just like Jack Fisher to not quite have snap decision wrapped. That was his first start of the year, trying to get as a prep for the Iroquois the next month for going 3 miles. So,
do you believe the field he faced in the Jonathan Shepherd tougher than what he's facing today?
I think this field's a little tougher because I think the horse, like Song for Someone, has a right to move forward. Second start in America and second start in a while, and then the horse Song for Someone, back to him for a minute, was keeping really good company over there. I mean, he's running Grade 2 hurdles and running at Cheltenham, running at Ascot, running in the major spots over there. So to me, he's going to move forward. He's got to move forward a lot, though, to get back to snap decision.
What about a wild card like Ask Paddington, or those races, lesser races, because the horse compiled quite a good record?
Yeah, those are lesser races, but he would worry me. And he's won 4 in a row. First start in America, but he won in July, so he's in form. And he kind of, looking into their ratings a little bit and their handicap numbers, he was up into the 130s, which is a mid-level horse, and slid way down running on soft ground, and then came back on the firmer ground and won 4 in a row. Wow. So to me that would point that would point you to think, hey, this is a fairly serious horse. He's at least moving in the right direction. Again, he's not competing in the races Song for Someone was in over there, but he's in good form, and we've seen horses do that a lot.
Anytime, that's one of 2 in here for Carrie Bryan, has Arana stand as well. Anytime you just mention her name, you give extra attention to those runners.
Yeah, and she said this horse has been training with the Mean Queen. Like they actually shipped. They're at Fair Hill Training Center in Maryland. She wanted to get a little more work into them and took them to Michael Dickinson's farm, which is in the same county. It's probably 20 miles away maybe, and he has an uphill turf gallop, and those horses were, their last pieces of serious work were done there. And and she's impressed with him. She says he's quick, keen. His form, he raced long over there, and it looked like they held him up and tried to make a late run. But listening to her, he doesn't really train like that. He trains like a horse who might be up closer to the pace or able to sit behind a faster pace today than he would have gotten in England.
Well, snap decision when we saw him in that Jonathan Shepherd, he was in front from the start. Gate to wire. He's got the inside post today. Where do you expect to see him in here?
Yeah, I don't think they necessarily wanted to be in front at Saratoga, but I think talking to Graham Waters afterward, he said, I wasn't going to overcomplicate it. If nobody wanted to go, I wasn't going to put my horse, who I think is the best horse, in a tricky spot or the bad spot. He's never really been a front runner until then. I kind of see him doing the same thing today. If somebody wants to break off sharp, he would be happy to drop in behind him. If nobody does, then he's probably going to let him go on.
And for a moment, he was even money. That was a pipe dream.
I bet 5,000 on him. Knocked him down.
2 to 5. Snap decision. Unfortunately, you can't lock in those odds. We'll be back with a Grade 1 Lonesome Glory snap decision. Looking to go back-to-back in Grade 1s this summer. Next.
Here comes Malathaat. Here comes Clariere on the outside. They're coming to the finish, and it's going to be Clariere. Nest, much the best. She won by better than 10 lengths. Cody's Wish on the outside. Cody's Wish with the upset in the Fargo. Malathaat grabs the lead in deep stretch, and Malathaat has won the Personal Ensign Stakes.
Curling, the classic sire.
When you enter Gainesway, you can feel the hallowed ground beneath your feet. 1,500 acres of the finest bluegrass land in Kentucky that once housed the famous Green Tree Stud in Whitney Farm.
It's a gorgeous place. When I look around, all I see is work, but it is an absolutely stunning property. Just immaculate looking barns. They're more like churches inside. The woodwork, the stained glass, the stone, the tile. I've said it a million times, if I could come back in my second life, I'd like to be a stallion at Gainesway.
The Gainesway roster of stallions includes the generational sire Tappet and stallions ready to make their mark on the sport. Expectations are high for McKinsey. As Street Sense's best son, McKinsey is a Grade 1 winner at 2, 3, and 4 from distances of 7 furlongs to 1 mile and an eighth. He consistently ran the lowest Ragozin figures of any stallion set to retire in 2021.
McKinsey is a stallion prospect. It's the first stallion prospect I was part of at Gainesway. You couldn't be more excited about him. The book of mares he got was unbelievable. So we're really excited about him at Gainesway right now. I felt the mares we got in his first book was a great group. We Bred a lot of fast early mares to him. We bred a very nice, well-rounded group of mares that can do anything, so we're going to give him every opportunity.
His first runner's debut in 2024. August has been a banner month for Gainesway. On the track, Caraconti's 3-year-old daughter Spenderella throttled the field in the Grade 1 Del Mar Oaks.
Field sent on their way.
To become Caraconti's first Grade 1 winner.
Spenderella striding away. 4, 5, 6 could not have been more impressive.
In the sales ring, a Gainesway offered yearling topped the leaderboard when a gun runner colt out of Heavenly Love sold for $2.3 million at the Fasig-Tipton Saratoga sale.
$2,300,000.
We've been very fortunate to have the support of a lot of successful breeders who deliver us quality product. We try to present that product the best we can, as professionally as we can. It's our goal to maximize results for our clients. We're all very fortunate to be a part of this place, and I think we all just want to do what we can to ensure that it will carry on for a long time.
Back with you on America's Day at the Races on FS2, opening day of Belmont at the Big A. And gorgeous weather here in South Ozone Park, New York, as we get set for the Grade 1 Lonesome Glory. 2 steeplechase races to kick off the meet. Thriller in that William Entenmann novice with the Mean Queen champion defeated by Proven Innocent. We'll see what happens here now with an even shorter price. Well, same price, I guess, 1 to 5. Now on snap decision for trainer Jack Fisher.
Yeah, if you're Jack Fisher, are you like nervous, after pulling off an upset and then you got to come back with a just as heavy favorite in the next race? Horse trainers are always nervous, so they don't need more to worry about.
I think, obviously, as an owner, trainer, rider, you want to be on 1 to 5 shots and 2 to 5 shots. You want to own them, you want to train them, you want to ride them, but there is extra pressure. Whereas if you're riding a 10 to 1 shot, you have nothing. You feel like you have nothing to lose. Yeah. So there is the added pressure. Anytime you have a short price horse, I think you sweat those more than bigger priced horses, even though you expect, because it's such disappointment if it doesn't happen.
Coming in though to today, before we ran any races, would you have felt snap decision was the more likely winner of the two?
Yeah, based on setup. I mean, the Mean Queen coming back in basically a year. And yeah, it's she's stepping down in competition, but she's running against horses who are sharp and fresh and in form and, obviously fitter. And even if they're not fitter, they're just sharper and in race, what it's like. They're in race mode compared to what she's been in for a while.
Short prices off of long layoffs. Very treacherous, this game. Flat, jumps, whatever.
Yeah, it wouldn't matter, yeah.
For snap decision, his best moment when he was running on the flats was 3rd in a Grade 3. He has become a superstar since that time, steeplechasing, 3-time Grade 1 winner, and at one point, he put together 9 consecutive victories.
Yeah, it's very cool. He lost his first 2 maiden starts, and I remember Jack Fisher being mad he was second in both of them, second at Nashville, and then he broke his maiden at Monmouth Park, and I remember Jack being half mad at the jockey saying, we should have broken our maiden at Nashville, but, and the jockey saying, think of all he learned, but then he didn't lose for another year and a half after that. So, yeah, he's just a serious horse. You can tell the distance for whatever reason, because on the flat, distance didn't look like it was his thing with Shug
tried him long.
Yeah.
Shug tried him long, and he didn't run very well. It was weird.
Yeah, he actually ran better going a mile. Like he's, in the Better Talk Now and those races.
Here he is, Graham Waters aboard, 3-time Grade 1 winner, 1 to 5 on the board. Here is Iranistan.
I mean, what can you say? He did beat snap decision 3 back, so somewhere it's there, but boy, has he got to bounce back in a big way.
Yeah, classy old horse, but yeah, he's got lengths to find.
Big price on Belfast Banter.
Hot jockey Jamie Bargery in the saddle, trying to come back and make it a double. Again, he was a little highly thought of when he first came over, has not come up to this level.
Noah and the Yarkov since May of last year. 34 to 1.
Where's the name come from? Any idea?
He did come from way out of it when he won that race. He was running in the last 16th, so
that's
maybe
definitely
I'll try
not in my future.
7 to 1 Ask Paddington. Look out, Kerry Bryan.
Yeah, to me, he's a danger. He'd be in my book the second choice, he is the second choice. But to me, he's dangerous off the 4 wins overseas.
Song for someone you had mentioned that form at Cheltenham.
Yeah, good form over there, and would have had to have needed the last no matter what you thought. He would have needed the race at Saratoga and should move forward.
Radician was no match for snap decision in that Jonathan Shepard.
Yeah, he's been trading punches with snap decision for a while and can't seem to find a way through, so he's got to try to do it.
We've seen him for a long time.
Yeah.
And his 8-year-old Amshell for Cyril Murphy. Beat by Iranistan and Snap Decision each of the last 3 starts.
Yeah, there's a lot of bold type in there where he's tried all these horses. And again, classy old horse. He tries. He's been second. He's been third. He's just been knocking heads with better horses, you know. And again, I would think he probably runs the same kind of race, and maybe he runs into it in his third at 46-1.
You can follow along, get all the stats of the horses, trainers, and jockeys in today's action with free Equibase Past Performances. Go to NYRA.com/TV schedule. Download your free PPs on all of today's races.
I love that there's 2 7-year-olds and 6 8-year-olds in this race.
Yeah, it's very cool. If we, it's too soon to think, but we might want to try to bend the 10-year-old rule in a couple years. Just saying, just thinking of that. If Snap Decision is still on top of his game, maybe we'll lobby the powers that be and see if we can. But let's get him through his 8-year-old season first. But again, I mean, we've said it all along. The jump racing is the first stop for a lot of horses as another career after flat racing. They, for whatever reason, they didn't reach their full potential. They needed a longer race. They needed to be based on a farm. They needed something different in their life, and they can go do it like this.
It's so funny though with Snap Decision, because as you pointed out, Shug tried him long, and he did not run better going longer. And I think that must be one of the things that really puzzled Shug when he sees him doing as well as he did. I'm sure that he's proud of what he's done, but on the other hand, it's probably a little frustrating. And Shug must think, I don't understand. I tried to run this guy long, and he just didn't do that well. And then he ran as well as he did in the flat race 2 races back. Yeah. He's just a different horse.
No, and he's not that big. Like he's 16'2", 16'3", like people say. But everybody says, and if you look at him, he looks much bigger. He's just strong up across his back and his neck, and whether that's training on the hills at Jack Fisher's farm, and you know, it would help a horse if they're a little late maturing or whatever else to get off the racetrack and go do stuff like that. You know, and here he is.
Ramon Dominguez was once talking to me about that, about training at Fair Hill, and obviously you're so familiar with it, spending a lot of time there. Maybe it's not just the quiet. Being on a place like that just makes a horse more comfortable and helps them.
No, and Jack Fisher's on a farm outside Baltimore. It's actually the Janney's old farm, Locust Hill Farm, and he's got a mile-plus uphill synthetic surface gallop, and it's a massive hill. And a training session will be 2 trips up that hill, like the second time faster than the first time. You know, and the horse will be out under saddle for an hour maybe. You know, they'll go jog to the bottom of the hill, gallop all the way up, walk back down, gallop all the way back up again, and you know, and it's just a different lifestyle for sure. And yeah, the quiet's probably part of it. I know Snap Decision gets turned out daily. The Mean Queen, I'm sure, does too at Fair Hill, but it's a little Snap Decision's in a proper field, because they do say sometimes they can't catch him. You know?
Well, they turn her out because they're afraid of her.
Yeah. But I've had Graham Waters say, well, when it's time to go gallop Snap Decision, he's in the field and they can't get him to come in. So, you know, they got to bribe him to come in, or every time you get to him, he walks away. You know, which
loves what he's doing.
Yeah, exactly. He's a happy horse, and you see it when he runs the way he does.
You think of some of these jumpers we've seen over the years. Lonesome Glory, Flatter comes to mind. I saw him run so many times. Did you read that he made his debut on the Inner at 6 furlongs, right? I love that.
Mike Maselli rode him.
Tremendous.
They got beat a long way.
Starter Hector Soler ready to raise that flag and get a start here in the Grade 1 Lonesome Glory. Second of 2 steeplechase races to kick off our meet here at Belmont at the Big A. Snap Decision, 3-time Grade 1 winner from the inside post, the 1-5 favorite. Graham Waters for Jack Fisher. Let's go to John Imbrial.
And the flag is up, and they are off, with Iranistan going out for the lead with Radishan, and Snap Decision is right there as they go for the first fence, and all 8 have cleared successfully. So it is Iranistan and the favorite Snap Decision right together, and Song for Someone sits just off of them in third as they move for the second fence here, and all are up and over successfully. And the leader here is Snap Decision on top here, with Iranistan racing in second, and Song for Someone next in third, followed by Radishan in fourth. Then comes Amshell on the outside, and the Yellow Cap in fifth. Right alongside is Ask Paddington in sixth. Noah and the Ark at the back, along with Belfast Banter. They come for the top of the stretch the first time, and it is Snap Decision and Graham Waters with the lead here. Iranistan's on the outside in second, with Song for Someone, and then Radishan and Amshell as they move for that third fence. Up and over nicely. Snap Decision on the lead here. It's Snap Decision with a 2-length lead. Iranistan, Song for Someone are heads apart, second and third. And now we have 2 laps remaining. Snap Decision is the leader. Iranistan in second, and Song for Someone next in third as they head over that jump and go for the clubhouse turn. Snap Decision controlling the pace here and leading. Song for Someone and Iranistan, they are right together, second and third. And on the outside is Amshell next in fourth, followed by Radishan. And then comes Noah and the Ark, who has moved up a couple of spots. Followed by Ask Paddington, and Belfast Banter is the trailer. As they move up the backstretch, Snap Decision has a 2.5 length lead. Beautifully jumping there and clearing that hurdle. Snap Decision is the leader midway up the backstretch. Snap Decision on top here now by 3 lengths, with Song for Someone in second. And the 8 competitors have moved over that fence and are going for the far turn. Snap Decision now has a 4-length lead, with Song for Someone next in second. On the outside is Amshell in third, followed by Radishan and Iranistan. Farther back is Noah and the Ark. Then comes Ask Paddington, Belfast Banter at the back. Snap Decision leads the way, with Song for Someone still in second. Amshell is on the outside in third. And we have 4 jumps remaining. Snap Decision taking the field here. Snap through the stretch. Snap Decision in front by 2 as all the horses have cleared. Song for Someone still giving chase in second. Amshell is in third, and Noah and the Ark next in fourth. And now we have 1 circuit remaining, with Snap Decision in control here, going for that next fence and going into the clubhouse turn the final time. Snap Decision on top over Song for Someone, then Noah and the Ark and Amshell. Iranistan is next in fifth, followed on the outside by Belfast Banter, then Radishan, and the trailer is Ask Paddington. And we have 2 jumps remaining, and Snap Decision is the leader. The leader is 3 parts of a length in front of Song for Someone, followed next by Noah and the Ark. Up and over, and just 1 hurdle remaining in this 2.5-mile Lonesome Glory Stakes. Snap Decision on top here. Snap Decision in front, up and over there. All have cleared. Snap Decision takes the field into the far turn. Snap Decision by 1.5 lengths, with Noah and the Ark moving into second. And Song for Someone is now back in third. And then comes Ask Paddington, who has advanced on the outside into fourth. Amshell is back running in fifth. It is Snap Decision, but here's a challenge now from Noah and the Ark on the outside. Noah and the Ark has taken the lead at the top of the stretch. It is Noah and the Ark in front. Snap Decision is now back running in second. It is Noah and the Ark who has opened up here. Quite surprisingly, look at this effort by Noah and the Ark. We're going to have a huge upset here in the Lonesome Glory Stakes. It is Noah and the Ark, and he won here by 8 or 9 lengths. Snap Decision did hold second in the Grade 1 Lonesome Glory.
Noah and the Ark, this upset even bigger than what we just saw with the Mean Queen and the William Entenmann Novice. He looked like Snap Decision in his Jonathan Shepard win.
Yeah, and Snap Decision, just when you thought he was going to kind of power away like he did, this horse just reeled him in and then ran right by, getting 28 pounds, but, you would have thought he needed that and more based on his form. He hadn't run this year. Hadn't run since May.
15.5-month layoff.
Yeah.
41-1. If you walked in at the 8th pole, you would have just assumed that was Snap Decision in front. You wouldn't have realized it was a horse. Wow. And I mean, it's not even like he had any form that gave him a chance. I mean, he won his last race, but a race that was far inferior to this one.
Competition for sure. Yeah. I mean, Snap Decision to me, he's on the lead, which is where he was at Saratoga, but he had way more company early than he had at Saratoga. Just a horse a length down instead of 2-3, but he should be better than that. He should be able to hold off Noah and the Ark, and trainer Trainer Todd McKenna is going to be over the moon with that. He does a lot of the work himself. I know he's probably this horse's exercise rider. Yeah, he probably is.
Well, before you think anybody made a big score, there's $1,016 bet to win on this horse.
The double, by the way, with the Mean Queen getting beat and Snap Decision getting beat, $186 for $1.
Bad value.
Wow.
Snap Decision at this point about to get passed.
Yeah, I mean, he's obviously got more horse and more speed and carries it off the turn like a good flat horse would and just kicks away, changes leads, and off he goes. So it's some performance again. His American win wasn't against anything like this. It was a kind of a restricted handicap hurdle down in South Carolina, and he didn't get the lead in that one until the last 50 yards or so. So yeah, that's why they run the races, as they say. When Steve Asmussen always looks me in the eye at Saratoga and says, the form's so simple, they let you gamble on these things. So, here we are. And take nothing away from that horse, 41-1. He ran some race, best race of his life. And yeah, again, trainer Todd McKenna is based in Pennsylvania. I'm not for sure this time, but frequently the guy behind the wheel of the truck and trailer, the guy riding the horse in the morning, doing a little bit of everything. So big score for him. I doubt he bet much on him, obviously.
Feels like somebody had the double because the parlay of the double was over twice what it paid. There was $33,000 in the pool, so that means there's probably about $130, $140 on the winning combination. So somebody may have had this double for a couple dollars.
It's not me.
No, it's not me either.
Incredible back-to-back huge upsets. And Snap Decision, at least, and I know the Mean Queen was dropping a class, but she fought to the end, facing easier competition. Snap Decision, to see him fall this far back, get past, and have no response, really. How surprising was that?
Yeah, to me, surprising. And maybe that Saratoga race took more out of him than Jack Fisher would have thought, and in past years with some of his better horses, he wouldn't go to Saratoga. He would come here for their first start trying to get to Far Hills. Or you've seen other people, go to Saratoga, skip this, go to Far Hills. But again, if the horse is training well and the way he did it at Saratoga didn't look hard, so... But he didn't have any answer for that horse, that's for sure.
But even if, take the winner out of the race, let's say Snap Decision finished second and won, you still would have said it wasn't an overpowering performance. He would have only beaten the third and fourth horses, in that case second and third, by a length.
Yeah.
So even forgetting about how well this horse ran, he clearly did not run his race.
Yeah.
And let's remember, too, Jack Fisher brought Snap Decision to that race sort of as a thank you to the fans. So, look, he got a Grade 1 win out of it. I would expect we'll see better next time from him.
Yeah, and he's always been, he was compared to these English and Irish horses who never use Lasix. This horse ran on Lasix on the flat his whole career. Jack has taken him off to run in New York. He took him off it, obviously, to run in the race at Saratoga, and he wins. And, and he's off it again here. Maybe that's a part of it. I'm not sure. Again, you wouldn't think today, weather-wise, would be a very stressful day on a horse or anything else. But clearly that's not his A race.
Two incredible upsets to begin this Belmont at the Big A meet and these two steeplechase races. We got to see how these two come out of the race to see if they meet again in the Grand National. But is this now an exciting horse to throw into the mix?
Other than he's going to go back to level weights. It'll be a 28-pound swing in the other horse's favor. They all carry. Well, the Mean Queen will get a filly mare allowance in the Grand National, so she'll get 7 off. But he's got to carry level weights with Snap Decision.
Don't you want to see what he can do next time, though?
Oh, yeah, big time. Yes. Yeah.
Pretty exciting.
Yeah. Oh, definitely. And he's got a likelihood to move forward off of that based on the layoff.
What a performance. Noah and the Ark. No contest against 3-time Grade 1 winner Snap Decision. Joe, thank you. Always a pleasure having you on. It was fun.
Thank you. No, happy to do it. And thank you to Naira and New York Horsemen and everything. And steeplechasing loves to come to New York.
Noah and the Ark in the Lonesome Glory. We'll be back right after this.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather.
Tabaline has really shouldered all the responsibility. What a deserved victory. Most impressive. Tabaline by 3 1/4.
Somebody's Problem is on her way to winning the Prairie Meadows Debutante. Somebody's Problem by 2.5, 3.
Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
We take pride in what we do.
I'm an assistant trainer.
Carpenter. I'm a peace officer.
I'm a jockey.
I'm a gardener.
I'm a groom.
I love what I do.
We are New York Racing. New York Racing helps support my small business.
It's extremely important to the New York economy.
This is like a big family.
We are New York Horse Racing.
Daredevil, returning to stud on U.S. soil. The only first crop sire to see 2 offspring win the Grade 1 Kentucky Oaks and the Grade 1 Preakness Stakes in the same year. She dares the devil, taking the Kentucky Oaks and the Grade 2 Azeri Stakes, and champion Swiss Skydiver, winning the Preakness and the Grade 1 Beholder Mile Stakes. With more exciting prospects on the track and multiple 6-figure sales in the ring, Daredevil's career is just getting started, only at Lane's End.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Thanks for being with us on our opening day coverage of Belmont at the Big A. It's brought to you in part where you can play it all with Naira Bets. Get signed up, started at nairabets.com. Back-to-back massive upsets in our 2 steeplechase races to kick off the meet here. Noah and the Ark at 41-1, beating 3-time Grade 1 winner Snap Decision, who was the 1-5 favorite. Let's head downstairs to Liza Hendricks.
And Greg here with trainer Todd McKenna. Todd, your first Grade 1 win, how does it feel?
Oh, it feels amazing. It feels amazing to be here in New York like this. The track's in amazing condition. I walked out there this morning and I couldn't believe my eyes, like how nice the turf was. And yeah, it's a real honor to be up here and have a shot at doing something great like this. I mean, I was hoping to get a piece of the pie. I didn't think he would, break a record or whatever he did out there, but I'm actually going to try and watch it just to make sure it really happened. So it feels great.
Well, I gave you a pinch before. It definitely happened. So, but gave a lot of weight away, but a great training job coming in off of almost a year and a half. What did you do to be able to prep him for this start?
Well, he won his last start, and it was down in South Carolina at the Carolina Cup. And he came back. He was just a little bit funny up front, so I put him in a field, and he spent an entire year out, just living out in a 10-acre paddock, running around and healing. And I put him back in training back in probably June 1st, and just been plugging away. And the only spot, I wanted to run him earlier, but there was I wanted to give him a prep at Colonial Downs, but nothing came up. There was no race for him, so I had to wait to come here. So I took him fox hunting. I galloped on all the, out on all the different gallops we could get our hands on, and came into this race hoping to have enough fitness, but it looked like he did. So, yeah.
Definitely had enough fitness, and it's great to be able to let a horse be a horse and be turned out and go fox hunting like you mentioned. But where can we expect to see him next?
Ooh, geez, I got to get through today, but whatever's in the fall. I mean, honestly, what we were thinking, Far Hills would be a good spot for him. Yeah, he's going to like that course as well, too. So, Far Hills. I don't know if there's anything in between, so I'll know more this week, but.
Live in the moment, but congratulations and good luck coming this fall.
Thank you. Thank you very much for having us. This is awesome.
Greg, such an amazing feat. Long shot, 41-1, coming in, giving away a lot of weight, but such an amazing training job by Todd McKenna.
Well, a separation between him and Snap Decision, too. This was a jubilant celebration for Todd McKenna, and well-deserved. What a moment to beat one of the absolute best in the sport right now. Snap Decision, and to do it the way he did. Yes, giving away a lot of weight, but that was something to behold off a 15-and-a-half-month layoff as well.
Do you think it was the sunglasses?
Did he what?
Do you think it was the sunglasses?
I love those sunglasses.
Those sunglasses are awesome.
Did we take for granted how easily Snap Decision did that last time? Because he beat a horse by 13.5 lengths who he conceded 24 pounds to.
Yeah, I mean, the last thing you want to do is take anything away from the winner, because the winner obviously ran a terrific race. But Snap Decision didn't run his race, as evidenced by the fact that he was so close to the horses that ran right behind him. That doesn't take anything away from the terrific race that the winner ran, and the job as trainer to getting to run that race. But that's not the Snap Decision you're used to, and we don't concede races. You and I are both guys that are looking to beat favorites and looking for reasons of vulnerability. But when you look at Snap Decision, where was the vulnerability with him? He just looked like he was so much better than these horses. He simply didn't run his race, but the winner ran big.
Exciting horse, Noah in the Ark, 8-year-old in his star moment, certainly of his career. And we hope for the best for Snap Decision, the Mean Queen. They both come back healthy and fit out of this race. And if so, again, they are going to meet in that Grand National again, a repeat of last year on October 15th.
Right. Obviously doesn't do any good if you bet at the races and you lost, and it's frustrating. But I think their losses make that matchup much more interesting. Yeah. And you throw a horse like this, perhaps, in that race, and obviously, as Joe said, picking up a lot of weight, it still adds the intrigue of it. And I think it really does it because now they're kind of vulnerable. So I wonder if a lot of trainers will have a horse in their barn and say, you know, if they both won by 5 lengths or 6 lengths, maybe I wouldn't run there. Now they have to run, don't they?
Yeah, could see a lot deeper field in the Grand National this year. Going to get to our first flat race of the meet coming up. The third at Belmont's going to kick off the early pick 5. Maiden special weight 7/8. We'll get to that in a moment. Let's talk first our ABR race of the week, the Caesars Jockey Club Derby Invitational Grade 3 $1 million purse. Nation's Pride. Charlie Appleby, winner of that Saratoga Derby, just missed in the Belmont Derby, coming back for the third and final leg.
Yeah, I think, obviously, Nation's Pride and Classic Causeway are the 2 horses to beat. And I don't think the distance hurts Classic Causeway because he is the speed, but Nation's Pride is obviously going to be sitting behind him. But I do think it's fair to say, will either or both of them be as effective, or maybe even more effective, going the 1.5 miles? Now, when Nation's Pride lost at Epsom a 1.5 miles, it was a very deep course, a very boggy course. So it's fair to say that was an excuse for him. But it is uncharted territory for them, and I think they may face a real threat from the horse coming in from Germany on the far outside. It's not that far outside, on the outside.
Yeah, Ardecan, who was a 2-time winner on the turf. Nation's Pride, though, very good. We were treated to him with that victory in that Saratoga Derby when William Buick decided tactically, look, he had to make a change from what happened in that Belmont Derby when he was just very far behind and wide early.
Yeah, and the whole key of the race was braking, and that's what they said before the race. And once he broke much better at Saratoga than at Belmont, and maybe it's just being in America for longer, acclimated situation, Buick rode him into that position, and once he got that gold position right behind, it was just a completely different story. But I do want to give some credit to Classic Causeway because the horse, and not because I mocked him and said he had no chance in the other race, because he legitimized his effort at Belmont. Yes, Nation's Pride was better than him, but Nation's Pride was better than him at Belmont, even though he beat him. But I thought he ran very, very well to finish in close third in there, and maybe in 1.5 miles, the pace isn't as strong, and Nation's Pride says, well, I'm just going to be able to handle him. And maybe he keeps on going. I wouldn't discount his chances in there. It's an interesting rubber match between those two.
And he's already on that fence to start from. Not a bad position if you have speed and can lead the way here. Flavien Prat will ride. By the way, back to Nation's Pride real quick. Buick gave him that brilliant ride last time out. Back to Frankie Dettori, though.
It's kind of really a negative move, right? Has he ever won any big
One
races?
Of the greats of all time. But still, William Buick ran him so beautifully last time.
Well, if you're Frankie Dettori, and obviously a man who has no lack of confidence for good reason, and look what I just found, it's a different rider. And if you're Frankie Dettori, you think, well, William Buick gave him the absolute perfect ride last time. Now the pressure's on me to give him as good a ride as Buick did.
Yeah, but he usually tends to come through in these kind of situations.
I think he'll be fine.
Always a treat to have Frankie Dettori, and we hope that to be the case coming up this weekend for that Jockey Club Invitational presented by Caesars. Meanwhile, Phillies, 1.3 on the turf for the Jockey Club Oaks Invitational, Grade 3, purse of $700,000 in this spot. And McCulloch, Chad Brown, our Rod Ortiz Jr., just missed a With the Moonlight, who they had beat previously in the Belmont Oaks.
Yeah, McCulloch ran extremely well, and he's got a very good ride, a very good trip. But I even remember I watched this race with Chad Brown and said to me a half mile to go, he said, look at how well McCulloch is traveling. And you could just see she was in a different story in her next race where, with the Moonlight, who had to press outside, the rail was the best place to be. The rails had come down. She got the run of the race up in Saratoga. And McCulloch was at a disadvantage to her, so I think she ran well in finishing second, but she didn't run as well. She's got to get the mile and 3/8 here. That's the biggest question with her, but she is an overwhelming favorite, at least on paper.
She'll have the inside post, daughter of Frankel, with the man who's coming off the 4th Saratoga jockey title of his career. There he is, Arad Ortiz Jr. With those 55 wins at the Saratoga meet, he will be back aboard and not going to have to deal with the Moonlight this time around.
Right, they had said after the last race they brought her back, ran to Lake Placid, but they didn't really want to stretch her out to a mile and 3/8, and that's why they shipped her back to Europe. Yukilik is the horse to beat in there, but looking at the race, I don't know who the Wise Guy horse. I mean, I guess some will say it's Toscana Belle who won that race, the how do you pronounce Diana in Germany last time out, won it by a nose. She was the speed and just held on. I think Beside Herself is kind of interesting as the speed, because she ran so well last time at a mile and 3/8 against a mile and a half against older horses. So one thing we know about her, she has speed, and the distance will not be a problem for that filly. She improved with distance for Todd Pletcher.
Gate to wire last time out at a mile and a half at Saratoga, August 25th. So Kulik with the Moonlight, who will take the 3rd and final leg, mile and 3/8 on the turf. Going to be a fun weekend with those 2 races coming up.
Also, Expressman, is it Expressman, the horse coming back? Expressman was the Todd Pletcher maiden who broke his maiden first time out at 107 Bayer at Saratoga. I know it's 19 points lower than the greatest horse of all time, Flightline, but it's still a pretty darn good debut. He's coming back in the race before it. I don't know. I'm thinking of picking against him. I'm getting a little cute there. I'm going to have to discuss it with you when you take a look at the sheets, the thoroughgraphs.
Take a look at our first flat race of the entire meet. Coming up here in race 3, it's going to kick off this early pick 5, 7/8 of a mile, maiden special weight. And Crypto Mama, Joel Rosario, Kelly Breen will team up. We'll have more on this race in a moment. We're going to get to see Arad Ortiz Jr. soon as well. 55 wins to claim his 4th Saratoga title, but he did his best work after Saratoga. Reigning Jockey of the Week, 6 stakes wins at Kentucky Downs and Colonial, 2 graded stakes wins. He's riding high. We'll be back.
Catholic Boy. This dual surface star defeated a strong field in the Travers Stakes at Saratoga and became one of only 3 American 3-year-old colts in history to win Grade 1s on both dirt and turf, including the immortal Secretariat. A 6-time graded stakes winner from ages 2 to 4 and the fastest 3-year-old of his crop over 10 furlongs. One of the most accomplished sons of More Than Ready, he earned over $2 million on the track. Catholic Boy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
We are back on America's Day at the Races here on our FS2 coverage. Thanks for being with us. Our first flat race of the meet coming up here at Belmont at the Big A. We'll kick off the early pick 5, and we'll kick it off with our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day here in race number 3. Again, 7/8 of a mile, maiden special weight. Everyone looking for the first win of their career coming up. And let's bring in for the first time to our coverage champion jockey, winningest jockey in the history of Aqueduct, Richard Migliore. Hey, Mig.
Hey, Greg, how are you? It's a beautiful day out here, and we got some nice-looking fillies here in the paddock getting ready to head out. But the one, Crypto Mama, who's taking good support off of a good, first 2 starts were decent. Well, she's a filly that doesn't carry a lot of weight, kind of on the thin side. The 4-horse Unifying, a nice impression for trainer Bill Mott. Talked to Leanna Williford, his assistant. Says she's done everything correctly. Not flashy, but certainly a filly that's never missed any training, making a nice impression. 5, risk-free, would get the paddock check mark. I like the way this filly came out of her first start, and I think she could take a step forward. And the 7, O'Donna, taking a lot of support with Irad Ortiz after an awkward start on debut. Certainly looks like she took a step forward physically from that race, guys.
All right, Meg, thank you. Here's our post for Crypto Mama. 5-2 second choice right now, Joel Rosario.
She ran fine last time. It doesn't hurt to have Joel, and has to be considered a major player in this race.
Trained by Kelly Breen, beat by You Glow Girl, Brad Cox runner that got a 73 buyer in that win. Here's Welcome to My World, first-time starter Rob Atras.
There really isn't much pedigree to speak of, but Rob Atras doesn't win with a high percentage of firsters, but he has a positive ROI.
Yeah, Dam won on synthetics, Grand Dam won on turf, Unifying. I believe, yeah, there's Unifying. Jose Lizcano, Bill Mott.
You sort of have to Wonka, who's actually an okay turf runner. A Union Rag sold for $32,000, and a Phipps Second Family, not optimistic about it, but a first or dangerous perhaps.
Risk Free finished ahead of Crypto Mama in her debut.
She had a good trip that day. She broke a little bit slowly and dropped out. And she ran well at the end. She's not impossible. I prefer another horse in the race, but she can win.
Prentice Jose Gomez for Amira Shishakli are Rosie Diamonds.
This horse would be an upsetter. Maybe not as big an upsetter as we just saw in the jumps, but up there.
2 of the biggest upsets we've seen in a while.
Incredible.
Certainly snap decision. And then here's O'Donna, Ray Handel, Irad Ortiz Jr.
Of course, the Richie Valens song, O'Donna. Don't see a lot of Bucheros running. I like this runner. Broke slowly last time and then rushed to chase a horse, then ran off from the field. And in my opinion, even though she finished behind Risk Free and Crypto Mama, she did more work in the race. And I think if she breaks well here, she's a potential controlling speed, and I expect her to move forward and be the horse to beat.
Tremendous warming up, by the way. Wow. You can play the early pick 5, which begins here by getting signed up with Naira Bets. Match 200, that code to use for new members at nairabets.com or on the app. Irad Ortiz Jr., he won with 12 of his 34 mounts at Kentucky Downs and Colonial, named National Jockey of the Week. Here's O'Donna. This was the Saratoga debut, August 17th.
He also went to Colonial, won like 5 or 6 races. You can see how O'Donna broke about a length slow, and you see that a lot of time with firsters, and it's frequently not an issue the second time. And then she sort of rushed right into the race. And thinking what she gave up, the horse who won the race was a favorite for Brad Cox, who was coming in with experience after running reasonably, actually behind the eventual Spinaway winner, I believe. The Brad Cox horse. That horse was probably maybe was a key race, but she ran off in that field. And I think when you look at what she did, a slow break, a rush up to chase, she went after. She's, unlike the horses that finished in front of her, she actually at least sort of made an attempt to catch the leader. I'm not saying the other horses didn't want to try to catch the leader, but they were never in any kind of contentious position, whereas O'Donna, tired from making that move after breaking slowly and then chasing along on the backstretch. If she breaks well today, which is reasonable to expect, she could well be the controlling speed depending on the firsters, in which case she just may be tough to catch on the front end. I singled her in the pick 5.
I love the way she's warming up. 8-5 right now, start number 2 for the Ray Handel barn. And she should not be, I guess you would think, tracking spot in here. We don't know where we're going to end in terms of speed from these first-time starters.
That's the thing. You know, a first-time starter could have a lot of speed.
Oh, here's a look at Crypto Mama. 3rd in start number 2 of her career in that Saratoga debut for Kelly Breen, but a long way behind You Glow Girl.
But she's gone broke since she was named, right? Crypto's really taken quite a beating since then.
Creeping slowly back up.
You think you're getting involved?
I've been involved.
You're the greatest. I mean, listen, she did run okay in that race, but she finished behind Risk Free, who didn't break in there. I wouldn't be shocked if she wins the race. Joel Rosario, she's kind of horse can win it 2 races under her belt. I just think a horse like the 7 probably has a little more upside, but it's not going to pick her second. Not going to be surprised if she wins.
2-1 on Crypto Mama. Rosario for Kelly Breen. Let's go back to Mig.
Yeah, Greg, just when I look at first-time starters, particularly when they get out on the racetrack and are heading to the lead pony, I like to see how they react to it, how well-schooled they've been with the lead pony. And the 3, Welcome to My World, had really no idea about the lead pony. She was very shy about it. She was kind of pulling back, giving the lead pony a difficult time. Dylan Davis wound up leaving the pony and got a good gallop into her. Talked to Rob Atras about her, said that she's definitely a filly that wants a lot of ground, takes her a couple furlongs to really find her stride. And he even has worked her 7 furlongs, which is a real stamina-building work. But usually when you see one act like that first time with the pony, I always like to take a wait-and-see approach. On the flip side of that, 2-year-old first-time starter could have been more professional, was the 4 Unifying, obviously very well schooled, all the bases covered. She went right to the lead pony like she'd done it many times before, and made a nice impression warming up. I do think that she's a little bit laid back and probably, run will help her kind of figure things out from a mental standpoint, but couldn't look any better from a physical perspective. The 5 Risk-Free will ultimately be my top selection. I just like the way she came out of her first race. I think she tucked up a little bit. I remember seeing her thinking she might need a race and thought she ran okay. And I think she could take a big step forward. Also, she's conducting herself well. She's handling herself well. It'll be interesting to see if she does take that step forward. And then the 7, O'Donna, didn't really stand out in the paddock, but I will say this, on the track, this filly's stride got very animated. She really picked up her energy level, almost swelled up a little bit. So a filly that was a little bit nondescript to me from a physical perspective, makes a lot of sense certainly on form, but from a physical perspective, really caught my eye on the racetrack, and O'Donna certainly elevated the way she warmed up.
All right, Mick, thanks. Yeah, 8-5 favorite now for start number 2, and had that legitimate excuse squeezed out of the gate in that debut.
Yeah, these are the kind of second-timers I bet. It doesn't mean he's going to come back. I mean, you could also, the argument against her would be that Ray had her ready to go the first time out, and it didn't go well at the start, and then she chased that monster, and sometimes they're really ready to go in their first start. She took money, and they don't come back as run as well. It's not a given that they'll run better and be more professional the second time out. Sometimes the first time is the time. I'm going to hope that she breaks cleanly and goes right to the front and puts them away. But she's got to go 7 today as well.
Well, it's the first-time starter for trainer Rob Atras. Welcome to my world at 11:01 on the board. And Rob Atras barn, the big one that really put him on the national scene was Miracuja with that big upset a couple summers ago when she beat Malathot in the Coaching Club American Oaks. Just announced that she will be retired. Sustained a non-surgical small fracture to her right front ankle in her last start and left it up to the owner. She could have come back, made it back to the racetrack, but decided to call it a career. Now she's become a broodmare, one who always had a larger-than-life personality around the barn. She's definitely going to be missed.
Well, I mean, she's a very important horse for the barn, because to win a Grade 1 at Saratoga like she did, and she was the only horse until the Breeders' Cup that had beaten Malathot, the deserving 3-year-old champion who just won our personal ensign in Saratoga. Regardless which is the rest of his career, that was a crowning moment and a huge moment for Rob, and you have to think that sort of helped raise his profile.
Absolutely.
As it should have.
That was one of the shocking upsets a couple of summers ago. And we'll see how his first-time starter, Rob Atras, and Beach Haven Thoroughbreds do with Welcome to My World. So Dylan Davis will be aboard 12-1 on this filly by More Spirit, who was a Met Mile winner. We talked about pedigree, though, on the Dam side. The Dam was a 3-time winner on synthetic. Grand Dam, multiple winner on grass. So
that's the thing. I don't know. Then it's in Union Rags, right? I don't know. These things are tricky. Welcome to My World. First-time starters are dangerous. Rob Atras has won with decent price firsters. The fact this horse is 13-1 wouldn't be a reason to scare me off if I wanted to bet the horse. As far as Bill Mott, he's not a trainer that wins with a lot of first-time starters. However, it's not going to take a Herculean effort to win this race, so if Unifying can run a little bit, she could be dangerous. In general, though, and I think you tend to agree on this, in these races, I lean to experience.
Definitely.
It's not like a Saratoga. These are for horses that...
Unless you have a Todd Pletcher...
Yeah.
750,000 million.
You can't have in this race, right. Well, that's Saratoga. And I'm fascinated to bring that up. We'll be showing those stakes from Churchill on Saturday, and those 2 impressive Steve Asmussen first-time stars that won the filly, and then both gun runners in the Colt, who ran that 90-plus buyer up in Saratoga, the most impressive. They'll be running, stretching out in the Pocahontas and the I'm just drawing a Iroquois.
Iroquois.
And we'll be showing those.
Damon's Mound in that race
Yeah,
as well.
That's a real matchup. That's a very strong early matchup. And there's others in there that can run. I thought there were 4 solid runners in that race. I mean, 3.5. One of them's trained by Tom Amos, so I don't downgrade that one. 3 5/3 or something. He's not here, but I'm still gonna
let up on
I'm
Tom.
still gonna abuse him.
Yeah, Damon's Mound, of course, beat Gulfport. Compromised trip a little bit. I don't think was going to win that race by any stretch, but did come back and win.
But no, Gulfport came back to run second.
Sorry, came back to run
but
second.
I think he ran a respectable race in finishing second. I mean, just wasn't as good as Fort or Forte, depending on you want to pronounce it correctly.
It's Forte.
Because the owners are. I'm going to have to speak to Vinny Viola about this.
It's Forte. He said it was Forte on the
Vinny
air.
did, I know, but I'm going to have to talk to him about using the English language. I'm going to have a long talk with Vinny. Mike, I'll let Mike. We'll call Mike and call whatever he wants.
Here's race 3, Belmont at the Big A.
There in the gate. And they're off. And from the inside, it is Crypto Mama going out for the early lead. With Risk Free right alongside in second. O'Donnell's on the extreme outside in third. Now splitting horses is Unifying and moving up. Down at the rail, Welcome to My World. The trailer is Our Rosy Diamonds as they race up the Aqueduct backstretch. Crypto Mama is the leader. Risk Free on the outside is a close second. And just in behind is Unifying in third through a quarter in 24 and 1/5 seconds. On the extreme outside is the favorite O'Donnell, right alongside Our Rosy Diamonds. Welcome to My World. Now at the back, up front, Crypto Mama by a head. Risk Free now moves right alongside. So it is Risk Free and Crypto Mama right together as they race midway around the far turn. The half in 49 and 1. O'Donnell on the move and up into third. Unifying is down at the rail. Farther back, Welcome to My World and Our Rosy Diamonds as they hit the top of the stretch. And it is Crypto Mama and Risk Free. Room on the inside for Unifying. O'Donnell is in fourth as they move for the 8th pole now. And it is Crypto Mama challenged on the inside by Unifying. Risk Free is back in third. Crypto Mama still holding on to the lead. Unifying in second. They come for the finish. And Crypto Mama has broken her maiden. Unifying was second. Then O'Donnell and Risk Free.
Crypto Mama, Joel Rosario, Kelly Breen, third time the charm for the daughter of Cloud Computing.
Yeah, well, got an aggressive ride by Joel Rosario, and give him credit. Irad, and maybe it was instructions from Ray Handel. Ray had a horse who potentially was the lone speed in a very, very slow race, and Joel there to take advantage of it. If the 7 didn't want to go, he was happy to go. Got a nice price, 3 to 1 on him, gets the job done. The 7 O'Donnell, she hung for third. She didn't run very well, but it was a horse you would have thought would have been more forward, but obviously Irad had different plans, and this track is very slow right now. Those times are crazy, right?
127 and 1. These are lightly raced 2-year-olds.
I mean, they go 125 and 3. I mean, look at the fractions. So, I don't know. Tracks. We'll be interested to see how it plays later.
This price went the right way. If you like Crypto Mama as well, up to 3 to 1. This horse for a while was the favorite. I think as low as 2 to 1 at one point. Third time out with a win, trained by Kelly Breen, George Hall, Anistis Racing, and Rosario takes the first flat race of the meet here at Belmont at the Big A.
Yeah, congrats to them. At least we got a little sense of normalcy out of the jumps, getting one of them at 3 to 1. This one, I guess, a fair price. But the first ran okay coming up the fence, but wasn't able to pick up Crypto Mama.
We'll have the prices from this third when we come back. We'll get into a pick 4 next. Going to be on the turf. Flat racing turf for the first time of the meet. Mile and a 16th up next in an allowance optional claiming field. It was a great summer indeed for the Pletcher barn. 38 wins at Saratoga, 5 Grade 1 wins. He's got a lot more work to do coming up. We'll be back.
Oscar knows basketball. Oscar knows Kentucky fans are crazy. Oscar knows God is great.
Life is Good now moves down to the inside, and they're coming for the finish. It is Life is Good still in front. Life is Good is the winner.
Oscar knows life is good.
This season at Oaklawn,
we've got more of everything. More of the top thoroughbreds in the world. More days of live racing. And the largest purses in our history. All at a completely reimagined Oaklawn. Come be a part of this historic season at Arkansas's only casino resort.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than America'sBestRacing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. America'sBestRacing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
We are back on America's Day at the Races, presented in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. I'm just proud of myself that I've not said Saratoga Live yet.
Yeah, I know. I kept saying America's Day at the Races. We were in Saratoga after I kept calling it Saratoga Live at Belmont.
I believe I did that on opening day.
Yeah, Talking Horses, I would do it almost daily.
Joel Rosario, Kelly Breen team up with Crypto Mama. Start number 3, a winning one, returns $8.40.
Gets it done. Congrats to the connections of this horse and a very heads-up ride by Joel.
Let's head downstairs to Mig.
Thanks, Greg. And Joel, from the rail with Crypto Mama, you decided to go to the lead. Did the rail have something to, do with that decision not to get covered up in dirt?
Yeah, I mean, she broke well over there. I thought, another horse should have a little speed outside. And then, but it looked like, she broke really well. And then I just let it be, there. And, trying to stay off the rail a little bit. She kind of looked at that rail a little bit.
Well, you had the first-time start of the Ford Unifying come up inside of you, and it looked to me like a little bit of race riding going on the last eighth of a mile. Talk about what you do to try to keep a first-time starter in a little bit tight, intimidate him without bothering them.
Yeah, I mean, I was just, trying to hold my spot there where it was there, and then I looked like I have some horse to go forward in there, and just trying to save my spot.
Now, Joel, you've been traveling a lot, Kentucky Downs, you've been all over the place. How do you keep up with all the travel, and how do you stay fresh?
Yeah, I mean, you got to do what you got to do. I mean, sometimes, it take a little bit out of you, but, glad that we have the opportunity to do it.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Guys, the first jockey to win a race on the flat at Belmont at the Big A.
Yeah, how about that? First flat race of the meet, and the reigning Eclipse Award-winning rider who's putting himself in position to win another one. What an incredible summer he had at Saratoga.
Amazing summer up there. Obviously, Irad also had an amazing summer and winning the title. But, I mean, in the stake races, Joel was remarkable.
Set a new record at Saratoga for graded stakes wins in a summer. Just incredible. Fourth race, mile and a 16th over the outer turf, an allowance optional claiming race for New York bred company. Ruse taking play, so is Shutters for Chad Brown, who's coming off back-to-back wins off since mid-July. While his most loyal owner, Mike Rapoli, is like family to Todd Pletcher, may have said it best. Pletcher's worst year for many would be the best year of their career. 7-time Eclipse Award winner, 14-time leading trainer at Saratoga. Todd Pletcher has rewritten the record books, doing what those who know him best believe he was always meant to do.
We was at La Mesa Park in New Mexico, and he was 8 years old, and they had a horse sale there, yearling sale. Todd said, "Dad, this lady wants to give me a horse. Her husband bought this horse out of the sale for $800, and she's gonna give it away." He said, "Dad, this is a nice little horse. He's correct. Can I have him?" We took him and we broke him, and the first time we ran him for 25,000 claims entertainment. They claimed the horse. He won, and he had $36,000 in the bank. And I said, that's a good start on your college education right there.
I have never in my life been known except, oh, that's Todd Pletcher's mother. I have no identity. I'm just Todd Pletcher's mother.
Todd Pletcher had the work ethic, he had the energy, he was articulate, and I guess I could say he's pretty handsome too. But the big thing was he was a damn good horseman.
And Lucas must be proud of you people. I don't care how the
relationship. He is. We all saw him here at Belmont, and you can see that he's sort of taking pride in the fact that most of the guys that have worked for him are doing pretty well.
I used to say, I'm going to have a name for you. You know, like all these big people have names, and, you know, Marvelous this, and the assassin and this. I said, you're El Duro. He said, what does that mean? I said, El Duro is the person that is the tough one, the hardest one. The one that, like, if it's a group of people there and you point to them and say, that guy, he's El Duro.
Obviously, he's a very unique guy. He's hands-on on everything. You try to go into the computer, believe me, it's not going to work.
You know, Johnny and I were sort of coming along at the same time, so it just sort of evolved where Johnny was on the rise and our stable was growing.
The Shadow, lights down, Uncle Mo, English Channel forward, stay thirsty, Alice Malice, quality road, left bank, cross traffic, lawyer Ron, wait a while, and it's going to be a filly in the Belmont.
To me, Rags to Riches was always the most exciting and funnest win that we've had. The Derby with Super Saver was almost like a relief. With Always Dreaming, we really felt like we had a huge chance, and it was extra special to win it with Johnny.
After all these races that we had won together, he had won the Derby with somebody else, I had won the Derby with somebody else. It felt right. It felt really, really right.
We've had a lot of starters in the Derby. I think we've had 59. But one thing I'm proud of is I think 29 of those have gone on to win stake races after the Kentucky Derbies.
And it's a vintage performance by Vino.
All the grade ones, the champion horses, the number of wins, the money earned, 14 training titles at Saratoga. And he's won 14 in 25 years.
The Lucas organization instilled early on is it's a team effort. I've been fortunate to have staff that has been with me for a long time and a good portion of the 25 years that's taken to get to this point. Without them, you can't make it work. And I also appreciate that some of them who have worked for me have gone on to do very well on their own. So Wayne Lucas has a pretty impressive family tree. Our branch has done pretty well on its own also.
The one thing I contribute to Todd's success is he's always known what he wanted to be, and Todd was a type that anything he set his mind to, he could do.
The first text I sent to him was to Todd and Tracy, congratulating both of them, because it's an amazing team effort. Tracy's involved in the business. If Todd works 20 hours a day, she probably works 21 hours a day. She deserves as much credit as he does.
It's hard because of a lot of time, a lot of effort, a lot of sacrifices. He always separates one with the other one. You know, his family's family and business is business.
There's some games that I missed, and there's some parties that I missed, and there's some school events that I missed that, you know, I wish I could have back. But on the flip side of that, I think the one thing that we get in this industry is the family can also share in a lot of the stuff that's going on. So, you know, the kids were able to spend summers working at the barn, and they were able to come in for the Derby and go to the big races. You know, it's not too often that your kids can come to your job, come to your office, and then share some of the big moments as well.
One of the absolute best to ever do it, Todd Pletcher, and look at the Saratoga summer he had. The Whitney, Coaching Club American Oaks, Alabama, Hopeful, Personal Ensign. Not too bad. 38 wins in the end for Pletcher at Saratoga.
He had an incredible summer. The fact that he had less wins than Chad Brown doesn't take anything away from it. And winning the Hopeful, the final grade one of the meet. You know, you think about those 14 titles. They're in 27 years in total. The last two he's lost, so he's 14, 25. The other thing is, though, it's not just that. he didn't start. He started training in 1996. So when is it reasonable to say that Todd could be? It takes a guy 5-6 years to give a chance to win it. So arguably, there was probably a period of time when he won about 14 of 18 when he had any kind of chance to win it. He's an amazing trainer. What can you say?
He's got a pretty good 2-year-old as well. Forte in the slop. In the hopeful, what do you think of his prospects going forward?
Well, I don't see why he's not a major player. As the connections suggested, they'd probably run him the Champagne. But he was terrific that day, and I don't think he's a horse that moved up in the slop. We talked about the day he broke his maiden at Belmont, and we're talking about how professional he was that day. And I remember comparing him a little to Witt, who got so much attention last year, and I said this is a much more professional horse. And I actually texted with Todd Pletcher, and he said, I agree. He's more professional at this point in his career. Witt has turned into a very, very nice turf horse.
Yeah.
I thought he was terrific in his last race, but I mean, given the success that Todd has had, there's no reason to believe he can't be a major player. Now, there is that monster for Baffert. He's got a couple out in California. The horse that won the Del Mar Futurity, he got a 98 buyer after
Cave
getting
Rock, I believe?
Yeah, Cave Rock, a 101 his debut, but he also debuted that Speedboat horse, got a 104 buyer. He ran 1, 2, 3 in there. The $3.5 million horse finished second with a 100 buyer, and he was third, only a 90 buyer for the third place finisher. So Bob will have his army of those horses coming, but we'll see what happens. We'll see how they stretch out, all of them. A lot of good racing to come.
Going to be fun, and we're going to see a lot of Todd Pletcher, of course, as we usually do in New York at this meet coming up. Going to be on the turf, flat racing for the first time ahead. Race 4 is next. There's Pletcher's frontline dancer. He'll have Luis Saez in the irons, coming off a win at Saratoga back on August 10th. 9-1 right now.
They come together from every corner of the globe in pursuit of the one reward that sets the special few apart. The title of World Champion. Don't miss racing's ultimate coronation. The Breeders' Cup World Championships at Keeneland. Tickets on sale now.
Welcome to Mahoney Manor Farm.
We are New York Thoroughbred breeders.
In Saratoga Springs, New York. I'm Britt Wadsworth and this is Sean Mahoney. We're just very small, 14 acres, pull out about a dozen mares a year. We hope to breed some really nice New York breds that we can either race or sell.
We've been really lucky, you know, we really work hard at it. We like our size, we like to be hands-on. It's really nice, it's taken a long time to really be known for our homebreds and for having to be well handled, you know, and we've really spent a lot of time and emphasis on that.
We've watched the New York program just gain year after year, kind of become one of the premier breeding programs in the country.
There's really no better place to be right now. It's just a very, very strong program in every aspect. We will bring up very very high-grade mares just to make them New York breds, because now in this day and age and in the sales environment, it adds value to them. So this is our main barn. It's a 10-stall barn with a wash rack and a tack room that's really done well for us, and it stays pretty warm. We generally full around a dozen, give or take, a year.
It never ceases to amaze me, people's wonderment in mares and foals.
I measure success in a lot of different ways.
And that first Breeders' Award.
Getting our first Breeders' Awards was nice. It's a long wait. You know, following out other people's horses that go on to do incredible at the sales or incredible at the yearling or two-year-old sales.
We're very proud of anything that is foaled here because they're all like our family.
Pays to have New York breds. Great program. For more information on New York Thoroughbred Breeding and Development Fund, go to nybreds.com.
I believe that Britt and Sean pinhooked that Todd Pletcher horse, broke its mate with a 101 buyer back at Monmouth back in June, maybe. Came up with a little issue after the race. We didn't see her getting the name, but I believe they pinhooked that horse. Good people.
Pick 4 coming up here. You see that pool up and over 65,000 and growing. And we're going to start with one of 2 in here for trainer Chad Brown. Grape Nuts Warrior, Rat Ortiz Jr.
I am not a fan of this horse's chances. I thought that he actually just was picking up pieces at the end, and he's kind of a clunk-up type. I think he's a bad favorite.
8-1 next door. This is the Todd Pletcher runner, frontline dancer.
He's gotten 2 straight remarkably great rides and trips from Irad, and now the competition gets tougher.
And loses Irad, but Luis Saez more than capable. Here's Ruse, 3-1, Dylan Davis.
Dylan's not supposed to do any fooling around here. Go to the lead, Dylan. You're the controlling speed, and in my opinion, I think you agree, Greg, the horse to beat.
I totally agree with you. 3-1 seems like a great price. A lot of seconds, though. 6 times in 14 starts.
That's a concern.
Barrage, 7-1.
He ran well enough 2 back that he can win here. His last race was atrocious. He rode the rail, and he never moved forward at all. But maybe he get back to that race 2 back and has a chance, though I'm not a big fan.
Jose Gomez for Danny Gargan, Regal Speaker.
I tried to make an excuse for this horse's race at Saratoga last time on opening weekend, and I couldn't come up with them, but he hasn't run now in 2 months, so maybe he came out of the race in a bad way, and he'll run better today.
He won at this level at Belmont last September. Barley won, Javier Castellano.
This horse ran well last time in Jose Cameo's barn, but even his best race, is it good enough to beat the best horses in here? I don't think so.
Peter Brandt-Silks, the other Chad Brown runner with Rosario. Here's Shutters.
I believe he's the other horse you want to use the 3, but from a price standpoint, he shouldn't be the same price as the 3 in this race, because we know what Roos can do, and Shutters ran well with a tough trip, and we'll talk about it more, but you're betting him on the come at too short a price, in my opinion.
And Ghost Giant, Rob Atras, Kendrick Carmouche coming in off a win.
What a ride Kendrick gave him last time. Now, it helped to draw the rail, so he never left the rail until around the 3/16 to 8th pole on the day saving ground was at a premium, while Roos never saw the rail in that race, or not never, but very, very little part of the race. He got a great ride, but he's been in good form. He's not impossible, but he has that last time was the time feeling.
We'll see if he can reproduce that magic. Again, got a great trip to do it and get that one. Let's look at Ruse and Ghost Giant in that August 11th race. It was won by Ghost Giant. Ruse just a head behind.
Yeah, I mean, you may not think that chasing too wide is a major disadvantage, but the way those courses were playing with the rails down, if you didn't save ground for at least a significant portion of the race, your chances were greatly compromised. So Ruse couldn't make the lead, had to chase, chased outside, whereas Ghost Giant, while he rallied outside of him, he was on the rail for about 80% or more of the race. So he had a real advantage from that standpoint. Now, I'm not knocking him. He ran well in there. But Ruse may be a bit compromised. But the bigger difference to me is there's nobody on paper to run with Ruse early. And Dylan needs to be aggressive here and assert the lead and take advantage of his speed. And curious to hear what Richie thinks. And I imagine he feels similarly. But I think if he does that, he becomes the worst to beat. But see, now the money's coming in.
3-1 has become 9-5 favoritism on Ruse. So that value is evaporated. Let's go downstairs to Mig.
Yeah, guys, let's start on the outside, and we'll get to Ruse with Ghost Giant, who got that huge warm-up that Kendrick Carmouche tends to give most of the horses he rides. Made a real nice physical impression, looks great, but I do think he's up against it a little bit from a pace standpoint. The 2 Chad Brown runners, Grape Nuts Warrior, the 1, and the 7 Shutters. To me, I prefer the 7 Shutters. He just made a nicer impression. Spoke with Chad's assistant. They have trained together the last 2 times, but much like boxers will spar, they're not trying to knock each other out, so they're not racing in the morning. They're just going heads up. They both made a nice impression. They have been workmates. But for my taste, I just like the way Shutters looks. He's a handier, a little bit flashier kind of horse that I think can take a step forward, a horse that's, lightly raced. And then the Three Roos is supposed to be free running on the lead. And I don't think Dylan needs to be aggressive. I just think Dylan needs to be out of his way. I spoke with Dylan in the paddock, and he said to me, I'm lone speed. There's nobody in here that can run with me. And I said, yeah, that looks like the way Roos likes to run. So Dylan's very aware. He looked at the form. He's handicapped it. And I would be very, very surprised if the Three Roos wasn't in front, and he should take no end of catching. He looks very, very sharp, and he's a horse that when he's gotten clear leads, those are the 2 times that he won. The 6 times that he was second, he was placed in a stalking role, and then seems to me like he just kind of lacks a little starch later. And sometimes that's just because you're fighting with the rider early. You're not using your energy in a judicious way, So I do think that the Three Roos is going to take them gate to wire, guys.
It certainly seems that way. I mean, I don't even know if there's anyone who can try and entertain putting pressure on him. Maybe Barrage?
Maybe Barrage, but he's a naturally faster horse, and as Richie said, Dylan does his homework, and he's ready for it. Now, on the other hand, I was between picking the 3 and 7. They were both 4-1 on the 3 or 4-1 on the morning line. So I picked the 3 because I said, if they're going to be the same price, I want the 3, who's the known commodity. At 2-1 and 9-2, which is the price they are now that can change. We are still a couple minutes from post. I would bet on the number 7 because I think on the come, 9-2 is better to take. Shutters won despite the fact that she just did not get good, or he didn't get good position early, right? He's sort of caught in no man's land 3 wide, and I think Joel Rosario. Yeah, true. Chad Brown is great off layoffs. But I have a funny stat I want to show to you about this. Joel never really got that good position, and he won despite it. He swung around the field, and you look at Frontline Dancer, who finished second length behind him, who just got this tremendous trip, breaking from the inside with Irad, saving ground coming through. And Shutters, who probably gave up lengths to him in positioning, still runs by him. And I think it's just a very good effort. And I was looking up stats for Chad Brown. With New York breds off of wins and turf routes, he's 13 for 41 over the last 5 years, and that's 32% with a 214 ROI. The reason I looked it up with the New York breds and that stat is, in general, that means they're probably moving up. Some of them might be, they've already won their condition, they're 45s, but in general, it means they're probably coming off a maiden win, or they're like Shutters, who was coming off a maiden win and won his last race, or Nowers won. So it shows that Chad Brown's getting these horses to improve. And while it's a 214 ROI, their horse is paying around 660. It's not the world's greatest achievement, but it's not an easy thing to do. To have a positive ROI and that kind of win percentage, and that suggests these horses are moving forward. And don't forget, his horses are always taking more money than maybe they should, so he's winning with a positive ROI despite that. Very tough thing to do.
So 7-2, Shutters going to try and make it 3 in a row. That's Barrage. Flavien Prat will ride. Let's head back down to Mig.
Yeah, guys, just as you were talking about who could potentially maybe attend the pace, and you brought up Barrage, I was watching him in the warm-up, and I will say this. He has been very, very on his toes, very on the muscle. He was so in the paddock as well, saddling, but on the racetrack as well. And, one of the things that we've seen quietly and very subtly, Flavien Prat, Barrage's rider, is aggressive. He puts horses in the game, and as kind of animated as this horse's body language was in the post parade, I do think Barrage could be the horse that maybe keeps the Three Roos a bit honest. And kind of interesting too, guys, the 2, 3, and 4, all sons of War Dancer.
Yeah, how about that?
There are a lot of War Dancers.
Prat coming off a tremendous first full summer at Saratoga, tied for second in the jockey standings with 40 wins along with Luis Saez.
And Richie's absolutely right. One of the things that, and he's kind of right, it's kind of quiet. But because you don't think of it, a lot of these turf wins, he's a very good aggressive rider. And I think that's one of the things that Chad Brown liked when he was encouraging to come here. And obviously he rode a lot for him, but rode for other people as well, as he should. He's aggressive. He's not looking to take back from the gate. He's looking to, as Richie likes to say, get your position going forward.
Pilot for Flightline as well.
It's a good position to be in.
In that out-of-this-world performance in the Pacific Classic.
I did not appreciate people saying that he had surpassed Spectacular Bid on the other hand. It was one of the all-time greatest horses, much as I respect how immense talent of Flightline.
It's been special. We hope to see if he can do it again. And there's, again, talk he's going to come back as a 5-year-old as well. We're set for the 4th here. Belmont at the Big 8 mile and a 16th on the turf. Ruse, the 3, the favorite.
They're all in. And they're off. Ruse and Barrage. And on the outside it is Barley One as the field races into the clubhouse turn. And Ruse has the lead with Barrage running in second and Barley One next in third. And down on the inside, Ghost Giant has made his way from the outside post down to the rail. Grape Nuts Warriors next and running in fifth. And then comes Regal Speaker, and right alongside is Frontline Dancer. And the early trailer is Shutters in eighth as the field moves up the backstretch after an opening quarter mile in 24 seconds. Ruse the leader here by 3/4 of a length. Barrage is on the outside by a length. And then it's Barley One in third by a head. Ghost Giant down on the inside running in fourth. Followed by Grape Nuts Warrior in fifth. Then comes Frontline Dancer. And at the back are Regal Speaker and Shutters. The half mile in 49 seconds, and Ruse continues to show the way as they head for the far turn. Barrage has been chasing in second right from the start. On the outside is Barley One next in third. Ghost Giant is down at the rail and in fourth. Ruse and Barrage, and they are right together coming for the head of the stretch. On the far outside is Grape Nuts Warrior, who is now gaining some ground as they head for home. It is Ruse narrowly, then Barrage, and here is Grape Nuts Warrior now making a move on the outside. Ruse and Grape Nuts Warrior. Grape Nuts Warrior now takes the lead. Ruse continues to battle on, and here is Shutters, who was last early on, making a late run. Here is Shutters to win it from off the pace. Grape Nuts Warrior was second, and Ruse faded to third.
Shutters far back early, gets by his stablemate and the favorite Ruse for the win.
Yeah, no excuse for Ruse in this race. It was not a really strong pace. Yeah, he got some press, as Richie and you had both pointed out, from Barrage, but he had no excuse here. He ran fine. Grape Nuts Warrior ran well, but Joel, I mean, you watch the ride, right? He's sitting there in last. He cuts the corner. He easily gets the horse to swing out. I mean, rides like this, and I know a lot of people, they'll criticize Joel, and maybe his ride on Warlike Goddess wasn't the best ride of the summer. But day in and day out, it's rides like this that at least people like me, and I know you agree, see why he is as good a rider as there is in the country. And listen, we're blessed to have many great riders here. But that ride, a thing of beauty, in my opinion.
Shutters at 3-1, 3 in a row. Won October 21st of 2021 to break his maiden. Didn't come back till July 16th, Saratoga. And now does it again. 3 straight for this 4-year-old by Get Stormy, Rosario, Chad Brown, Peter Brandt. Let's head downstairs to Mig.
Yeah, guys, a lot going on watching this race and just seeing, riders maneuver and what they do. And it kind of hurt Ghost Giant later on. But going into the first turn from the outside post, the move that Kendrick Carmouche makes to find the break between horses, between flights, I should say, and find his way to the rail, that was absolutely textbook. And that's how you win turf racing. Now, later on, he got unlucky and couldn't find a clear path. But I was very, very impressed with his move into the first turn. Sometimes those little subtle things go unnoticed, and particularly when it doesn't work out later on. But that's what I would call an unlucky ride as opposed to a bad ride. Some people will criticize being trapped, but you save ground. You win turf races, by saving ground.
And another, wouldn't you, I would also argue, maybe we can keep Richie on there, isn't that a very, very great example of his getting your position going forward? Because Kendrick left, even though he was wide before that, he never gets that position if he's not getting his position going forward.
Oh, absolutely. And I think the worst thing a rider could do is take a hold and go backwards to find that position. Go forward, and it's amazing how those opportunities present themselves, and then getting back to Joel's ride, getting to save ground and just sift into the clear so seamlessly into the stretch. As people that watch races for a living, and certainly myself as a former rider, it's just fun to watch people that are so good at what they do.
Arguably the best in the business, reigning Eclipse Award-winning rider Joel Rosario has been a treat to watch. He is at the height of his powers right now.
He's the most sort of calm rider I've seen since Ramon Dominguez. You know, he's a rider who, both riders, they never panicked. You never saw Ramon check severely. You never saw him. He was always patient, waited for room. And Joel gets put in tight, and he doesn't even steady where other people would, where any reasonable person probably would steady. And he doesn't, and he's a brilliant rider.
As this agent said, Ron Anderson, sometimes he'll be on the third or fourth best horse in a race. He'll still find a way to win. Shutters here from well off the pace to make it 3 in a row. We're going to take a timeout. When we return, the story, 007, the Bond Barn, and the family success they are having as a team based up at Saratoga, looking for more success here downstate.
Every hair, every muscle, every contour, every pulse. In the juvenile,
Essential quality has won.
in the Belmont,
Essential quality has won the Belmont Stakes.
well named.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back on America's Day at the Races on FS2. Opening day, Belmont at the Big A. And it's Shutters and Grape Nuts Warrior. 1-2 here for trainer Chad Brown. Joel Rosario on board, your winner from last to first.
Yeah, I mean, this is a thing of beauty, right? That's his vintage move, right? Everybody else is swinging outside, and Joel says, I'll save the ground and I'll get out. And sometimes he doesn't. And when he doesn't, everybody says, he gave a bad ride. Well, it's like Richie said about Kendrick and Ghost Giant. A little unlucky, and probably at the end of the day just not good enough. But Kendrick gave Ghost Giant his absolute best chance to win, and that's all you can ask from a rider, right? Give them their best chance to win. If they get a little unlucky or they're not good enough, that's not on the rider.
Rosario flawless here. It works out. Putting this horse in a position to win from last to first. $8.50 for the win. 3 in a row for the son of Get Stormy out of a Smart Strike mare, Scarlet Madeline.
And I outsmarted myself, thinking they'd be the same price, the 3 and 7. Took the 3. 7 ended up about 50% higher. But that's the difference between making picks early but also adjusting. I used them both in my now dead pick 5, but I am alive in some pick 3s, which you and I had discussed.
Race 5. We'll start a pick 6, by the way. 6 furlongs here, maiden special weight.
There must be quite a big tip out there on Lupo's Legacy, who ran a mediocre 4th in a turf sprint first time out with turf pedigree, comes back on the dirt. It's now 9-5.
A couple of big dirt drills, right? Bullet drills?
Apparently, yeah. It must be a workout report, and maybe they wanted to be in a dirt race first time and couldn't get one. We'll see.
Saratoga bullet draw out of the gate, 1 minute and 2/5. The debut was on turf, so the dirt debut coming up.
Favorite in doubles.
Keep our eyes on those odds and have a post parade coming up momentarily. For Bond Racing, it is truly a family operation based in Saratoga. Their horses always seem to shine during the summer season in upstate New York. From Travers winner Will's Way, Whitney winner Tisway, Barron's, Buddha, and several others, Jimmy Bond and his wife Tina are living out their dream as best friends and business partners.
As a little boy, this was a dream. We've got a farm that most people would die for. It's gorgeous. We're so proud of it. I think it was predestined for us to have New York breds. I was lucky enough to have a horse called Le Carriere. Le Carriere was second to Cigar in the Breeders' Cup in '95. He was a New York bred. You know, New York's really getting it right. I mean, you look at Tiz the Law, Funny Side, so many great horses, 4-Star Dave. So you're seeing them every day at Saratoga, Belmont, Aqueduct, throughout the country. They're winning races. It's the greatest program, in my opinion, and you know, we're lucky we're breeders too, so we get a few more awards.
We breed a lot of our own horses, but we have bought some of them as well and put into the partnership. We maintain the majority of each horse, and we sell 5–10% shares. We're heavily invested in each horse as well. It helps us with the risk, but it also gives them a lot of comfort in that we're taking the majority of the risk. These horses are professional athletes, and they're your sports team when they're going in the gate. And for us to share this with so many people across the country that have joined our partnership, and that's really rewarding.
We found this place and we redid it. We've had it for 23 years. It's 44 Gridley Street. We're a quarter of a mile basically down from the 7-furlong pole on the main track, and it's a little piece of heaven. The walk is the greatest thing for me personally because I get to follow my horses, watch them come back, I can make sure that they're okay all the time. It's actually an education process because the horses actually get to be around vehicles, cars, but the horses get used to it. We use clear cord a little bit to do some figure eights inside, just to kind of give horses back that farm life that they started with. I think it's great. The horses are out of the stall for about an hour, you know, which is really nice for the horses. We've been fortunate enough to have some really nice horses, and some of them were a little slow early in their life, mentally, physically, and they became good horses.
They're giving their all, striding with every stride. Will's Way has won it.
Will's Way was a horse that threw his heart out and he chased it. He was amazing. One of my greatest horses, if not the greatest.
My heart always went to Barron's. He ran 6 grade ones, I think, in a row, and he went to Dubai twice. He was just an iron horse.
Tisway takes the Met Mile with style.
Tisway won the Met Mile, and of course the Whitney, and you know, then was syndicated to Spendthrift. And he was a good horse. Buddha was an exceptional horse. He was a star. He beat Medel d'Oro in the Wood Memorial. They just wanted more. That's all you can say, you know, and that, you know, we're just lucky to be around them.
We bring different things to the table. I come from a corporate background, and he's the horse person, so I think I see things from different ways.
Well, I was her dream job, okay? We got to straighten it out right now, okay? It's fantastic. We are best friends. We've been best friends for 40-some-odd years. When you work with your best friend, great things happen, and I'm the luckiest guy in the world.
Husband, wife, best friends, doing it together, and we always love to see this barn win, and they always seem to do so well. Based up in Saratoga, they do seem to shine there.
Yeah, there were some very good horses in there. You know, Tisway was unlucky to get hurt after winning the Met and Whitney. Got to be a good horse to win both of those races. Barron's was an incredible horse. You had to love Barron's. He showed up in all these big races. He didn't always win, but he held his own against some very, very good horses. Will's Way, at the top of his game, Will's Way ran the kind of numbers that Flightline ran in the Pacific Coast Classic, Pacific Classic. That's how good he was. He was running against horses like Louis Couture's and Skip Away and beating them, holding his own, Formal Gold. He was a remarkable horse. Le Carrière, who I believe started out with Roger Atfield, but he also did very well for them. He had the misfortune of running against Cigar, but they had some very good horses.
Been blessed with some great ones, terrific trainer, and again, doing it with his wife and his sons for that matter, as a true family affair. Some great contributions made to this sport from the Bond family.
Yeah, just a tremendous family in racing, and I was fortunate to have a small paragraph in their history. Rode 2 of Jimmy's 5 New York Oaks winners, 1 heaven knows why for Virginia Craft Payson Le Carrière, and Queen of Millbrook for James Edwards, and I actually live now in Millbrook. One of my ponies, we call her the Queen of Millbrook, but they actually trained the real Queen of Millbrook. And I rode Tina Bond's first winner in New York, a horse named Murdy, and she was pregnant at that time with their son Kevin, who is here now saddling the 6th Jester's Song. And I was talking with Kevin just now. He was married recently on September 2nd. He has an old rocking horse that is named Murdy that he rode when he was a little kid. So it's nice to know that my picture hangs on their wall and people that I just admire and think the world of have been a tremendous contribution to New York racing. And another great horseman that came out of Finger Lakes. And I think they become such good horsemen out of necessity. They're not racing for headlines. They're not racing for glory. They're not racing for, gold cups. They're racing to put food on the table, and they learn how to really handle and manage horses properly. And then when they get the opportunity to get good horses, they know what to do with them. Like I said, very proud to have a small paragraph in their history.
All right, Mig, thank you. And we're going to see the Bond Barn with horse who was actually the 8-5 morning line favorite in this race coming up to start the Pick 6. Jester's Song, Bond's main man, Luis Saez, will be aboard the 6th.
And he'll likely be the second choice against the parimutuel juggernaut. Lupo's Legacy is favored in doubles. It's a hard thing to have seen. This race, this is 3 back for Actualize, and it is 3 back for Jester's Song. Actualize obviously ran much better, but Actualize was able to control in the front end, and this was a track that was very kind of speed. Of course, who beat him ended up going the wrong way, but he did lose the Bayshore by a nose to Witt in his next start, so he lost to a talented horse. Interestingly enough, it's the first time that Actualize has been on a dry track. But the other thing is, now, depending on what Lupo's Legacy does, Actualize could be the controlling speed in here. Lupo's Legacy, the way he's getting bet, you almost wonder if he's going to have speed as well. I don't think Jester's Song is impossible in here. I prefer Actualize as a potential speed of the two, but I also think Sewell Farrow on the rail is very, very dangerous.
Yeah, we'll get to in a moment. So there is the Bond runner, Jester's Song, off since June. And, yeah, you mentioned speed with Actualize, which should be the case. Jester's Song, though, at least has some tactical speed.
I agree. And with Louis, you don't think he'll be far out of it. But he's had his chances a little bit, but they all have. I mean, I guess that's the upside. But see, Sewell Farrow is the horse that interests me because, first of all, he lost to Accretive. So who went on to lose a photo in the Amsterdam with a 101 Beyer in his next start. And he also ran very well because he was attending the pace. And his only other dirt race, he got involved in the early pace with early voting.
Preakness
He was pretty good, right? And he was pretty fast early. He's sort of dirtied up Sewell Farrow by the fact he's been running in turf races. And I'm not exactly sure why, because he appears to be a dirt horse, doesn't he?
I would agree with you, yeah. 4-1. That Accretive race really makes him stand out. Jose Ortiz will be aboard. Meanwhile, quickly on Actualize, he has never been on a fast track, and this is going to be his 6th start coming up.
Yeah, it is interesting. Also worth noting, I don't know exactly what it means, but David Aragona had pointed out to me early. Actualize was entered in a $20,000 maiden claiming race up in Saratoga. Now, Charlie Baker scratched him out of that race. But it's not exactly a positive that he was willing to drop him. And in a lot of those cases, maybe it's Charlie, but maybe it's the owner that says, you know what, let's not give up on him right yet. But that is something I think is worth considering at least, right?
No, good information. Makes you pause, no question.
I liked him that day in the maiden 20, in case you're interested. He looked like he was in a good spot.
What was his morning line?
Was not very high.
No.
No.
There's Jester's Song, the 6th, the Bond runner with Saez aboard. He's been off since the beginning of June 2nd. And, he's faced some good runners, too. From Another Mother, he began out against early back in January.
Oh, yeah. No, right. The 4 and 6 have been against good horses and stuff. We'll see how this race plays out, though. It's hard to know. But I like Sewell Farrow. I'm going to bet him.
All right, let's head downstairs to Mig.
I got to tell you, I'd give Sulfara the check mark from a physical perspective. Man, this was a standout in the paddock. He could not look much better. I really like what I'm seeing from him. Tried 5.5 on the turf. I think he'll appreciate getting back to the dirt. He is absolutely the paddock check mark. Going to watch him continue on the racetrack to warm up. The 4 Actualize looks very fit, coming off of freshening. Hasn't been seen since June. Wish he was a little bit shinier in the coat, just a little bit of a dull coat, but he does look very fit. And another one, I'll keep an eye on the racetrack. The 5 Lupo's Legacy ran first time on turf. I could see why they ran on turf. He's got a big, wide, flat foot on him, kind of built a little bit straight up and down. Be kind of interesting to see if that translates to dirt, because he ran okay on turf first time, but I'm seeing more of a turf performer. And the first time starter on the outside from the Linda Rice Barn, Stealth 34. Flashy chestnut. Boy, he's got the chrome and the shiny chestnut coat. Looks like a horse, so probably be better for a race under his belt.
All right, Mick, thanks. Here comes our post parade. Pick 6 again begins here. Here's Sulfaro, that third to the very talented Accretive last time on dirt.
This is just my kind of horse, because if you look at quickly his PPs, you go, he ran Rousey last time. But you take him apart and you realize he's run twice in the dirt. And he just seems like a very logical horse to me.
Against 2 monsters.
Yeah.
Here's Atlantic Dancer, Dan-produced King Guillermo.
Always rooting for my buddy Nick Zito. And how about this horse? He was favored over Smile Happy in his last race.
Back to sprinting, I think he's really interesting. 7:01 right now. Actualized, 6th start, again, first try on a fast track.
Well, that having been in for 20 scares me, but depending what the 5 does, this guy could be loose. And you have to think Joel is looking to send him to win 3 straight.
All that sneaky money on the 5, dirt debut, and a couple of bullet drills on the dirt.
It'll be interesting to see what they do, because I think the story they're telling is that he ran the turf, they couldn't get a dirt race for him. Now, maybe that's because he lost the turf first time out, and if he loses here, they'll say, we should have run back on the turf. We'll see how it works out. He is obviously a big story horse.
The Bond runner, Jester's Song, Luis Saez for Jimmy Bond.
He makes a certain amount of sense. Second choice, 7-2 is a fair price now. He rates to come down. Has he had his chances? Yes, but doesn't mean he can't win.
I like his warm-up, too. And then first-time starter on the outside, Shackelford, 3-year-old for Linda Rice.
This horse worked 10 flat, the 2-year-old sale, a year and a half ago, in case you're interested in that, Greg, for what it's worth. Linda Rice, not a trainer, though you think about winning with a lot of first-time starters.
7 minutes to post. Race is going to kick off our opening day. Belmont at the Big A, pick 6. We'll have it for you live when we come back on our FS2 coverage right after this.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather.
Tabaline has really shouldered all the responsibility. What a deserved victory. Most impressive. Tabaline by 3 1/4.
Somebody's Problem is on her way to winning the Prairie Meadows Debutante. Somebody's Problem by 2.5, 3.
Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Back on our live coverage, opening day, Belmont at the Big A. Getting set for the Pick 6 coming up on our opening day of the meet. Greg Wolf, Andy Serling, Richard Migliori with you. And a competitive maiden special weight 6 furlong sprint to kick off the Pick 6 sequence as we, again, look at the one that you like here, Andy, Solfero, the one.
Yeah, I mean, I just feel like if you, I think here's the question people have to ask themselves. And given how well Aqueduct ran in his next start, and Happy Bob, I think, ran fine. I think he was a little unlucky in his next start. He was a Don Mosquino horse who was heavily tipped to firster. If you took his last race out, Solfero, would he really be 9-2 in this spot?
No chance.
He'd be showing a 74 buyer. Time from US agrees with that figure completely. I mean, why wouldn't he be on par?
It doesn't matter. It was on turf.
Yeah, the turf races don't matter. And the other thing is, if let's say you just had 2 races, and they were his second and his 4th race, and they were the only 2 lying, you'd say, well, not only did he lose to early voting in his debut, but he dueled at a fast pace with him. So it's not like he was 6th early and he just ran around the track. He actually did running in that race. And that was a mile, his second start. Then he comes back in June, and he runs terrific off a 5-month layoff.
Yeah, off a layoff.
And gets, I mean, I'd almost argue that the fact that he ran one more time almost makes you kind of like him a little bit, because it shows that he ran that race on his belly, got out of the way. He's not a turf horse. His turf races are terrible. And now he's back in the right race. Now, listen, the 5 is getting bet like he's working like Hindu, and he's going to just go to the lead. He's going to put the 4 away, and he's going to draw up and win, which he may well do. But I'll take my chances against everybody else here. So I bet him to win. And I have a 5-1 exacta. I'm alive with the 1 and 4 in some pick 3s because I didn't think to use the tip horse, the 5, but I'll take my chances.
So 9-2, Solfero, and based off, yes, his 2 dirt starts, you would think that price should be a lot lower. Let's go to Big for more.
Faro as well. I think his dirt races are good, and from a physical perspective, he was a standout in the paddock and continued to impress me warming up on the racetrack. I think he makes a lot of sense from the rail. The horse that really elevated in the warm-up and ultimately will be my top selection is the 6 Jester's Song, cleverly named son of McLean's Music. I really like the way he kind of pumped up when he hit the racetrack, loved his warm-up, and he won me over in the warm-up. So 6 will be my top selection, but full disclosure, guys, I'm going to box a 1-6 exacta.
All right, Mig, best of luck to you coming up.
All right.
We have a minute to post here. Yeah, you know, I initially looked at this pick 5, started earlier back in race 3, and I saw 8-5 on Jester's Song. And going through it, I thought a very beatable 8-5 favorite. I do like the way he's warmed up on the racetrack, though.
Yeah, I mean, I have no problem with him. I just don't think he's particularly great at the price he is right now. That's all.
Well, this one here is the story of the race right now. 1 start, it came on turf at Saratoga. He was 16-1. Now dirt debut, start number 2, and he's opened up as the favorite. He has remained the favorite throughout, and part of that, it's got to be word from the workouts. Bullet Drill, Saratoga training track, his most recent September 8th, and back on August 7th out of the gate, quickest to 29 in the morning, 1 minute and 2/5.
But let me say, looking at the races that the 1, the 4, and the 6 have run, I think it's reasonable to say that you probably need to run at least an 80 buyer or so to win this race. Okay, he's worked well, and that's all fine, and he may well win this race to 5, but he's 6-5. I mean, you're taking so much the worst of it, because he's sort of a story horse, and he's an interesting wise guy type horse, but he's not running against a field of bums. He's running against some horses that can, I mean, even the 2 who we were talking about, Nick Zito's runner. I mean, he's off a long layoff. His first race was okay.
I agree with you.
New Gelding, he's 17-1. He's not I'm not saying he's a likely winner, but he's not a ridiculous horse.
Compromise beginning, and he ran okay sprinting. Probably doesn't want to go long, which he did the second time out. So back to what he showed promise at. Now 18-1. Certainly a horse, you know, maybe if not to win, to fill out your exotics, right?
Well, I mean, just not a horse that, it's not like if Atlantic Dancer runs first or second, we're going to sit here and say, boy, I don't know where that horse came with that race. The horse that showed some ability. I understand, you know, the barn struggled, but doesn't mean this horse hasn't have a chance to win. New Gelding, Lasix for the first time.
Dam dropped King Guillermo. Ran in the Kentucky Derby.
Did he win the Clark or not? He ran in the Clark. I can't remember. It was a couple years ago, right? Either he had the lead and he stopped, or he, finished 4th. I don't know. It's so hard. so many names and horses floating around out there. I think the race is made more interesting because of all the money that Lupo's Legacy is taking, right?
He might be that good. And look, he ran a 69 buyer on the turf, and if dirt is his preferred surface, you said what, an 80 buyer is probably going to win here?
Yeah.
Low 80s? You can see him moving forward to that.
Oh, no, he's... Listen,
but do you want to take 7 to 5?
Right, it's all about price. It's like anything. You know, we talked about the race before it. We thought Roos was the more likely winner, but his being 2-1 versus Shutters paying 8 and change, maybe Shutters was a better bet because you're at least getting a significantly better price. It's all a question of value, and it's up to a player to decide what he or she thinks is value. There's, you know, yeah, if you have an incredible computer program, you might be able to come close to figuring out horses' chances to win. The average player has to ask themselves what they think a fair price is. What are they willing to accept?
Jeremiah Engelhardt with Lupo's Legacy. He had a good one at Saratoga. Maple Leaf Mel turned some heads. We'll see if Lupo's Legacy can take to the dirt Flavian Pratt on board from, well, post 4, but the 5 runner with Pratt going to step in next. 6 to 5 favorite. There he is. Start of the pick 6. Opening day, Belmont at the Big A on FS2. Let's go to John Imbrial.
Waiting now for Jester's Song and Stealth 34. Set for the start. And they're off. Hesitant beginning for number 2, Atlantic Dancer, and he trails. Going out for the lead, Lupo's Legacy, joined on the inside by Actualize and on the outside by Jester's Song. So it's 3 of them right up front in the early going, and the front 3 have opened up 5 or 6 lengths on Stealth 34, who runs in 4th. Sewell Farrow next in 5th. Farther back, Atlantic Dancer is the trailer. Actualize is the leader here by 3/4 of a length. Lupo's Legacy second by a half length. Jester's Song is on the outside in 3rd. The quarter went in 23 seconds midway on the turn. It is Actualize in between horses, Lupo's Legacy, and on the outside is Jester's Song. 3 of them stacked across the track. And then it's Sewell Farrow who's racing in 4th. And on the outside it is Stealth 34, the half mile in 47 seconds. And the field is in the stretch. On the outside it is Jester's Song, who has a narrow lead, and then Lupo's Legacy. Actualize is back running in 3rd as they head for the 16th pole. It is Jester's Song who has the lead. Jester's Song in front as they come on for the finish. And it will be Jester's Song to take it, photo for second, between Lupo's Legacy and the late closing Atlantic Dancer.
Jester's Song, one of the more experienced runners in the field, 5th time out, breaks his maiden.
And if you're going to be involved in a 3-horse speed duel, being the one on the outside is frequently the advantage, and that's what worked out here. But the reality is the race never really fell apart. A nice late run from Atlantic Dancer, just missed second after braking slowly. The other's really not a factor in here. The one, Sewell Farrow, probably not a great move staying right on the inside based on what we've seen in a couple of dirt races, but he didn't have any real kick.
2-1, second choice for Jester's Song for the Bond Barn Dragon Slayer stable. And Luis says, well, let's go back to the start.
You'll see the 2 will just break slowly. I did stumble actually and lose footing. I'll tell you something. If the 2 doesn't stumble at the start, Greg, considering how much ground she made up, considering the way the race was run, I don't think it's outrageous to think he might have upset this field at 22-1.
Yeah. Winds up 3rd in the end.
Because, I mean, would he have been best? No, he would have taken advantage of a pace that collapsed. But he was unlucky as it was, stumbling.
6-5-2-4.
And the Wise Guy horse was second best.
But got caught up
in
a pace
between
duel.
horses. Tough spot to be in. But was he better than Jester's Song? I don't think so.
Picture time for Dragon Slayer stable. The James Bond Barn, Luis Saez, maiden breaker, 2-1 to start off the pick 6 here on our first day of the meet here at Belmont at the Big A. We're going to take a timeout. When we return, the story of Maddie Ulver, who took an aggressive approach before her college career had even ended, and now looking to get into the game as a rider who we'll be seeing soon on the racetrack near you.
DeMarchelier offers breeders a rare opportunity as the only son of Dubawi standing in Kentucky. Dubawi, one of the world's most celebrated stallions, is now a sire of sires. His top sons at stud are making a name for themselves across the globe. With a picture-perfect pedigree, this son of Dubawi brings one of the world's most potent bloodlines to America. DeMarchelier, standing at Claiborne Farm.
If you're looking into racing partnerships, you should know they're not all the same. When you partner with Bond Racing Stables, you become a member of a growing family of racing enthusiasts, all guided by 3 generations of experience in thoroughbred breeding, training, and racing. Share in the excitement at Saratoga and Belmont Park, where we've graced the winner's circle with winners like Giacosa, who was bred, born, and raised here at our Song Hill Farm. Get more than just a partnership. Become a member of the Bond Racing family. 3 generations of thoroughbred excellence.
Stay fabulous. Resorts World.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program. When shopping for your next race prospect, consider that New York Reds start with an advantage. Our New York Reds run for serious green. At Saratoga Race Meet, New York bred maidens run for up to $88,000. New York bred allowance horses run for up to $100,000. And New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race. So get back with the program. Seriously.
Back on America's Day at the Races on FS2, live coverage of Belmont at the Big A opening day. Our coverage brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Our behind-the-scenes crew, hats off, they told us who was going to win this race. We showed the James Bond feature, and they respond with a win here. Jester's Song, Luis Saez aboard for the victory. Let's head downstairs to Mig.
Yeah, I think that's always something you got to factor in. We weren't a feature on anybody. They seem to have some success here with Kevin Bond, recently wed to Grace. That was just September 2nd.
Yes, yep, just before Labor Day up in Saratoga at Saratoga National.
So you weren't going to wait to the end of the meet. You wanted to do it during the meeting.
No, we wanted to do it during the meeting, yeah.
Well, Jester's Song was very good today. You had some concerns, maybe him chasing 3 wide, but it seemed to work out well.
Yeah, he's got a lot of class, and he's got some experience now. And like I said, he just, Louis did right by him, put him in the position, and he just kept going. I'm very, very proud of him.
Kevin, what's it been like for you growing up in a racing family, growing up with horses? I mean, how satisfying is it to have this team effort?
It's amazing. It's everything when you share it with your family. My brother's a great horseman. Him and I are always bouncing ideas off each other. And like I said, and then we go to Pops for the final say sometimes on things. And like I said, we're a great team.
So you guys bounce ideas off each other, not like me and my brothers bouncing other things off each other.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Now, I understand you have a rocking horse at home named Murdy.
Yes, yeah, I do. Yep, he was a gift when I was a little boy, and he's got a special place in our basement up there at my parents' house.
Is there any thought ever about being a jockey?
No, I was kind of hefty as a young boy, so there was no shot.
Well, congratulations, you're well done, and Family Affair continues to have success.
Thank you, buddy.
Yeah, good for the Bond Barn. A win for the 007 operation, and a maiden score for Jester's Song. Was warming up nice on track, and sometimes it takes a little while. It just added blinkers last start, and now start number 5 breaks through.
Gets it done. Good outside position. Good ride by Luis Saez. And nice to see Kevin in the winner's circle, as he and Ryan as big a part of the team as their parents.
Yeah, congratulations on the newlywed. Race 6. Start of the late pick 5. It's going to begin on the turf at a mile and a 16th. New York Reds. Maiden special weight. 8 to 5 on Smoky Eyes for the Christophe Clement barn. Flavian Pratt will ride. Could be another rider in the mix for this barn in the very near future. Finding a job out in the real world after college could be a very daunting proposition. Maybe that's why Maddie Ulver didn't wait until graduation to start her search. Ulver took an aggressive approach, reaching out to one of the most successful barns in the country, and it has completely changed her path going forward.
Now you've been working for a while now with Christophe Clement, his son Miguel.
Yes.
When and how did you hook up with them?
I was still in college at the time, and I was looking at a stakes race, and I saw this name Clement, and I said, oh, that's French. And so I looked them up. They have a website, and I sent them an email with my resume, and I said, I'm looking for a job to ride racehorses after I graduate college. If you have a place, would you be willing to give me an opportunity, give me a chance? And they were so wonderful, immediately reached back out to me, had me come out to Florida to do like a week trial while I was still in school, and then offered me a job when I graduated.
She's very knowledgeable, but she's willing to learn. She's open-minded, and I think that's a great attribute. From day one, she's been an exemplary employee. She works hard, she's dedicated, but I think she's a talented rider. She quickly developed to our main work rider here in Saratoga, and she's guided many good horses so far in the mornings, so it's just a question whether or not she can do it in the afternoon.
What was the turning point for you when you said, you know, I not only want to exercise horses, I want to be a jockey?
I was in the process of pursuing my license in France when unfortunately COVID shut everything down. There's been some friends that I've had here and some other riders that have truly changed my life, and the Clements as well, with the mentorship and the encouragement that they've given me, the non-stop encouragement from the moment I said, hey, I would like to do this. It's been really special, and I'm very grateful.
There are several protocols that an apprentice rider has to go through just to get the opportunity to ride in the afternoon.
The exercise rider has to prove to us that they can stay on the horse and break from the gate. So they would need clearance from the outrider, the starting gate, and they're also going to need 3 reference letters, and they must have been galloping horses for at least 3 years to be eligible to apply for a jockey license.
So just to get the opportunity to compete in the afternoon takes an incredible amount of hard work.
I want to be as strong as I absolutely can. I run every other day, and then I go to the gym every other day, but also every day I do 100 push-ups. I'm getting to a 4-minute plank. I'm only at 3 right now. 4-minute wall sit, and just little things like that. But the end goal is to be really strong in that finishing drive, which is something especially that people tend to be really hard on girls for. I don't want people to say, oh wow, she's a strong rider for a girl. I want people to say, she's a strong rider. I try to use the people that have a lot of knowledge, such as yourself, other jockeys. Miguel has watched race replays with me and to just show me what is a good ride versus a bad ride, or what makes a win versus what makes a loss. I've learned how to read PPs. I mean, I watch racing, and I just try to talk to as many people and get as much information as possible, because there's so many people that are so willing to offer information. I feel that I've been working hard, and I feel really good about the work that I've put into it, so I'm just happy to be where I'm at.
Positive attitude for Maddie Ulver in that riding career. Going to start for her very soon. Mig, of course, part of that piece, had a chance to sit down with her. And Mig, how'd you come away from that interview with Maddie? What impressed you about her?
Just how passionate she is, how bad she wants it, how hard she's willing to work for it. I admire that in young people, when they have a vision and work towards it and work for it, and are so open to learning and getting the right information. She does have a very positive attitude, and I know that she got all her okays as far as from the starter, from the outriders, everybody involved. So she's pretty much good to go, and it won't be long, I'm sure, before we see her name in the entries, which is such an exciting time in a young rider's life. And for your guys' information, I was supposed to ride my first races at Finger Lakes, went up there, broke a horse out of the gate, and did not get my okay. Started riding a month later at Belmont Park, so I guess things worked out okay, but there is a whole process, and it's not always easy.
Well, we're looking forward to seeing Maddie Olver's progress and getting the chance at that first mount coming up soon. Good for her, and we'll be following her story as it evolves. We're going to get into the late pick 5 here coming up. Mile and a 16th again on the turf. It is the Clement Barn. They have a little more seasoned rider on board here in Flavian Pratt, one of the best in the business. And Pratt was aboard for the debut, went off as the favorite at Saratoga, wound up second in that first start.
Yeah, I think they're betting the wrong Clement horse in this race. I much prefer the other Clement, Orange Freeze. For my money, they come out of similar races where Smoky Ice, I thought, got a very good trip and just hung down the stretch and didn't get it done. How strong that race was is yet to be seen. Orange Freeze, on the other hand, was well back behind a slow pace that was one wire to wire. This horse was on the rail for part of the race, but not the whole race. The rail was strong, and I thought Orange Freeze is the one I want going forward. And I'm shocked that horse is that much bigger price than the 7.
9-5, 8-1. It's very surprising on Orange Freeze, especially with Rosario in.
I agree. I mean, Rosario is usually the go-to guy for the barn. Now, Pratt rode Smokin' Eyes first time. Rosario rode the 8s. That's why he's riding them, but I don't know. I much prefer the 8. I think the 7 is a trap.
Well, we got Churchill Downs coming up in just a couple of hours. Take a look at what's ahead on the Saturday stakes schedule under the Twin Spires. Iroquois Grade 3, Pocahontas for 2-year-old fillies. And we'll see Damon's Mound back in action after Michelle Lovell in her first ever starter at Saratoga was able to beat Gulfport for Steve Asmussen with Damon's Mound. He was impressive that day.
I agree. I think Damon's Mound's a really nice horse. The real question really it's true for all of these horses at this point, is which one of these horses is going to get better with distance. Damon's Mound's run very, very well. We'll see if he continues to show that improvement and he's able to be as talented going 2 turns.
This is the Saratoga Special win. And Gulfport's trip compromised a little bit, but I mean, this horse just powered to victory. He's by Gervin. We'll see again how he does handle the 2 turns. Mile of 16th here, start number 3. At least he has the 2 sprint foundation.
And Gervin won the Haskell, so it's not like he was a sprinter, and it's not like this horse can't win, and he's been very, very right. Gulfport had some trouble there, but Gulfport was never beating him. When he was getting in trouble, this horse was blowing by him.
And he was a much bigger, more physical-looking horse, too, when they stepped into the paddock.
It was one of my favorite moments in Saratoga was the interview that Michelle Lovell did with, I think it was Acacia or it was Maggie. It was one of the two, I'm not sure. And she just had so much confidence. It was her first starter ever in Saratoga. It was in a stake race. She was the second choice to a Steve Asmussen. You know, the horse was coming off a double-digit win at Churchill in a stake. And she just sounded so confident. And she was right to be confident. And that was really a great moment in the meet.
And now, on Saturday, I should say, she's going to have to face another Steve Asmussen runner who arguably was more impressive than Gulfport has been yet in his career in his debut. Echo, again, 94 buyer in his debut, but he has just that 1 race under his belt.
Right. He doesn't have the big stake win that Forte has coming back. He doesn't have some of the other stake wins like Damon's Mound does. But other than those Baffert monsters out in California, he's got the best debut figures and the kind of figure we've seen. As a gun runner, you would think he'll have no problem stretching out. As a gun runner, you would think he probably could work the comedy routine or do anything, because those gun runners, we even saw him win at Kentucky Downs. He is an incredible sire, and distance is not supposed to be a problem, but you never know until you see it.
That is coming up on Saturday. Iroquois, race 9 on that card. Meanwhile, late pick 5 begins here. And we talked about the 2 Clement fillies, Smoky Eyes, Orange Freeze, the 7 and 8. That is a huge disparity between those two. I would expect it's going to get a lot closer.
Well, there's a big gap in the double prices, so I'm not sure how much closer it's going to get. You know, we'll see.
Meanwhile, Linda Rice, collaboration. Decent race. First time out. There's the bigger price of the 2 Clements, that 8 Orange Freeze.
The one that I want out of that race is the number 4, Sweetest Princess, because she hopped at the start and just completely blew the brake that day. And while she didn't have a particularly tough trip after that, I just think she lost all chance first time out, as you'll see. So she would be the one that I would want to take out of that race. I picked her. I was between the 4 and 8, but you see that start. I mean, she got 3-4 lengths slow in there. So I don't think she ran any worse than any of the horses coming out of that race. Had I known that the 8 was going to be this big a price, I might have picked her on top. I'm sort of between those two. They're the 2 I like and the ones I'm going to use in multi-races going forward.
Let's see the finish that collaboration Sweetest Princess and Orange Freeze were able to put forth.
Well, the other thing is, like, let's talk about Smoky Eyes. This is a 5-2 first-time starter, Christophe Clement, who is probably as good a trainer with first-time starters in turf routes and turf in general as any trainer in the game. And he got second sort of by default, right? Kind of picking up the pieces. Now, you want to say Dave Dock's horse was a better horse? Okay. But I don't think she's a superstar, and I feel like that horse was ready to win first time out. She doesn't mean she can't win, doesn't mean she can't move forward. But I think at that price, I prefer to bet other horses.
Two, you think about, and you never know who's going to improve and take that leap from that first to the second start, because you're going to see a lot of improvement usually. But trusting barns that are known to do that in these types of races, and you think of that, Christophe Clement, obviously, it's going to be one of the first barns that comes to your mind.
Yeah, you know, I guess my point with the two horses is Smoky Eyes had a good trip. Whereas Orange Freeze was facing a Bill Mott horse that was allowed to absolutely crawl on the front end at a time when the rails were down, and that trip was almost unbeatable. So while Smoky Eyes had a very good trip, Orange Freeze was compromised by the way the race was run and the way the track was playing. And to get a better price, I mean, from a buyer speed figure standpoint, they ran almost identical numbers. So I'm not exactly sure what makes Smoky Eyes so much better, because she finished second, this one was third, beaten 6 lengths. You can't look at just where they finished to determine it. That's why we look at speed figures, and that's why we look at trips. There's no doubt this horse was compromised by her trip, and I think she of the two is the one more likely to move forward her second start. And I'm betting on it.
Well, this was Orange Freeze, widest of all at this point. She will get up for third, and there's no obviously getting to that winner recognized. Very impressive in that performance. Smoky Eyes, we don't know. Still, one start, who's to say? But maybe one who could be a little more tactically involved early on.
Yeah, maybe. You know, maybe Orange Freeze will be. Maybe she'll have more speed second time. I mean, I hear you. I'm not wildly against the 7, Smoky Eyes. I don't like her.
But 9 to 5 is what is more crazy to you? 9 to 5 on Smoky Eyes or 5 to 1 on Orange Freeze?
Well, I think it's a ridiculous gap, because I think at worst they're equally likely to win. So I obviously think the 5 to 1 is the big value there. I think the 4 is the one you want out of the race that Smoky Eyes comes out of. I may end up being wrong. There's an interesting horse as well, and I'll hear what Richie has to say about this horse in the paddock, is Sweet Blush. Because this horse has some pedigree to handle the turf and took money first time out.
Second, it's the 10 for Bill Morey. The second dam was a multiple winner on the grass. Dam produced Grantham, who was second in the Tampa Bay Derby, now on dirt.
It's run well in synthetic as well.
Dylan Davis will be aboard. Sweet Blush, who right now is 11 to 1 on the board. There she is.
Taking some money, really.
Start number 2 in the dirt debut coming up.
Yeah, and I think with a horse like this, or anybody you want to take a shot first time out, first time on the grass, it's not like any of these horses ran that well first time out. They ran okay, and you have to be careful with 2-year-old turf figures going 1 mile and 1/16 at Saratoga, because these horses aren't really ready to run their best races at that, and the paces are usually dawdling. So you see a lot of good horses running 60 to 70 buyers, right, that go on to be 90 type buyers not that long in the future.
For the most part, even unless, look, some horses can tout themselves right off the bat, but a lot of times the first start for a lot of these horses could be a complete throw-out anyway.
And you're asking them to go 1 mile and 1/16. It's a big ask. They think, well, they're more routers than sprinters, so we route on 1 mile 16th. It's still an awfully big ask in July or even early August for a 2-year-old.
Pretty gray right there. Orange Freeze, daughter of Freud. We start off with Queen Pin, first-time starter for Danny Gargan.
It costs a lot of money for Flying P Stables. It's not really a big turf pedigree, though. Surprising to see this one on the turf. Probably not a great sign.
And Dan produced a stakes-winning sprinter on dirt. Franca, Rob Atras, Manny Franco.
And owned by Rob's wife, Brittany. $10,000 for a horse with very little turf pedigree, to say the least.
32 to 1 on the first-time starter. Collaboration in that Lady Jasmine race behind Smoky Eyes in the debut.
Well, in some ways she's the speed of her debut, but was she really fast enough that you think she has to be in front in here? I didn't like her chances.
24-3, 50 to the half.
Right.
Swedish Princess Javier Castellano and George Weaver trains.
This horse lost all chance to start first time out, and I picked her on top, hoping she'd break better today and have a better chance.
Yeah, we showed you that start in the debut. We'll see if things go better here second time out. Burnt again, 23 to 1, Jose Ortiz.
I don't love this horse, but in all fairness, she was 3 wide around the track against the Gold Rail last time.
First time on turf for Maggie, who's been on dirt at Park's first 2 starts.
I just don't think it's right that Maggie's making her first start in New York on the day that Maggie Wolfendale's on vacation.
Seems
It's
a little
very
strange.
disrespectful.
Dan was a 2-time winner on grass, produced a 3-time winner on turf as well. Here is Smoky Eyes for Clement.
I don't know how you take 2 to 1 anybody in this race, to be honest with you. You have so many unknowns. Yet none of these horses ran so well first time out, so I'm going to try to beat this one.
The other Clement, Orange Freeze with Joel Rosario.
I prefer this one a lot over the Clement. I think at a better price, there's a much better gamble. Horse was against the track and ran okay first time.
14 to 1 on a Mike Maker filly. Moving to grass with Luis Saez. That's the 9 we're going to get to in a minute.
Yeah, the thing is, the 9 has much more of a dirt pedigree. Now, she did take money first time. It was 5 to 1 against Good Thing Maple Leaf Mel.
Very good
first time out. And my friend Kirk Wyckoff goes, okay, I'll run on the turf now. Well, she's got to run better than she ran last time, right?
Here's the interesting pedigree play we talked about. Sweet Blush, first time on grass.
Yeah, I just think she's interesting. She's got the pedigree to be able to handle the grass. There's some turf in there, so I'm gonna take a shot and use her.
Amanda's Fall. It didn't run terrible first time stretching out on grass.
No, she didn't run terribly, but she had good position. She just never really had any forward movement. That was bothered me.
And here we go again. 40 to 1 on the outside. Matthew O'Connor, dirt debut. Now comes turf.
If you like this one at 40 to 1, have at it. But there's no pedigree to suggest, and nothing with the first race suggests we're supposed to improve on the turf.
4 minutes away. Start of the late pick 5, our first of this Belmont at the Big A meet here on opening day. Let's go back down to Mig.
Yeah, guys, so just checking out all these horses in the paddock. Briefly, the 9 horse did act up somewhat in the paddock. Reared up and lost Luis Saez. He had a bailout, but he landed on his feet. That's Love My Candy. It looks like she settled down since she hit the racetrack. The 3 Collaboration, I remember being in the paddock when she made her debut, and I thought that she carried a little extra weight, thought she'd be better for a race. She ran extremely well on a very soft pace on the lead and did tire a little bit. She does look like she tucked up a bit more, but maybe a horse, too, that just carries a bit of weight. The 4 Sweetest Princess, I do think she had trouble last time, as Andy alluded to at the start, kind of caused her own problems. And you can see she's a little bit of a high-strung filly, so maybe that's something that she created. But I like what I see from her. I do think she can certainly improve off of that effort. The 7 Smoky Eyes, your favorite, making a nice impression. Certainly a lot to like there, but I thought she looked very fit first time, and I didn't see any big dramatic change in her. The 8 Orange Freeze ultimately is my top selection. I do see a change in this filly from first start to second start. I think she's a lot more aware of what to expect, what's coming, and I think that she is a lot more tuned into the proceedings this time than she was the first time. And the 10 horse, who's a bit of a price, certainly from a physical perspective, should handle turf. I mean, she's got the typical turf foot on her. I like what I'm seeing from the 10 Sweet Blush. Changing surfaces, getting on a different surface for trainer Bill Murray, who does a very good job. He wins a lot of races, almost 20% this year.
All right, Meg, thank you. 2 minutes away. Late pick 5 coming up. And throughout, it's been favoritism on the 7 Smoky Eyes. But I'm with you, Andy. To make anyone this low a price, a little difficult to swallow.
I'm just marveling about the fact that you and I have now been together for 3 hours in the set, and I'm still having a good time.
It's amazing. We go to Saratoga, and I go weeks without seeing you.
I know. It's so funny. One of the nice things for a lot of us at NYRA at Aqueduct is we see people. For instance, where we're located, the TV crew, the behind-the-scenes people, we work in the same office with them. It's nice to see some of the people you work with occasionally at Belmont. They're like in another county, literally another county from where we are. So it's nice to get to see some of your coworkers, or most of your coworkers.
1894, as we showed you in that piece, in the history of Aqueduct, so much of it here at this racetrack in South Ozone Park. And if you just tuned in and you're like, what are they doing at Aqueduct? It's supposed to be at Belmont. We are running Belmont at the Big A, constructing that infield tunnel in Elmont, New York. And as a result of that construction being done, here we are at the Big A, but expected to be back at Belmont in the spring.
Yes, we will be back at Belmont in the spring. We'll see how things go forward, but it's obviously a bit of an inconvenience for some of the outlets, but you're trying to make Belmont better. I thought David Donk, there were some quotes from him in a story, and he, as usual, hit the nail on the head, saying, it's not the world's biggest inconvenience. We're trying to make Belmont better and get ready for the future, and you can't just there's too much static in racing, and we are going to make Belmont better, and we've got a Belmont, we've got a racetrack which we all love, but it's a dinosaur. It's empty. We get 10,000 people there and it feels like it's empty. We need to move forward in the future and hold a Breeders' Cup there, which is the right thing to do for racing fans in New York, as well as the horsemen and the owners that are in New York.
That was a brief look at Belmont.
Big dirt pile there, so I hear.
Lots of it. But yeah, making tremendous changes to move Belmont forward and modernize that facility.
Yeah,
it's going to be great.
Much as we love Aqueduct, and I love Aqueduct. It's the track. It's the first track I came to at NYRA outside of Saratoga when I was a kid. You're running 2 racetracks that close to each other. It's not exactly making economic sense. You know, if and when Aqueduct closes, I will cry that day, but I'll understand why. And we have to move forward, and I think the changes at Belmont will be great as we go forward in making it. You have all that space in the infield. Make use of it. We lost a lot of space in the backyard because of the arena. Okay, there are other options.
But to the credit of what's been done there, that backyard looks beautiful now.
Oh yeah, it looks great over there, and everything that Glenn and the people in that department do, it's good. And I appreciate that we're forward thinking. You know, the last thing you want to do is just keep doing the same thing. And you know what the statement in racing is. Well, that's the way we've always done it.
Yeah, never want to hear that.
Right.
Real quick, we have the pick 5 here coming up. Did you see in this sequence somewhere to narrow things down?
Well, I think the biggest single would be the number 5 horse in the 9th race, Truancy, for
Barclay Tag.
Wouldn't that be the biggest favorite? Probably lean on the 3 and 6, though I prefer the 3 major spin in the 8th race. Scratch down. The next race is wide open, and the last race, you and I were talking a bit about it off camera. I mean, I picked a crazy horse in there. The 6 Island Man will be a big price because there's nothing particularly more appealing about horses that are going to be a fraction of his price. So why not take a slight shot? But it's not a very formful race.
Good luck to everybody getting involved in the late pick 5. It begins here first of this meet on opening day. Belmont at the Big A, 8-5 favorite. Wow, it's come down even further. Smoky Eyes, the 7, one of 2 in the race for Christophe Clement. He has the 8 Orange Freeze as well at 5-1. You prefer the 8, especially at that price. You being Andy Serling.
Richie picked the 8 on top. I picked the 4 on top. I like the 4 and 8.
But of the 2 Clements, you prefer the 8?
Oh, I prefer the 8 a great deal, and I think is a much better price. It's just a great value bet.
We talked about the 10 a little bit with that pedigree. Sweet Blush getting on turf for the first time, down to 8-1 as Joel Rosario moves in line on Orange Freeze. The 8 for Clement. We are set for the late pick 5. It is 9-5 favoritism on the 7. With Flavian Pratt, Smoky Eyes, inexperienced young 2-year-olds here. Fillies, who will step up to start our late pick 5 on opening day of the meet. Let's go to John Embrial.
Number 10, Sweet Blush, went into the gate riderless. Dylan Davis now getting back aboard. Waiting for Maggie. Amanda's Folly. And here we go again. We are set for the start of race 6. And they're off. From mid-pack, Smoky Eyes away well. To her outside is Orange Freeze, but it is Smoky Eyes who has the lead. And now gaining ground on the extreme outside is Here We Go Again. Here We Go Again has gone on with it to take the lead. And Amanda's Folly has now moved into second, with Love My Candy next in third. And down on the inside is Smoky Eyes, a close-up fourth. Then comes Orange Freeze, who's racing in fifth. Sweetest Princess is next in sixth. And then on the outside is Sweet Blush in seventh position, followed by Burnt Again. In between horses and moving up is Collaboration. Far outside is Maggie. And then we come back to Queen Pin, and Franca is the trailer in 12th. The quarter in 23 seconds. They're moving up the backstretch, and it is Big Long Shot. Here We Go Again, who leads here by 2 lengths. Amanda's Folly, along with Love My Candy. They're right together, second and third. Sweetest Princess on the outside in fourth. Smoky Eyes, the favorite, down at the rail and next in fifth. Collaboration is now gaining ground down at the rail. The half-mile went in 49 and 3. Here We Go Again leads Amanda's Folly around the far turn. Here We Go Again by a length. Amanda's Folly next in second. Smoky Eyes sitting behind the front runners. To her outside is Love My Candy, Collaboration, and Sweetest Princess, followed by Sweet Blush and Maggie. They come into the stretch now. And here comes Smoky Eyes up to grab the lead now. Smoky Eyes is in front. Collaboration, the gray on the outside. Smoky Eyes and Collaboration. They are 1-2. Coming down to the finish, Collaboration and Smoky Eyes. Collaboration got it. Collaboration with the maiden victory on opening day of Belmont at the Big A.
Collaboration, Arad Ortiz Jr., Linda Rice, second time out, and in a very different position from that debut.
Yeah, both horses worked out very good trips, though, and as you say, didn't show that speed first time, made that last move, and able to wear down Smoky Eyes, who did run well in here, but probably not the greatest gamble at that price. Collaboration, did she improve? No. She probably ran better than Smoky Eyes the first time and beat her today at a slightly better price. The 8 was a little unlucky here. I'm not saying she would have won. I don't know, she ran third or fourth. I think she ran fourth behind the 4, but she did get steadied out of the backstretch as they were going to the turn, and she lost all chance.
7-2. Linda Rice, Arad Ortiz Jr., second time out winner, Mig.
Yeah, this is a race you're going to have to go back and watch several times to get a real feel for all the trips that went on in here. Certainly the 8 did have trouble, got shuffled back at a critical juncture, as did the 4, Sweetest Princess. She didn't have the greatest trip either, and actually had a steady pretty hard when Collaboration swung out abruptly into the stretch. But Collaboration, a little bit of different tactics today from off the pace, and she did tuck up a bit from her first start and got up to run down Smoky Eyes. But again, this is a race, I think, a trip handicapper's dream. Andy, I think you'll like digging into this one.
Coming off that riding title at Saratoga, fourth of his career, Arad Ortiz Jr. with the win here for the Rice Barn, and a daughter of English Channel, been so good with his grass runners.
And they get better with age, you know, better with age and distance, and nice to see him still leaving that mark. Such a good horse that ran for a long, long time.
3-7, 4-8, and an upset to start off our late Pig 5. And again, it just seemed like, look, Smoky Eyes ran a decent race, but at 8-5 was just getting over bet.
Yeah, no, right. She did run a winning race in here. She got a very good ride and trip here, as did the winner. Others were a little bit unlucky, whether or not, and I think Richie and I both feel like the 4 and 8 could have been much closer, but it was a fairly substantial margin. So it's far from clear that they were the better horses. They may have run third and fourth just a little bit closer if they had much trouble. It's so hard to know, and it's so hard to judge how much trouble mattered. But it was trouble, significant trouble, especially with the 8, I thought, at a very key juncture in the race.
So 7-2 on your winner, Collaboration. Second time out win in the Silks of Barry Schwartz for Linda Rice. For the Arad Ortiz Jr. National Rider of the Week. We're going to take a timeout. Prices, we'll set up the pick 4 when we come back.
The best.
Welcome to those just joining us on America's Day at the Races on Bally Sports SoCal and San Diego. Those already with us on FS2. It's opening day of Belmont at the Big A. Belmont Park, construction of that infield tunnel. So here we are in South Ozone Park, New York for this Belmont at the Big A meet. Greg Wolf alongside Andy Sterling, New York Racing Association handicapper. We had an incredible start to this meet. First two races, we had two steeplechase races and two of the biggest upsets probably that we've seen all year.
Yeah, I mean, the defeat of Snap Decision, who's been just an incredible jumper coming from Saratoga, that big win, losing to a horse that hadn't run in over a year, who just blew him off the racetrack at 40-1. The Mean Queen, she was coming off a layoff, but she had been terrific. The only race she had lost over the jumps was when she left the course with a 6-length lead in the stretch. She was beaten by about that much. Exciting races, but two big favorites going down to defeat.
Yeah, and those multiple Grade 1 winners, both of them expected to duel again in the Grand National on October 15th at Far Hills, New Jersey. We're underway in our late pick 5 here on opening day of this meet. 6th at Belmont, mile 16th on the grass goes to Collaboration. Several had faced each other coming out of this race, and Collaboration the best for Linda Rice, second time out at 7-2 with Irad Ortiz Jr.
Yeah, this is a terrific ride by Irad, not getting that forward position, changing up the running style, saving ground, angling out the stretch. I mean, these are the kind of rides that win turf races. Listen, Flavien Prat did nothing wrong. He gave exactly the same kind of good ride to the 7. The 7 really wasn't better than Collaboration last time, even though she nipped her at the wire because Collaboration probably did a little more work up front. They were close in their first start. They were close in their second start. Third and fourth horses, both a bit unlucky, but they also finished a good 5 lengths behind these two. And as much as I like them and would like to make an excuse, they probably would have been third and fourth without the trouble, just a little bit closer.
First win of the meet for our National Rider of the Week, Irad Ortiz Jr., just dominant in his time at Kentucky Downs and Colonial Downs. And gets a win here.
He owns Colonial. He rode there like 2-3 days. He's probably leading rider.
It's incredible.
He's a good rider.
Won with 12 of his 34 mounts, by the way. 6 stakes at those two tracks over the last week.
He's pretty good.
Race 7. Up next, we're on the outer turf, 6 furlongs in this first allowance condition. Intriguing race here coming up. Several you can make a case for in here. Where did you wind up?
I wound up with Join the Dots, who I'm not overly confident with. I'm hoping she handles the cutback. Sugar McGay has very good numbers turning back from routes to sprints in the turf, where he's 7 for 28 with a 239 ROI over the last 5 years, 28%. Those are big numbers for a tough thing to do. And she had absolutely no chance in the super wide trip in her one turf race. But Mrs. Green has to be considered the horse to beat to give Linda Rice a double. And Linda's a trainer coming off a very good Saratoga meeting.
Yeah, I would agree with you. I thought Tuscan Queen
She
really
can certainly win.
well.
Great ride from Jose last time. I was going to use 1, 3, 4, 8 to start my pick 4.
Belmont at the Big A. Some of the big moments coming up. Turf Triple Series for the boys and girls coming up on Saturday. That will be fun. The Woodward and Champaign, October 1st. For Zet for 2-year-old fillies, October 2nd. And Big Apple Showcase Day at the end of October.
There's Yabir, and Yabir is now mowing him down. Yabir in a last-to-first move. In an instant, Yabir with an 8 to go is sprinted 2 lengths clear. Soldier Rising is chasing that move. Slick back, not today, Bolshoi Ballet. Yabir from last to first will win the Jockey Club Derby and is in the Breeders' Cup.
Well, this was where we kind of got our first look at how incredible Yabir could be. Of course, would go on to win the Breeders' Cup Turf in his next start.
Yeah, I mean, he inhaled that field in about 3 strides. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to come for the Sword Dancer as they had hoped to be able to do with him, and he was victimized by a slow pace when he ran our Man of War, but can't take that Breeders' Cup Turf win away from him.
Trained by Charlie Appleby, who had just a sensational kind of big coming out party last year with all those runners he brought over to the U.S. And it has continued this year. We're going to see Nation's Pride for him in the Caesars Jockey Club Derby Invitational. Look at all those wins at the highest level.
Modern Games will be running in the Woodbine Mile on Saturday. And Charlie's got a 2-year-old and maybe each in the Talma and the Summer as well. He's always ready.
Someone I would think the rest of the trainers here are not happy to see him coming over.
No, they hate him. Can you blame him?
With good reason. Nation's pride for Charlie Appleby. Winner of the Saratoga Derby Invitational is going to try and take 2/3 of this Caesars Triple.
And he should have won. He should be going for a sweep. No disrespect to Classic Causeway, but Nation's Pride ran the best race that day, and he kind of proved it when he was able to easily beat Classic Causeway when he didn't get left in the gate, and he got a comparable trip to Classic Causeway in the Saratoga Derby. So he is the right favorite in here. His 1.5 mile race in a bog in Epsom ran poorly. Hard to believe was the distance, but distance is a question for both he and Classic Causeway. Whereas it's not a question for the horse coming from Germany and the far outside. He should have no problem with the distance, and I think that gives him a chance to upset these two. But if one of them handles the distance, they're the horses to beat, and I prefer Nation's Pride. But I think you have to agree, Craig. Classic Causeway has really been an overachiever on the turf. I think Ken McPeak has some unrealistic expectations, suggesting that after this race, he could bring him over to the Champions Day at Ascot if he's thinking of doing that.
He's defied odds to this point.
No, he's been right about it, but that would be ridiculous.
As for Nation's Pride, Grade 1 win, that Saratoga Derby Invitational, and we talked about it earlier with a different audience, but it was William Buick taking over Frankie Dettori, being intentional, saying he had to get this horse positioned early.
Well, that's why he lost the Belmont Derby. He didn't get out of the gate, and the inside was good with the rails coming down, and he was wide around for much of the race, and he ran the better race. Takes nothing away from Classic Causeway upsetting the race, but he ran better, and he proved it in the Saratoga Derby. But both these horses have to do 1.5 miles, and maybe Classic Causeway's speed will be a bigger advantage to him at 1.5 miles. The longer they go, speed can be more dangerous.
So you see, look, Nation's Pride,
look where he is.
Right out of the gate, compromised.
The race was over at this point. He's last. When you're last and the winner wires the field, that's not good.
And
then you're wide going the first turn.
He's only beat 3/4 of a length.
No, he was best that day. It really wasn't close, to be honest with you. I think that Dettori did as good a job as he could after the break, but what are you going to do with the rails coming down? Saving ground was such an advantage on the courses this day. He ran very well to be second. I would argue he probably ran a better race losing than he did winning. How's that?
May have.
You know?
He overcame a lot to barely get beat and chase.
Look where he is
almost
now.
chased down Lone Speed.
Yeah.
So close to what would have been lining him up for a sweep of this Turf Triple Series. That was a monster effort.
Really
he's the horse to beat going in, no question, with the form he's shown in these two races.
No, but I want to say Aardvark. What is the name of the horse on the outside?
Close.
You're going to say it now. You're going to say it on the show.
Please don't do that to me.
Be very careful. Of course, I have it right
but
here.
Look,
I like Artican. I picked him.
He's proven at the distance against those horses.
Well, Rebel's Romance, who won last time, is a 4-year-old. And you might remember this about Rebel's Romance. He won the UAE Derby, and I believe he was at Belmont training for the Belmont Stakes, and he got hurt or something happened. This was 2 years ago. He had not run on the turf until his 4-year-old year, and he's won all 3 starts. And he's actually a pretty good Godolphin over horse. So I understand that you're running those races in Germany. You're not necessarily running against the same caliber horse in the top races in England or in France. But he lost to a horse who's pretty good for Godolphin. I won't be surprised. And I think the distance could be the factor that helps him get it done.
All right, that is coming up on Saturday. That will be race 10 on the program. 1.5 miles on the turf, final leg of that Caesars Triple Series Jockey Club Derby Invitational. We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back, get into the late pick 4 on opening day at Belmont at the Big A right after this.
Irish Hill and Duchess View Stallions, proudly standing the ultra-fast, multiple stakes-winning son of Uncle Mo, King for a Day, the only horse to defeat 2019 3-year-old champion Maximum Security.
Well, King for a Day was basically a clone of Uncle Mo. I mean, good speed, the ability to carry it over distance of ground, real professional horse and a really cool horse to train.
Sire maker extraordinaire Uncle Mo, represented in New York by King for a Day. Visit ihdvstallions.com to book your mare today.
We take pride in what we do.
For me, it's more of a passion than actual work. I'm an assistant trainer.
Carpenter.
I'm a peace officer.
I'm a jockey.
I'm a gardener.
I'm a groom.
Clocker.
Assistant starter.
Trainer.
ESL teacher.
I love what I do.
There's so many jobs that come together every day. It's a collective effort that really makes this ball go round.
We are New York Racing.
I couldn't imagine working anywhere else.
For me, riding horses in the morning is the best thing I can do.
New York Racing helps support my small business.
It's extremely important to the New York economy.
Like my dream come true.
This is like a big family.
We are New York Horse Racing.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back on our live coverage of Belmont at the Big A on FS2, Regional Network down in Southern California. Good to have you with us. Our program brought to you in part by legendary Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. We have the late pick 4 coming up next. 6 furlong sprint over the outer turf. First level allowance race. Several to make a case for in this group, including your 5-2 favorite, Mrs. Green, right at her morning line for Linda Rice. Looking to go back-to-back on this card. She'll have Jose Lezcano aboard. Let's head downstairs to Mig.
Thanks, Greg. This is such a head-scratcher, this race. I really can make a case on paper for a lot of these runners, but I'll talk about horses from a physical perspective. And the 2-horse Silky Blue is a horse that I'm just, sweet on. I've always loved this filly, just a beautiful filly. Got that silver streak through her tail that always catches my eye. I don't know that 6 furlongs is her best go. She seems a little bit better about 7 furlongs, but she really makes a nice impression here in the paddock. 3 Mrs. Green. Every time I see her, it looks like to me she takes a step forward, and I think her last race obviously was her best yet. Maybe they found the tactics that suit her best, and she should sit a real nice trip right in behind the pace. 6 Thunder Love, I really like what I'm seeing from her. This is a filly that laid up close in Ireland. Obviously, the pace of the races were different, and they were on synthetic. But I liked her runs in Indiana, and Paula Lobo's having a terrific year. And I do think she'll appreciate 6 furlongs. Won't be quite as sharp as those 5 furlong races she's coming out of. And the 7-horse Seduce, I think she'll love the turn back. She does not have the look of a router at all, even though she's one going long. I think she'll appreciate the turn back. And the paddock check mark is the 10. Get the Candy. Makes a lot of sense. Looks like she could be loose on the lead here as well.
All right, Mig, thanks. We're going to kick things off with Tuscan Queen. I like in this spot, but is going to have to work out a trip.
Yeah, but she got a great ride last. I don't like horses that are coming off great trips and rides last time. The winner of the race won a stake at Kentucky Downs this week, and she's 5-1, so she's a very generous price.
Silky Blue next door, 21-1, and Jose Gomez will ride 4 straight fourth-place finishes.
She is surling off for this race, but I'm sorry. If she couldn't beat that field at Monmouth last time, I don't see how she beats this field today.
Morning line favorite and current favorite. Here she is, Mrs. Green. Jose Lezcano rides.
She ran too well to lose 2 back. 2 horses got a perfect trip and beat her, and she ran sensationally, smashing a field last time out. She's the horse to beat.
Little interesting cutting back here. Join the dots.
Yeah, I picked this one on top. Shug very good numbers cutting back from routes to sprints on turf, and she had an outrageously tough trip with a wide trip last time out, first time on the turf.
Runaway Rocket, Eric Cancel aboard.
She's a nice horse, and Tom Morley's done well with her, but I just think she's not as good as these. She cuts back as well.
I thought the 6 was interesting. 7-1 here, Thunder Love.
You never know with these new faces coming in here. I didn't love the race. She was second last time in a race that totally collapsed, going 5 furlongs. I just thought there were better horses here, but I could see the argument.
Seduce, Kander Carmouche for Grand Motion.
Yeah, I didn't. She's cut another one cutting back in here. I just didn't know if she was good enough. She's a big price if you like her.
Yeah, huge price. Wow. Bill Mott, Hall of Famer with Rod Ortiz Jr., Miss Taparado.
I don't like these turnbacks in general on turf unless the trainer does well with them, and Bill Mott's numbers are mediocre at best. She might be the most talented horse in this race, but is she going to be the most talented horse going 6 furlongs?
Turf debut for this gray, daughter of Frosted, for Brad Cox.
There is enough turf. The second Damn Wonder Woman was a solid turf runner for Joe Allen, but as a Frosted, is she really on the right surface?
And Get the Candy outside. Speed with Luis Saez, you know is going to be forward for Mike Maker.
Yeah, I mean, she beat an inferior field with a pace advantage last time, and she has a pace advantage here. There's no doubt about it. The problem is, if this race had been with the rails at 0, when you get that gold rail, I might have thought about taking a shot with her, clear, ride the gold rail. But I don't think you've got that situation here, and this is a much tougher field than the one she was in last time.
Still think it's going to be loose?
No, she's going to be loose. And I mean, I'm not going to, I don't love her. I picked her 5th. I'm not going to fall out of my chair if she wins, but I'm not going to use her.
I want to remind you, every Saturday at the meet, get signed up. Naira Bets contests. Belmont at the Big Ace Saturday contests. Get involved. $300 buy-in. Cash and seat prizes into the following week's contest. You can register at Naira.com. Oh, they took it away too quick for me.
You are doing such a fabulous job, too, Greg.
That was fast.
That was, I'm telling you right now, I think that's probably Mitch Levitas' fault.
I don't know where to go.
Our director. I don't know how we make it through the shows with him.
And no help.
It's hard enough, for the people that work on the show to do their jobs, and they do a great job, but also to have Mitch there making their jobs tougher. One of the reasons I picked against Mrs. Green, plus it's an interesting number, 2 for 24 off of maiden wins and turf sprints for Linda Rice, suggesting they just don't come back and run as well. Favorites, she's 1 for 6, 86-cent ROI. I look at those stats because, I think one of the hardest things to do is to get horses to come back and win off a maiden win. Much tougher, more hardened horses.
And there was no cinch in this spot anyway.
No, it was a tough spot. I mean, 5-2, I don't think there's a bad price on her, but she's not supposed to be lower. This is a crazy competitive because there's so many unknowns. What if the 8 handles the cutback in turf break? What if the 4 does? The 1 ran well enough, and she's got the experience to do it. So I think there's a lot of possible. Listen, I don't like the 9, but she ran well enough the dirt. If she runs in the turf, I think this is probably more of a prep to get her ready for a dirt race next time, but not impossible that she'll run well. There's a lot of variables in this race. The 6 horse you mentioned, she's kind of a new face to this crew. She's not impossible.
I thought, again, Tuscan Queen, intriguing, is primed to move forward, but it's facing at least a couple multiple winners in this spot. 1 for 10 on the turf, and ran at Saratoga back on August 19th, ran 3rd, beat less than 2 lengths. You mentioned Freedom Speaks. Just won at Kentucky Downs.
One thing I don't love about her, look at her career races. Probably the 4 best races she's run have been her 4 turf sprints at Saratoga. Sometimes I think you make too much of course-for-course things, but I don't. Sometimes I think I make too little of it. And I do think it's interesting that she is a horse that ran her best races up in Saratoga. I don't think it's the 5.5 to 6 as much. Maybe it is. Maybe she likes the courses up there.
Some horses do just thrive in that
environment.
Yeah,
and the other thing is, it's not as though her races here give her no chance to win, but I think she's been better up there. On the other hand, she's 6-1. And by the way, the 3 just went to 6-5. That's absurd. That's ridiculous. She was 5-2.
Yeah, and it's almost forcing you to look elsewhere from a betting standpoint. Let's go down to Mig with more on Tuscan Queen.
She won me over in the post parade. I really like what I'm seeing from Tuscan Queen. She's going to be my top selection. I loved her warm-up. I loved the energy level that she exuded, the way she came back. Because the way they warm up for the 6 furlong races, they head up towards the quarter pole, the far turn, and then they come back. Where she was coming back towards me, I loved the extension on the trot and her energy level. So I landed on the 1 Tuscan Queen. I also think the 6 Thunder Love is going to run well here. I like everything I'm seeing from her, and I just think some of those sharp pace races that she comes out of, I think she's going to get a little bit more comfortable and get to run a little bit more in the bridle today, because I just don't see a tremendous amount of speed signed on here for a turf sprint.
So 5-1, Tuscan Queen. Jose Ortiz will be aboard. Pick 4 starts here. Over 130,000 in that pool. We're going to try and get you again that website for the Saturday contest because it.
Well, it's Naira.com/contest. I do say it on a daily basis on Talking Horses. So, and my memory, which is great for things 20 and 30 years ago, is just awful for things currently.
And that you have until the Friday, 5 Eastern, I believe, to register.
Correct. $300 buy-in. It says seats and prizes, I believe.
3-2 favoritism, Mrs. Green. So you and I both would absolutely be looking elsewhere. But having said that,
she's the horse to beat.
She's the horse to beat.
Like it's the conversation that we continuously have. what price is the right price for a horse. And as I said before, it's going to differ from one person. Obviously, there's people betting her that think 3-2 is a fine price on her. They may be smarter than I am. She may win this race by a couple lengths and make 3-2 look like a giveaway. You and I don't agree. I think the 4 at 9-1 is a better gamble. Richie likes the 1, who just went from 6-1 to 4-1, but she's still a very fair price in here. The racetrack offers us all lots of personal choices. The question is, can we make enough good ones to stay afloat?
And if you can find 1 or 2 at a price, it makes all those wrong decisions okay. Take those swings. Even we talked about Thunder Love, the 6, 9-1 right now, and probably being downgraded. Because of Indiana, you see those last couple of races at Horseshoe Indy. She was in an allowance optional 62 race at Churchill and just missed.
Oh, no, I agree. I thought that race 3-back was probably better. I think the Fig's a little on the high side, to be honest with you. I thought Timeform agrees with it. I don't know.
Churchill race.
Horses, yeah. But, I mean, that's just, I'm splitting hairs. Her last race was a race that collapsed. She was 2-1. But listen, she's a big price if you like her. She's 9-1. She's a bad bet at 3-1, but doesn't mean she's not a good bet at 9-1. They all have a chance to win. Every single one of them has some chance to win. You have to ask yourself, is there a price on the board that interests you enough to bet them? And for me, the 4 at 9-1 is good enough to bet.
Second start on grass for the 4, join the dots, but the first time sprinting. Went a mile on the grass last out. We'll cut back now to a little trouble in that race. Trained by Shug McGahee. Dylan Davis will be aboard the 4, and there she is, about to step in. One first time out that made connections think maybe she had a big career moving forward on dirt. Has not panned out. So now finally making the shift to grass. We're set for the 7th. Kicks off this late pick 4 on opening day at Belmont at the Big A, the favorite. The 3, Mrs. Green. Let's go to John Imbrial.
We are set for the start. And they're off. From the far outside, it is Get the Candy, and from the inside, it's Tuscan Queen. Right there is Silky Blue in 3rd. Now Mrs. Green moves up from 4th. Seduces next in 5th. On the far outside, Icy Stare Down runs in 6th, followed by Join the Dots in 7th. Thunder Love is in 8th. Runaway Rocket in 9th. And Miss Taparado trails the field in 10th. Get the Candy ran the opening quarter mile in 23 and 2/5 seconds. The favorite, Mrs. Green, in pursuit in 2nd. Tuscan Queen down on the inside in 3rd. Then Seduce and Silky Blue, who's racing in 5th, about 4 lengths from the front. Join the Dots next in 6th as the field comes for the top of the stretch with Get the Candy, the 1 to catch. Mrs. Green is next in 2nd, Tuscan Queen towards the inside, and Silky Blue is right there. And gaining ground is a Thunder Love looking for a way through, is Join the Dots. Here comes Mrs. Green now to take a narrow lead. Thunder Love is on the outside. Down at the rail, Runaway Rocket is putting in a big late run. Here is Thunder Love now to take over. Thunder Love got it at the end. And it was a late closing Miss Taparado to complete the exacta.
Thunder Love, Paulo Lobo, Javier Castellano with the win from off the pace.
Horse you were talking about before the race. I didn't like her, but if 9-1 worked for you, it did. You got to get those outside clear runs in these races. And you see horses that got hemmed in towards the inside. The 4 who couldn't get out to make that run. Turning her head, wants to get clear. Good ride by Dylan, just a little bit unlucky. Try to rally towards the inside. It always seems like these outside runners do well. Tough beat if you had the 8. She was flying at the end, cutting back in distance, not getting it done. But congrats, Javier. Rode so well at Saratoga and Belmont. Riding well here at Aqueduct.
Yeah, he had a tremendous summer, Castellano. Teaming up here with Paulo Lobo. First win on this horse, 0 for 7 on the grass coming in.
Yeah, the race sort of collapsed at the end. In the right spot, making that outside run. Javier so often in the right spot, making that run. And, getting back to a horse like Tuscan Queen, she was terrible today. Jose gave her good position, and you just wonder, is she a horse that's better upstate in a race like this? Because she ran as badly as she did. You know what I mean? She didn't even really show up. And listen, there's nothing wrong with Mrs. Green's effort. She ran fine in this race. But 8-5 was a bad gamble.
Meanwhile, 8-1 to kick off the late pick 4. Thunder Love, 3rd win of her career, but just her 1st on grass in her 8th attempt. And you get rewarded if you like this one at 8-1, 6-8, 3-5, 40-1 shot there in fourth. We're going to take a timeout. These prices when we come back. Luis Saez, he tried to go gate to wire in the race we just showed you. Weakened late. Many more chances to come for Saez. He sits down with Richard Migliore to discuss the highs and lows of his career when we come back.
History remembers moments of extraordinary strength, skill, and determination. True greatness is forged by those who fulfill their destiny.
We are back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Gorgeous opening day here at Belmont at the Big A here at South Ozone Park, New York. Javier Castellano, that momentum continuing from his fantastic summer in upstate New York, teaming up here with Paulo Lobo and AMO Racing. Thunder Love from off the pace, 1880 start to the late Pick 4. Said downstairs to Mig.
Yeah, I'm here with Javier Castellano. And Javier, you told me off camera you spoke with Paulo Lobo and that he wanted her covered up and held up a little bit. It looked like you always had a handful of horse.
Absolutely, Rich, the way he rode the horse, that's exactly what he wanted, trying to spot too early this morning. They want to cover up a little bit. It's the horse, he got the speed, but if you let it go in the lead, it'll kind of run off a little bit, he's not going to give you anything to you. I think we work it out perfect. I give you all the credit to the trainer, the way he told me how to ride a horse. I think it was the key to pay off to win the race today.
Javier, we've been talking about how you've been riding from going back to Belmont in the spring, have a terrific Saratoga, and all riders go through periods where things aren't going well or you're in a little bit of a slump. But it feels to me like you really found your form and you can see your confidence. Can you talk a little bit just about what that journey's been like and getting back to this top form?
Yeah, Richie, you know, any sport, any athlete, you got to go through to the tough time a little bit. It's on the way to the career. And I think that's the make really the true champion jockey or the true champion athlete in any sport. You got to go through to those bumps. You got to help it to you go through more mature, learning more the business, and you have to be challenging yourself a little bit. You have to do the right thing. You have to study. You got to figure out how to go back to the track. And I think that was my biggest challenge. and finally like getting on track. I think a lot of help at PJ Campo. He been such a great job with my business, try to put the horse in the right place to win the races. And all the training, they give me support, all the honor, they give me support in the past. I have a successful together. I think all those kids, you know, been working hard and try to find a way to win the races. And I just started because it's a really challenging. A lot of good riders here around, and you have to be surrounded those people. You have to learn it. I know I'm Hall of Fame, but they don't give it away to me. It's still hard to earn me.
Well, congratulations. It's been fun for all of us to watch your reemergence as one of the top riders in New York.
Thank you, Richie.
A Hall of Famer, not just as a jockey, but as a person as well.
Do not count him out. Proved this summer, alive and well. Tremendous Saratoga for a man that won 4 consecutive Eclipse Awards as Outstanding Rider.
He's been riding very well all year. Obviously, he's feeling better physically. He and PJ Campbell have done a great job together. PJ getting him on live horses, getting trainers to believe that Javier could still ride, and Javier going out on the racetrack and proving to them that he can, in fact, still ride and ride extremely well.
How about this start to the late Pick 5? 7-2 on Collaboration, beating, what, an 8-5 favorite?
I'm 0 for 2.
And now 8-1. Thunder Love. Still got the late Pick 3, though.
I'm in. In case you're wondering.
Race 8, 1 turn mile, 40,000 claiming race that is changed completely with the scratch of Money Supply years. For non-winners of 2 lifetime, Money Supply was even money on the morning line. We're going to see Luis Saez on a huge long shot, though, who's getting some money right now. Uncle Waterflow with the changes in here right now at 7-1. A few summers back, it was a shortened Saratoga season for Luis Saez and struggled from the outset, but really made a surge 2 summers ago, showed us exactly what he could do with a full summer in upstate New York, leading just about every step of the way. 64 wins, the 4th most ever in the history of that racetrack for a rider. Richard Migliore had the opportunity to sit down with Saez and talk about the highs and lows that have led him to where he is now.
Louis, take me back to the beginning. You're a young kid, and you enroll in the Lafitte Pink Eye riding jockey school.
When I first started, I went to the jockey school in Panama. I was 14 years old, and I left home. Living up there and go to the track, leaving the track, it was a pretty tough moment for me because, man, in the track I don't know nobody, and that play was so different. But I get through.
You started riding professionally as a jockey, 16 years old. How old were you when you decided to come to the United States?
When I left Panama, I was 17. That was like dream come true, just to come over here. And I came to Florida. The first day when I get there, I don't know nobody. And it was a little tough too because I had to find a place, and it was by my own because my agent just leave me there. The guy that bring me from Panama just leave me on the track. After, you know, I have a place to stay, everything started.
Maximum security! Country House 1-2 down to the line! Maximum security wins the Kentucky Derby! It's maximum security. He's never lost a race, and he wins it under Luis Saez.
You actually finished first in the Kentucky Derby. Unfortunately, ultimately disqualified. How do you overcome that? I mean, because a lot of riders, I think it would just destroy them, but you handled yourself with so much composure and strength and class.
Well, in the moment was a little difficult. I recognize that. But, you know, this thing is my joy. I love horse racing. I love the sport. I love the horses. And in that time, that happened, just happened. They stay way back, and I don't really, they don't really bother me.
They're coming down for the finish. It is Essential Quality and Midnight Bourbon. Essential Quality has won.
Last year, lead-in rider in Saratoga. The Colony, as good as it was last year, seems even stronger this year. Is this the best Colony you ever rode with?
Oh yeah, definitely. This is the best Colony. Everybody here, they're pretty tough. Trainers, horses, jockeys, everybody want to win. Winning that title last year was something so special for us. We never thought we were going to be there, but we did it. And well, we have a good start this year. I know it's tough every year, but we just keep doing what we love, riding horses and try to win.
Well, I see you out here every morning working. Is it a place that you do work more horses and you're out more mornings? You got to work here.
Yeah, you got to work, and I really like it. I love it. I love to get out early, come over here, get a cup of coffee, a little coffee, and just enjoy the morning. It's beautiful here. Enjoy the moment. And I did. I really enjoyed it.
Followed it up off that riding title with those 64 wins with another tremendous meet. Tied for second, 40 victories this year at Saratoga for Saez.
Very, very solid rider. And if you've got a speed horse and you want a rider that understands the value of speed, there's nobody better than Luis Saez. He's very aggressive on the front end. He's extremely well doing it. He and Kieran McLaughlin are having a great run together. And I imagine a lot of continued success.
Yeah, Kieran, former trainer, now Saez's agent, and they've been a great team. He's going to be on Uncle Waterflow the 2. Obviously, things changed a lot with certainly the 8 coming out, but the 1, an outside look as well. But now Uncle Waterflow, 30-1 morning line. He's 6-1. That'll be Saez's mount coming up, who's coming off a maiden claiming win against the New York Breds. We'll be back with more in the 8th right after this.
Introducing a stallion, as top class as they come. In 22 career starts, he won or placed in 12 graded stakes, competing in 15 grade ones, earning over $1.7 million. His undisputed speed is evidenced by 7 100-plus Spire speed figures, a 3-time grade 1 winner, Raging Bull.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
Union Rags, proving Lane's End's tried and true stallion making formula. A formula that leads to success for our partners and our stallions. He's a leader in his sire crop by graded stakes winners and grade 1 winners. He's a commercial standout with multiple million-dollar sales and a 6-figure yearling average. And with 4 full books bred at $50,000 and $60,000, he has even more exciting progeny in the pipeline. Union Rags, a stallion that stands above the rest.
Hello, you've reached the offices of West Point Thoroughbreds. Please leave your name and your number, and we'll get back to you as soon as we can.
Okay, starting to move now. He's 4th. He's on the outside now. He's pressing him now. There's the 1, the 7, and the 6. He's on the lead. There's another horse on the inside of him. He's pulling away. He's going to win this race. Oh! Oh!
Back on America's Day of the Races on FS2, regional networks out in Southern California. Program brought to you in part by Hill and Dale at Alapa. Final leg of the Turf Triple Series coming up this weekend on Saturday for 3-year-old fillies. Jockey Club Oaks Invitational. Mile and 3/8 on grass and 4-5 McCulloch. Winner of the Belmont Oaks Invitational. What changed in that Saratoga Oaks?
That the horse who she beat into the Moonlight was able to dominate on the front end and sort of control the running of the race. Whereas it was a much more contested pace, and Into the Moonlight had to chase outside while the rail was the place to be. McCulloch was able to save more ground in there. They're actually fairly well matched coming out of the Belmont Oaks, maybe McCulloch a little bit better, but when a horse like Into the Moonlight gets the run of the race, even though she wasn't in front, she was stalking an overmatched rival in here, and McCulloch had to be used a little bit more to put herself into that position. So the winner had the run of the race. She came back with a very, very respectable second place finish against the track, going shorter just a week and a half later or a week later in the Lake Placid.
And she doesn't have to deal,
She doesn't have to deal with her. She's not there. I think her biggest threat is Todd Pletcher's horse on the outside, who really stepped it up when she stretched out up in Saratoga, but McCulloch met her going shorter at Churchill, and McCulloch buried her. but I do think that runner might be a bit improved, and she, to me, is the biggest threat to McEuley.
It looked like she took a huge move forward. That's beside herself. We're talking about it. Went gate to wire in an allowance optional claiming race last time
Against
out.
against older horses,
Yeah.
and it's not as though she absolutely crawled in the front end. She set an honest pace, and she just kept on running. I do think she's a threat, but McEuley is a better horse, at least at this point, but McEuley might not be a better horse in Mile and 3/8 because beside herself might be a better horse than she was before at a Mile and 3/8, and that could close the gap, perhaps.
So that's the 7th on the card on Saturday. Jockey Club Oaks Invitational. Final leg of that Turf Triple Series for 3-year-old fillies. 8th coming up here. We're on the main track. 1 turn mile for non-winners of 2. Let's go to Mig.
Yeah, guys, interesting group here. And we'll start off with the 3-horse major spin, dropping down in class. New York bred that ran on turf last time. Obviously wasn't his thing, but a horse that at times has shown speed. And I think will be forwardly placed, and I think lands in a pretty good spot here. The 4 Emperor's Cause, from a physical perspective, really looks fantastic here in the paddock. Horse claimed last time by Michelle Giangiulio back in June, but looks very fit coming off the bench and making a real good impression. And the horse is an absolute standout in this group from a physical perspective. And I think on paper, too, is a 6 hometown. Couldn't look any better for trainer Rob Atras. Takes a drop in class that I think will be very, very comfortable for this horse. I think this horse really landed in the right kind of spot here, and I think hometown is well drawn just outside some of the other speeds.
All right, Mig, thank you. There's the 6-5 favorite. Rob Atras talked about his Maracuja being retired earlier in the program. Let's take a look at hometown with big moment in a maiden special win, and then followed up first time in against winners with this.
As Don McLean said a long, long time ago, this was over almost a year and a half ago, when first captain, who was a graded stakes quality runner, ran him down. This hometown obviously would win this race, but this hometown's not running in this race.
Prior to that, beat Happy Medium.
Oh, he was fast and he was good. Is that really the right race? I don't think that is. No, that's not the right race. I don't know what race that is. Oh, I know. That's the Lost in Rome race. I ran and sent in the wrong date. That's on me and Mitch Levitas. He was good, but then you have the layoff with Chad Brown. He comes back. He stinks at Saratoga, right? Coming back 3 months later. Then he's off for another 11 months. He goes out for Rob Atras, who did not have a terrible Saratoga. He'd win 5 races, but not his usual type of track. And he didn't run a step, albeit against much, much tougher horses. But he drops here, and he's logical. I prefer the other horse taking money, the 3 major spin, but they're the 2 on paper. If they don't win, probably the 4 Emperor's Cause or the 7 Zuzudini will win. You just sort of feel like one of them will probably show up, if not both.
Now, 7-5 on a horse who has not been that horse. We've shown you in that performance for a couple of starts. Post parade coming up, 8 minutes away from this 8th on the card on our opening day coverage here at Belmont at the Big A. And we talked about Luis Saez. Wow, 5-1 now on Uncle Waterflow.
Yeah, this horse has absolutely no chance on paper. Why is this horse 5-1 and not 25-1?
Coming off a state-bred maiden claiming victory.
Against
even
an
though
utterly atrocious field.
59 buyer.
Yeah, this horse should absolutely have at least a 1, if not a 2 in front of its name. In front of its 5.
Major spin, has speed. Linda Rice.
Yeah, I thought the horse going turf to dirt is good. Is in tougher spots, not in the right position in those races. I just think he makes a lot of sense. At least he's got relatively recent good form. Probably drop him where he can win.
7-1 Emperor's Cause, Trevor McCarthy aboard.
I mean, I think if you're looking to beat the 2 favorites, Emperor's Cause fits in there, got involved in the pace last time out. Eagle in Love, who finished second, was the other speed, but not terrible on figs.
Storied Fella actually ran a bigger number last start than the 2 did. He's 20-1, the 2's 5-1.
Yeah, he's probably more likely to win, frankly, than the 2 is, to be honest. I don't like him, but he's more likely to win than the 2.
7-5 favorite. Here's hometown.
Listen, he once was a terror for these. He just doesn't seem to be that horse anymore. I can see why he's favored over the 3. I just prefer the 3.
And Zuzudini, 7-1 Jose Gomez for Eddie Barker.
listen, the race 2 back is fast enough to give a chance. Does cut back in distance a little bit, 2 turns to 1 turn. So if you're against the favorites, I wasn't totally ridiculous. I mean, the 4 and 7 are the other 2 horses, not the 2 and 5. The 2 is a huge price. Looking at doubles, here you go. We talk about the 5 and 4. The double for $1, the 2 is $230. It's $142 with the 5. So the double players seem to agree with that sentiment. I don't know. Is there somebody named Waterflow that is an uncle here today?
I don't understand that price. Wow. Late pick 3 is coming up. Enjoyed it. Fun first day here at Belmont at the Big A.
Absolutely. Should we do it again tomorrow?
I would love to.
I'm in.
And we have no choice.
But I'm happy to be here.
No, great to be here at Aqueduct. Hope you're enjoying the coverage. Feature still to come. Anthony Stabile, Acacia Clement coming up next with the final 3 on the card, and Churchill Downs this evening as well. Stay tuned.
When the thoroughbred world descends upon Lexington this November, there is one place you need to be. The place where history comes alive with every championship victory.
He's authentic indeed.
The place where the future is built with the fall of a gavel. The place that exists to be the heart of this industry. The center of it all. Home to the November breeding stock sale and 2022 Breeders' Cup. Keeneland.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Run Happy, champion sprinter who raced medication-free standing at Claiborne Farm. And we've got horses out on the track for race 8 here at Belmont at the Big A. Historic meeting and a beautiful day to start off this new meeting here on a late summer afternoon here in Ozone Park. But the horses that are logical are been making the biggest impression on me on the racetrack, starting with the 3 major spin, dropping down in class. I think appropriate drop in class, look great warming up, look good in the paddock. I certainly is the horse to beat, and I like everything I'm seeing from this Linda Rice trainee. I couldn't get past your favorite, the 6-horse Hometown from the Rob Atras barn. He's another one, I think, just taking a very appropriate drop in class. I love the way he warmed up. Left the pony under Manny Franco, really framed up beautifully, took a hold of the bit the way you'd like to see a horse. Not rank, but all there, all horse. And he just reminds you of one of those old Jack LaLanne commercials, a big muscle-bound guy at the beach kicking sand on the smaller guys. Just a big, imposing individual that I think is going to really appreciate the drop in class. Spoke with his jockey, Manny Franco, in the paddock, and just talking about some of the new riding crop rules, some of the restrictions, and just how difficult it's been to adjust. And just like anything new, he said, you've just got to be thoughtful of it. And I do think it's making riders more thoughtful, more disciplined in how they approach the way they ride these races. And if anything, that'll be a good thing in the long run. There's just always a learning curve for all of these guys. So horses are back behind the starting gate, going to leave up in that mile chute that starts out basically flush to the Belt Parkway here in Queens. And I know a couple of people that know a little bit about this area. Oh, excuse me. I'm sorry. I thought we were changing teams here, but I'm going to head back to Greg Wolf and Andy Serling, who maybe know a little less about Ozone Park than Anthony Stabile, but that's who I was going to talk about. But horses are on their way to the gate for race 8, guys.
We know about the immediate surrounding area.
Yeah, the parking lot.
4 to 5 favorites, still the 6, Hometown in here. Rob Atras, Manny Franco, and Major Spin the 3 with Around Ortiz Jr. looking for win number 2 today on the opening day card at Belmont at the Big A. Those two taking the majority of the money. Outside of those two, could you see anyone else?
Well, yeah, because they're both untrustworthy. The 6 might not be able to run at all anymore. I mean, obviously he can win this race, 4 to 5. I wouldn't bet this horse 4 to 5. I prefer the 3 anyway. The 3 is no superstar. I could see the 4 or 7 upsetting this field. I mean, do you feel comfortable that one of the 3 or 6 has to win this race?
6, I don't trust at all. We talked about it the last couple of starts. This is just not the same horse that we've seen from that 2nd and that 3rd that he ran at Belmont last year. Not even close. But facing a field where there's not much in here.
I mean, I prefer the 3 just in general because at least you can make some excuses, tougher fields. I think Linda Rice is dropping him into a spot that he can win. And I don't think it's a negative drop down. This horse is not worth a fortune. She's running her horses where they can win, and that's why she wins. That's why trainers win. I get it. Hometown, remember, but it's not as though Rob Atras had been on a huge run before. I'd rather take 2 to 1 on this 3.
We are going to swap out here. Acacia Clement, Anthony Stabile taking over as we open the gates. So that is it for you and I. We will see you tomorrow. They're going to take over and take you the rest of the way. Here's John Imbrial.
Gate. And they're off. And they all came away to a good beginning. Storied Fella will grab the early lead, and now moving up is Major Spin to challenge. Hometown, the favorites on the outside in 3rd. Zuzudini is next in 4th, then Uncle Waterflow and Emperor's Cause. They cross over now from the chute to the main track. And it is Storied Fella and Major Spin right together with Hometown sitting just off of them in 3rd through an opening quarter mile, 23 1/5 seconds. It's 4 lengths back to Zuzudini and another 3 back to Uncle Waterflow and Emperor's Cause. They continue along with Major Spin down at the rail, and alongside is Long Shot Storied Fella. The 2 of them are heads apart. Hometown continues to track in 3rd as the field heads for the far turn. Storied Fella in between horses. Hometown on the outside. Major Spin down at the rail. Zuzudini getting closer now in 4th. At the back of the pack, Emperor's Cause and Uncle Waterflow. Still Storied Fella. Hometown on the outside. Major Spin down at the rail. The half was 46 4/5 seconds. Here is Hometown on the outside of Storied Fella, and Hometown has the lead, heading for home. Hometown in front. Storied Fella is back running in 2nd. Farther back, it is a Major Spin. Emperor's Cause is on the outside. Hometown leads with a 16th to the finish. Hometown is in front. Emperor's Cause moving up on the outside into 2nd. It is Hometown and Manny Franco, and they've got this one locked up. Hometown the winner. Emperor's Cause was 2nd. Uncle Waterflow came on for 3rd.
And it was your favorite, Hometown, getting it done quite easily, running through the stretch. And a late rally from off the pace from the 4-horse, Emperor's Cause. But favorite certainly justified his short price as he powered home. Well, we're going to have some more action coming up. The final 2 from Belmont at the Big A and Churchill Downs when we come back.
Nobody taught me how to be fast. Just win to be fast.
Nashville under no stress whatsoever. Simply incredible. Never asked for a thing. Track record.
This is one of the most impressive sprint performances that we have seen.
This season at Oaklawn, we've got more of everything. More of the top thoroughbreds in the world. More days of live racing. And the largest purses in our history. All at a completely reimagined Oaklawn. Come be a part of this historic season at Arkansas's only casino resort.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather.
Tabaline has really shouldered all the responsibility. What a deserved victory. Most impressive. Tabaline by 3 1/4.
Somebody's Problem is on her way to winning the Prairie Meadows Debutante. Somebody's Problem by 2.5, 3.
Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
With us here on Fox Sports 2. Our program, as always, brought to you by NyroBets. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at nyrobets.com or download the app today. As we've mentioned our names a couple times, we finally delivered with the A-Train at the Big A. It's opening day of Belmont at the Big A. I am Acacia Clement, pleased to be joined by Anthony Stabile, affectionately called the Big A and Little A. So little A-Train reunion here on the set, which is always a lot of fun.
So what is this now? Belmont at the Big A with the Big A?
Yeah, I like that.
I guess we do that? All right.
I like that.
It's a lot going on. And now we're going to Churchill.
And now we're going to Churchill. We're keeping everybody on their toes today. It's opening day of the fall meet at Churchill Downs, as well as we get ready to kick off the opener with a maiden claiming. Again, all races on the main track throughout this fall meet beneath the Twin Spires. We'll be going 1 1/16 in the opener for 3-year-olds and upward. We'll meet the field, Anthony, starting with the #1 AC's Analyzer. Back to dirt.
Yeah, back to the dirt, like you said, Acacia. First dirt race back in October was not very good. Going to need a big form reversal here.
Scratch the 2. Here is the 3 for our colleague Tom Amos, Blunder.
Blinkers come off this Son of Exaggerator. Big drop from the 30 last time on the raise down to the 10 today.
7-2 now on the board. Here is the 4 Thatch drop-in class.
The theme of the opener at Churchill Downs. Another dropper here. Martin Garcia going to climb back aboard. He rode this horse 2 starts back. Last try on a fast main track.
Here's Big Pete stretching out in distance.
Hoping start 17 is a winning one, and first start for a barn that's 2 for 23 so far in the year. Gets one of the top riders from Oaklawn this past winter in Francisco Arrieta.
Well, you said it, Anthony. Class droppers galore. Here's another one, Hornbeam.
Another one. This one goes back to the dirt, and this horse's last 2 dirt races actually makes him a major player in here. Declan Cannon climbing back aboard to finish 3rd with this horse back in June.
Scratch the 7. Here's the 8, Ashwin's Orb.
0 for 12 coming in. Another one, though, in some decent form, has hit the board in 4 of his last 5 starts. Son of Orb.
Lightly raced gelding. First time for Todd Pletcher. Here's Atomic Tone.
All the way from the special weight down to the bottom for 10. Son of Arrogate back to the main track where he finished 3rd in his debut.
Your favorite 5-2, Hey Boss.
First time for Hall of Famer Todd Pletcher, dropping from 50 down to 10. Gets Tyler Gaffalione in the boot as well.
And I'm sorry, that was Atomic Tone. Clearly, I skipped one with my numbering. There goes Hey Boss, turf to dirt on the 11. And here's the 12, Old Chester.
Hey Boss, a son of Cupid, tries the main track for the first time. Old Chester drops down, stretches out a bit. We'll see how the 2 turns go for this son of Creative Cause.
That's the field for the opener at Churchill Downs. Again, Atomic Tone, first time in the barn of Todd Pletcher. Just a trainer switch is currently your favorite. To help us out, we have our eyes and ears back at Churchill Downs. We missed him here in New York with us, but Paul LaDuca on site at Churchill Downs. Paulie, welcome to the show. What can you tell us about the field for this opener?
Voices, yeah, opening here at Churchill Downs, a lot of buzz here. Obviously, there's going to be no turf racing, but giant fields today. And again, the theme of this first race, you guys have hit the nail on the head. This is a difficult I thought early pick 5, and it could be maybe a little bit chalkier late, but you got to figure out which one of these droppers is live in here, and that's going to be really hard to figure out when you look at someone like the 3 in here, Blunder, a horse that for Tommy Amos, who just came by to say hello, made sure he say hello to you guys as well. I think the horse has got a big look. I landed on the 6 in here, Hornbeam. Here's a horse that I thought has a race at Colonial Downs. You draw a line through that race, kind of muddies up his form a tiny bit. The race 3 back at Churchill puts his horse right there as a horse dropped for 20-10. But then you look at the 9 and you look at the 10. The 9 going from main special weight to 10,000s for the Catman, who's been going very, very well, Wayne Catalano. I'm surprised this horse is not getting actually bet more at the window, so I'm treading lightly with the 9. I thought you can get out of this race with 3, 6, 9, 10, 11 in the pick 5. That's how difficult I thought this was, but I landed on Hornbeam. And let's start this meet off right, guys.
Paul, thank you. Throughout the fall at Churchill, Paul was giving us all kinds of prices galore throughout the summer at Saratoga as well. And he was also up to a little mischief when he was there in the fall at Churchill as well.
In the spring, you mean?
In the spring, I'm sorry. It's
okay.
fall now.
It's fall now, yeah. Yeah, he was in tutus and glow sticks and what have you. I thought Thatch was a little interesting here, the number 4. The other one taking the drop. Source took a ton of money last time on one drop from the special weight to 30, now 30-10 for Brendan Walsh.
That was at Ellis Park in the mud and an off-the-turf race going 9 furlongs, a mile and a 16th in here today. Your favorite, Atomic Tone, ridden by Tyler Gaffleone, who did win the spring meet at Churchill Downs with 62 wins beneath the twin spires. We'll look to keep that momentum in Kentucky going as that gray son of Protonico goes into the gate. First time in the barn of Todd Pletcher and dropping in class. It's the opener at Churchill Downs as we get ready to kick off action beneath the twin spires. Here's track announcer Travis Stone with the call.
They're in the gate, and they're off. Big Pete bounces out on top. Ashwin's Orb is there, and Old Chester from the far outside races up too. Those 3 across the track into the opening turn. Down inside, Big Pete tries to hold a narrow lead. Ashwin's Orb is right there. Old Chester 3 wide racing up to be 3rd. Blunder comes away 4th and toward the rail with Thatch right there to 5th. They're only 3 lengths off the lead. A break of 3 from there to AC's Analyzer, who comes away in 6th. Hornbeam is 7th. Hey Boss is 8th. Predominate toward the inside is racing in 9th. And Atomic Tone settles in at the back, 8 lengths off the lead down the backstretch run. And the opening quarter goes in 24 seconds flat. 5 furlongs from the wire. Ashwin's Orb, short lead. Old Chester prompting from 2nd. 2 lengths back to Thatch on the outside. Big Pete has tailed off into 5th. Passed at the rail by Blunder. Blunder's racing up on the leader's heels toward the inside. Farther back in the field, Hornbeam is picking it up. Hornbeam with a wide rally up on the far outside. Round the far turn. Ashwin's Orb holding on to the lead. Opens up by a length. Thatch takes over 2nd. Old Chester gives way. Blunder's buried at the rail. Hornbeam a sustained rally on the outside. Up to be 3rd as they come for the quarter pole. Ashwin's Orb off the turn in front, still in front by 2. Hornbeam full out, Thatch is there too. The rest with work to do, top of the lane. Hornbeam has rallied to the front. Hornbeam takes over with 1 furlong to go. Thatch is now 2nd. Ashwin's Orb gives way. Predominate late on the scene with Atomic Tone. 16th to go. Hornbeam clear by 3, and Hornbeam does it. Hornbeam from off the pace scores by 3 in the end. Atomic Tone was 2nd. It's tight for 3rd. Thatch or Predominate.
Well, Paul LaDuca said he wanted to start this meet off right, and he did just that with his top selection, Hornbeam, the number 6, dropping it down in class, pulling away from this field, Anthony.
Yeah, this horse's last 2 dirt races definitely made him a player. In fact, all the way back to November of last year, he debuted against a 2-year-old by the name of Epicenter. So obviously the recency, though, and the fact that he was dropping and catching a bunch of droppers, he found the right bunch today and got the job done pretty impressively. 3.5 lengths under the line.
Your favorite ended up 2nd, the 10, Atomic Tone. He was last early, and he did not look very comfortable at the back either. He was giving Tyler Gaffleone a tough time, ended up closing to get up for 2nd, but just too late.
Yeah, just had way too much to do. His 2nd time now where he's gone out of the gate and just has done very, very little running for the first half mile of the event.
6:10 in the opener at Churchill Downs beneath the Twin Spires, kicking off that action here at September 15th. Back at Belmont at the Big A in race number 8, it was the 6 Hometown taking a big drop in class for trainer Rob Atras, making the second start for this barn and gets the win.
Yeah, there's a horse whose last couple of races he had really tailed off from form that at the beginning of his career made him look like he was going to be a horse that maybe was going to need to be reckoned with. He found the theme of the last 90 seconds is finding his friends today, right? He gets a couple of key scratches and a pretty good trip and is able to coast home a couple of lengths to the good of the second place finisher. As you see, Manny Franco giving thanks as he enters the Belmont at the Big A winner's circle.
Manny Franco with the win for owner Michael Dubb. Emperor's Cause first off the claim for Michelle Giangiulio with a nice effort to finish second, but your 4-5 favorite. The winner 6-4-2 in the 8th at Belmont at the Big A, as we do just have 2 races to go in our late pick 5 follow along here in New York. Of course, Thunder Love, a big price in that sequence. Hometown, likely a horse that many people had on their late pick 5 tickets.
Yeah, I'm wondering what Thunder Love does to the sequence today. Nice big pool with over 323,000 in there. That was a wide open race, Acacia. So, playing at 8-1 on the tote board, source probably played a little bit higher in the pick 5 pool.
Horses in the paddock for the 9th race at Belmont at the Big A. There's a look at the lightly raced Truancy, filly by Runaway and Hyde. Just broke her maiden last time out for trainer Barkley Tagg. We'll see what this New York bred filly does as she faces winners for the first time as we kick off the late double after this. Races, our program brought to you by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. Glad to have you with us as we get ready for the late double Belmont at the Big A, race number 9. Coming up next, it's for the New York Breds, as I'm proud to share the set with a New York bred this afternoon. We're going a mile on the main track for fillies and mares. And why not bring in another New York bred? It's a party here. Richard Migliori with us in the paddock for this 9th race. Richie.
Thanks, Acacia. I feel like it's New York Showcase Day all over again. But I think the race definitely goes through the two lightliest race fillies in this field, starting with the one, Sweet Mystery. I do think she's going to really appreciate the mile. I would like her more if she had an outside draw. But I do think that she's very much a contender in here. I like the way she conducts herself. Very classy kind of individual. The 5-horse Truancy, only 2 starts. She's got a lot of ability. She looks fantastic. Here in the paddock. Great horseman in Barclay Tagg, her conditioner. And she's a filly that possesses speed, but it's natural speed, and she kind of waits on the rider. Last time when she won with Johnny Valesco's ears flicking back and forth, going a fast pace, but when he asked her, there was more there. And I like Truancy not just because I had a great deal of experience with it when I was younger. Karamoka was a handful to saddle, which is usual for her. She was with the pony. Mitch Friedman did a great job getting the tack on her. I tell you, she's a big, pretty filly. She's got that really good Chester and Mary Broman breeding behind her. Rumors of Glory, her dam. A mare that I was familiar with by Stormcat. And I think she's a very capable filly if she can keep her, mental attitude right. But she looks fantastic here in the paddock. And another horse that I think is a horse you got to think about using, certainly underneath, because she tends to hit the board a lot and looks terrific here, is the 7, Captain's Daughter. Trevor McCarthy gets a lot of run out of this filly. She is what we term, guys, a bicycle horse. You're not pedaling. She's not running.
Richie, thank you. Captain's Daughter, who we saw facing some familiar foes at a variety of distances up in Saratoga. She's a generous price on the board. Your favorite, though, Anthony, is Truancy, who did break her maiden last time out up at the Spa for Barclay Tagg. Dylan Davis going to be aboard today. Now, she has to face winners for the first time, but she did this impressively as she really kind of lopes along and covers the ground, doesn't she?
Her first 2 starts, yeah, you're 100% right, Acacia. Her first 2 starts, especially the maiden win here. Now, to say she's not beating the toughest bunch of horses she's ever going to face is being very kind. But she does it right. And this is the quintessential, well, she didn't beat much, but she did it the right way. She absolutely did. So it's like a filly who, both her and Sweet Mystery have to handle another furlong today. They're both going to try a mile for the first time. Certainly looked like both of them should not have a problem with this. But, Truancy chased a nice filly around their first time out, and last time handled that bunch fairly easily.
We'll meet the field starting with the outside runner, the number 9, Green Gots.
She'll come out first for Bob Clasaris. Heman Harkey's aboard. Finished 4th last time out of the Wilson chute up at the Spa, back out of the North Conduit chute here at Aqueduct.
I always love her name, too, by Central Banker named Green Gots. Back here to the rail, here's Sweet Mystery, start number 4.
Failed as the 2-1 favorite last time, when second, beaten less than 2 lengths. Sharp 59-4 breeze coming into this over on the training track at Belmont.
Stay with us here. Next in the post parade will be the 3, Shadalamo, stretching out.
Shadalamo just missed by a head up at the Spa, going 3/4 of a mile. 2 for 7 at the distance. Source likes a mile a little bit better, gets Kendra Carmouche in the boot this afternoon.
Here's the 4, Big Price on Poncho Song.
Yeah, big price and probably should be. Last 2 efforts on the dirt since the claim have not been good for 2 different barns. She does have 2 wins here at the Big A.
Next is your favorite, Truancy, off that maiden win.
Yeah, lots to like. We'll see how she stretches out today by Runaway and Hyde. Should not be a problem getting that extra 1/8 of a mile. Dylan Davis, familiar with her as he rode her on her debut to a 2nd place finish.
Here is the number 6, Karamoka, a handful, as Richie mentioned, as she always is.
The fuzzy in here for me, Acacia. This horse, I think, is kind of rounding into form and racing into form from a December to July layoff. This is her 3rd start off that break. She has a good record at both at the distance and over the course.
Javier Castellano looking for a 2nd win today, too. Big warm-up for the 7, Captain's Daughter.
I know this was Andy Serling's fuzzy in here. She didn't do a ton of running when wide last time out. She had a couple of 3rd-place finishes, won an open stakes race down at Monmouth, 2 starts back, and one against one of the fillies in here, Mia Be a Star, 2 back.
When 40 Smooth won last time out, Rowdy Valenti said they claimed her with the intention of running her in New York bred races, going a mile or longer.
Imagine that, taking a New York bred and running them in New York bred races. What a genius move. No, Roddy and Bruce, sharp claim here. This filly ran really well first time out on the circuit. She'll probably have to sit off Truancy today, but she has enough speed to put the pressure on Truancy early.
And last in the post parade will be the 2, Mia Be a Star.
Speaking of Mia Be a Star, her first real clunker in a while came last time as the 2-1 favorite when she trailed throughout. When she trailed late, I should say, up at Saratoga, going that mile. She's going to stay the mile again today. This is a filly who was 2-1 last time against the same bunch of horses, who's now 10-1. I don't particularly like her today. but I can't fault those who are trying to maybe get her in the exotics at a decent price.
I think it could be, too, that she ran 3 times in Saratoga.
Yeah.
And 2 good efforts and a poor one maybe catching up to her. Want to remind everybody you can join Naira Bets today and play all of the action on our program and a whole lot more while earning up to a $200 deposit match bonus. Sign up using promo code MATCH200 and you could get up to a $200 deposit match right after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. And don't forget to join now at NairaBets.com for your $200 deposit match. There is Sweet Mystery, and I know that she was beaten as the favorite last time, Anthony, but Hallelujah winning up the inside for Jockey Davis to win for her father, Robbie Davis, had to be one of the greatest Saratoga moments of the summer.
Yeah, it was a big moment, and it was an exciting moment, especially for the connections. I don't know what to do with this effort. This filly was forward throughout, and the truth of the matter is, she didn't really kick.
She was very late switching leads, too.
Yeah, you know, and you wonder what the extra 1/8 of a mile, I don't know if it's going to be a problem for her. In fact, it might be a little easier on her, if you will. I'll say this. If you look at these 2 horses, and I would obviously defer to Richie, you're up here with me, but I would defer to you as well. If you just look at these as the 2 favorites as individual, I shouldn't even say the 2 favorites. She's 7. I can't believe she's 7-1. I thought she'd be the clear-cut second choice. If you're just looking at them based on their appearance and their look and their build, I'd much rather this filly stretching out to the mile than I would Truancy. Enough for me to sway my selection? No. I think Truancy's a little bit more talented. I think Truancy has a future. Not to say this filly doesn't. But there are a couple of things. I think there are more knocks on Sweet Mystery than there are on Truancy, and the tote board tells that story as well.
Generous Price says Sweet Mystery. Richie, you mentioned in the paddock you like the stretch out for her, but wish she had an outside post. Can you elaborate a bit on that here racing at Aqueduct?
I just think she's a filly that would get more comfortable getting into a good rhythm without that outside pressure. And, you know, you leave the chute at Aqueduct. There's a lot of empty space here inside, going the mile here. And, you know, I feel like Jose Lezcano is going to have to use her to hold her position. Now, she comes in off a very sharp 59-4 workout, so she probably is signaling that she's sharp coming into this. I think Anthony makes some good points about her and, you know, the possibility that maybe the mile won't be the best thing for her. She certainly favors more her sire Cupid, a little bit more short-coupled, not as long, as rangy as you see some of, grandchildren of Tappet, or on her maternal side, the grandsire is Elusive Quality. So, yeah, I think it's a good point. But to me, she seems a little bit one-pace, kind of steady kind of a runner. And I don't think the mile's going to be an issue. But it still remains to be seen. Listen, Truancy looks very, very tough. I know that she's going to be a handful here. She possesses natural speed. And, again, she seems to find more when the rider asks her for more. Couldn't look any better. I'm taking a little bit of a swing with Sweet Mystery at a little bit better of a price. And a horse that did not really stand out to me in the paddock but really elevated on the racetrack was the 840 Smooth. And, listen, Roddy Valenti is a guy who is made a career in racing with shrewd claims and with a vision of what horses might want to do. And this filly's 1 for 1 on a fast dirt track. She's 4 for 10 lifetime, and now she's running against New York bred. So I think all in all, a very sharp claim, and she's well posted. If the posts were flip-flopped, I'd be a little bit more bullish about Sweet Mystery. I'm just not sure the inside does her any favors.
All right, Richie, thank you. As there's a look at 40 Smooth, and my concerns with her last time, Anthony, were that 7 furlongs was just a bit too short for her. It turns out she was just better than what she was facing. And given the fact that she was off the layoff and coming here off the claim, they got to run for the waiver last time out. So don't mistake it as, oh, they put her for sale first off the claim. She was not in for a claiming tag in that last race.
In hindsight, they kind of ran a ringer last time.
Yeah.
They were able to get away with it based on the price they claimed her for. And I think it was a great race to set up a fall and winter campaign for her. She's won on all 3 surfaces that we race on, right? She's won on the main track, she's won on turf, she's won on synth. That's important to have a little versatility. She's beaten open company. And in this instance, I think the biggest thing to like about her over the other 2 favorites is the fact that she has multiple wins going a mile or longer. that's could be key in here for the simple fact that we don't know if Sweet Mystery and Truancy won it, and she possesses speed. So she has enough speed. I personally think she has enough speed to make the lead if she wants. And I wouldn't be surprised if trying to stretch out, if Dylan Davis and Truancy were willing to acquiesce and let her go to the front. I think that's probably her best chance. Louis a little bit more aggressive in general, Louis Saez, than Dylan Davis, so I wouldn't be surprised if he put some pressure on. She's a dangerous foe in here. Again, probably the biggest reason being that she has won going these distances while the other two fillies haven't even tried it yet.
She is stepping up, but she is one that is facing New York Bred Company for the first time, as your favorite continues to be Truancy. She got a good figure for that win last time out. She did it nicely. We'll see if she can make it 2 wins in a row for Barclay Tag as we send it up to yet another New York bred. John and Brielle, voice of New York Racing, standing by with Call of the Ninth.
And Gringotts. And they're in the gate. And they're off. Bit of a bobble there for number 6, Karamoka, and now she's towards the back of the pack. From the outside, it is a 40 Smooth who is going for the lead. Truancy is a close-up second. And then comes Captain's Daughter next in third. Gringotts is on the outside in fourth. Karamoka is now racing in fifth. Sweet Mystery on the inside. The gray is in sixth, followed by Pancho Song in seventh. Then Shadolamo and Mia Be a Star trails the field in ninth. The opening quarter went in 23 and 3/5 seconds as they race up the backstretch. And it is 40 Smooth who has the lead, 3/4 of a length. The favorite Truancy on the outside, next in second, 1.5 lengths to a Captain's Daughter who runs in third. Sweet Mystery down at the rail in fourth, followed by Karamoka in fifth. Gringotts in the clear on the outside in sixth. It's 3 lengths back to Shadow Lamo in seventh. And then comes Mia Be a Star, and the trailer is Pancho Song, and the opening half went in 47 and 2. And it is still 40 Smooth who has the lead, but Truancy is now moving right alongside, and now Truancy goes on with it to take over the lead. Captain's Daughter gains ground on the outside as they come for the quarter pole. It is Truancy and Captain's Daughter, and they are 1-2 with Sweet Mystery looking to come on through. They are in the stretch. Truancy has the lead. Sweet Mystery has now moved into second. It's Truancy in front by 3. Sweet Mystery giving chase in second. It's Truancy with the lead. Sweet Mystery on the outside, and it will be Truancy and Dylan Davis to deliver as the favorite. Sweet Mystery was second, and it's a big break back to third for a photo between Karamoka and Gringotts.
Truancy, your favorite, a winner, makes it 2 victories in a row and pulls away from this field with Dylan Davis up. Sweet Mystery just second best in this spot.
Yeah, another nice effort from the winner here, Daughter of Runaway and Hyde. Love the fact that she made that move and she accelerated past. And I know it was a little combination of 40 Smooth backing up a little bit, but Dylan Davis pushed a button on Truancy and she responded nicely. Received an immediate challenge from Captain's Daughter, disposed of her, and then Sweet Mystery never even really made it that close.
Sweet Mystery, once again, it takes her a very long time in the stretch to switch leads. There's a perfect example of it right there if you're ever wondering what we're talking about. You can see the one hanging on that left inside lead, and oftentimes you'll see horses just get another rally when they're able to switch to the outside, and it's very, very late in the stretch. Right there she was getting out of the screen that she finally did. Not that she was going to catch the winner, but you'd have to imagine if she's wanting to take that step forward, you're going to need to see that happen a little bit better in the stretch.
Yeah, agree with you 100%. I'm not too sure, especially after watching this today, that distance is going to be her friend. Maybe a cutback will help Sweet Mystery. I'll tell you what will help her more. Truancy not being in this condition anymore.
Truancy, she'll have to step up to the next level as she wins this allowance impressively under Dylan Davis. Back at Churchill Downs, horses leaving the paddock for race number 2. We've got a nice allowance race coming up here, a mile on the main track for the fillies and mares. The number 2, Samarmi, is currently the favorite for Phil Bauer as she goes back to her preferred surface of the main track. See if Phil Bauer can do at Churchill what he did at Saratoga, which was very impressive with a limited number of starters.
He'll have a couple of chances to do that here and in race 4 as well, as Steve Buttleman calls him on to the track at Churchill Downs.
Worth giving the call to post a little time. Such a beautiful sound, and if you're in racing, you know that sound more than anything else.
I taught that song to myself on harmonica.
Did you?
I
Very
did.
Impressive. Let's meet the field. 3 in a row is the goal for the one Guanaqui.
Yeah, 2 in a row since the May layoff for Cipriano Contreras, Francisco Arrieta aboard.
There's your favorites, Marmy.
Like you said, I think the key to this race is Phil Bauer keep the Saratoga roll going. If he does, this horse gets back to a main track after trying the turf at Colonial last time. That race 2 back makes her a big player.
We'll talk about temper time in a minute. Coming out of 4 straight stakes tries, here's Tap Dancing Lady.
Yeah, she tried stakes 2 back, finished 3rd to Society, came back and ran 2nd to a runaway winner and a repeat winner at 1-5 last time at Belterra.
Here is the number 5 for Nacho Correa's Lera Vida.
First time Lasix shipping in from Chile, taking all of the money right now, down from 6-1 on the morning line.
Powder River to the towards the outside.
Back to Florent Giroud's fillies hit the board in 10 of her 17 starts with just 2 wins.
And Compelling Smile stretching back out.
Yeah, she hasn't done much since being claimed from Mike Puick back in October of last year. We'll see if a stretch out helps her.
That's the field for the second race at Churchill Downs. For a little help in this field, let's check in trackside with Paula Duca.
Yeah, thanks, Acacia. This is actually an interesting race because when you look up at the board, obviously Phil Bauer's horses are taking money. He had a monster meet at Saratoga, and I can get where they're going with it too. But when you look at the 6 horse in here, Powder River, I know the horse is 2 for 17 lifetime, 0 for 3 over the racetrack. You know, a couple of races back, this horse lost with Florent Giroud aboard. Florent's back aboard. The last time out, this horse lost to Semble Justice. Now, Semble Justice was a horse that was a turf horse that actually took to the dirt and came back to win again on the dirt. So I see that as an okay race. She's run well here before. I thought she was the horse to beat. You know, when I looked at this race, I was kind of against the 5, but I guess this horse has been working very, very well in the morning. She's got some bullet drills at Keeneland here for Nacho Correas and Vincent Chaminade. So, you know, I thought the other horse here was interesting. You know, listen, I get the 4 in here for Ronnie Kales. A lot of people are unfamiliar with Ronnie Kales. He trains at Horseshoe, Indianapolis. He trains here in the Midwest, and he can flat out train. And this horse, 2 back at Churchill, was not bad behind Society. I get it. He lost at 1-5 over sloppy racetrack at Belterra, but he would be my long shot. I land on Powder River, but I actually do think the 4 Tap Dancing Lady's got a long shot look in here, Acacia.
All right, Paul, I like it. Tap Dancing Lady, she's a bit of the fresh face. She did try, as you mentioned, Anthony Stakes Company 2 starts back at Churchill in the Monomoy Girl, where she finished 3rd, though in a compact field, but she finished 3rd that day, keeping on 2nd best in the stop at Belterra last time.
Yeah, I don't know what to do with her. She's a big price. She's a lot bigger price. It's almost like Tap Dancing Lady, the 4 and the 5, La Vida, kind of switched wagering roles here. They're taking, one's taking a lot less money than I thought, the other one's taking far more money than I ever imagined.
Lera Vida, the Chilean bred, is intriguing. This mare by gemologist, as we get a nice look at the track at Churchill Downs. As we heard Paul say, she's been working sharply at Keeneland in preparation for this for trainer Ignacio Correas, who did have a win here at Belmont at the Big A as well. And he'll send out this mare by gemologist, and she is the wild card of this race because she comes out of these graded stakes races in her native Chile. And you always wonder, how do those races stack up versus this competition? Now, I watched a couple of those, and I noticed that she has a bit of the tendency to kind of try to lug out a little bit in the stretch. So I will be curious to see how she does coming in here, but I do like that she's had plenty of time to train with this barn in Kentucky for this.
I was about to say that she must have come to Nacho
right after.
Fit.
Yeah.
Because she had 4 works from August 6th till the 26th. And just 4 works. The 4th work was a 7/8 move at Keeneland. So he wasn't messing around, looking to get her ready. She's taking a lot of money. You know, this race was strange. I originally didn't know what to make of her, and I thought the number 7 Compelling Smile were tough to make. The other 5 fillies and mares all have a license in here, and with the money she's taking, it leads you to believe someone or the proverbial they know something about this mare and her chances. So it's as wide open a race as I think you're going to see. I'm going to tell you the horse that, to me, Temper Time, dropping in off all the stakes races. And I think the key to that is not only the competition, but she gets her Lasix back. And the races she has with Lasix are better. The thing with her could be, she could be a wet track horse as well. It's just, this for a 7-horse field, there's an awful lot going on in here. There's an awful lot. Even the one, Guana Key, right?
She's in good form.
2 in a row, 3 of her last 4. In fact, she's won her last 3 on the main track. The big loss came on the grass. This is a filly Wesley Ward used to have that was considered a stone-cold sprinter. And she's now won at 7 or longer 5 of her last 9 starts. What she has license, she's a real big 6-to-1's too big of a price on her.
Francisco Arrieta rode her last time at Ellis. He'll be back aboard again today. She was actually really game in that last win at Ellis too. She went between horses. Yeah. She took over a lot of adversity that day to win as well. Smarmy, though, is currently your favorite. She won at Churchill, going the mile, 2 starts back on the main track before they tried the grass last time at Colonial. Failed experiment, and she's back on her preferred surface today. Very, very interesting second race at Churchill Downs, as La Vida is giving the starting gate crew a little bit of trouble, making her first start here in the U.S. after racing exclusively in Chile, Uruguay, Latin America. Certainly Nacho Correa is well familiar with bringing those types here to the States, though.
Yeah, sure is. And if you know, one of the people you would want to reach out to if you were bringing a mare, a filly or mare like this up here, certainly Nacho does a fantastic job. She gets Lasix for the first time as well. Yeah, this is one of the next couple of races at Churchill were really intriguing to me. The third race at Churchill is probably the race I'm looking most forward to tonight.
Third race. This one is an interesting one as well. There's a lot going on in that third race. The sprint at Churchill, very competitive race. We've got a competitive mile race here, though, in this allowance, as La Vida is in. Here's race 2. Beneath the Twin Spires, Travis Stone standing by.
And they're off. Powder River toward the outside, and Smarmy is there. Temper Time and Guanaque down toward the rail. Up the chute they go. Smarmy comes on through to take the lead, and Powder River comes on to grab second. These two go 1-2. Temper Time backs off them to settle in from third. Up the chute and onto the main track. It's Smarmy in front. Powder River a stalking second. Guanaque's up into third. Temper Time is back into fourth. La Vida advancing outside fifth. Compelling Smile second to last early. And Tap Dancing Lady the trailer. 5 furlongs from the money. And it's Smarmy in front by 3/4 of a length. Powder River is a stalking second. Guanaque tucked away third and toward the rail. That opening quarter goes in 23-2. There's 4 furlongs to go. Smarmy heading for the far turn, still the leader, keyed up while doing so. Powder River still second. La Vida advances up on the outside and takes over third. Guanaque's back to fourth. Opening half in 47 seconds flat. They round the far turn. Smarmy still in front. Powder River cranks up the pressure. Here's Powder River to take the lead right off the turn. Smarmy's back into second. La Vida set down for the drive, and here she comes. 1 furlong to go. Powder River short lead. La Vida alongside and to the front right at the 8th pole. La Vida in front and now opening up. Powder River is back into second. Tap Dancing Lady late on the scene for third, but La Vida, a sharp winner by 3. Powder River was second. Tap Dancing Lady was third, and Smarmy was fourth.
La Vida, she's still figuring things out here as far as American racing is concerned, but she certainly knew how to find the winner's circle. Anthony under Vincent Chemino.
Yeah, you know, this was a nice effort from this filly. A little bit of problems behind the gate. You kind of worry that maybe she's leaving her race back there. That wasn't the case. She put herself in good position, and then more importantly, Acacia, when the forward march began at around the 7/16 pole, she just kept going. She kept coming and kept coming and kept coming, and was able to really accelerate right around the 3/16 pole. And this was a nice effort, nice little U.S. unveiling for this daughter of a gemologist.
Had her head turned a little bit in the stretch, hanging on that left lead, but her forward momentum, as you mentioned, was just so good that I like that Vincent Cheminot just didn't get in her way. He just let her run, let her go forward. He kept her straight, and she's sharp even after the race.
Good looking mare, too.
Yeah.
Really nice looking mare,
really
striking.
is. Back at Belmont at the Big A, Truancy is impressive. This New York bred filly has done quite well for Barclay Tagg as she makes it 2 wins in a row. Dylan Davis aboard. The heavy favorite gets the job done.
Eric Datton, her owner, original Saratoga guy. So always good to see Eric in the winner's circle, and now 2 in a row for this daughter of Runaway and Hyde. She might be going places in the New York bred ranks occasionally.
Dylan Davis back aboard, and he's standing by with Richie.
With a happy Dylan Davis here, and Dylan Truancy was very good. Laid a little bit off the pace today, was very kind. Seems like a very sensible filly to ride.
She is. You know, that day when Johnny rode her was up in Woodbine, so but I was happy for the team to win. And today she was very professional. I took away from the pony. I love how she felt. She was really happy and energetic and professional in the gate. She had a little issues with the gate, but she was able to break cleanly. And Robin and the team told me to just ride her comfortable, and she won on the lead, but they didn't give me one direction is to be on the lead. So Louis ended up clearing. She was very comfortable. And then she just took a command there at the 3/8 pole. I just allowed her to be happy there, and she just finished strong to the wire.
How much easier is it to do your job when you have a trainer like Barclay Tagg, Robbins, Mullins, that they basically have enough confidence to let you do what you think is right?
Of course, Rich. Yeah, it feels great. Just to do what I want to do, and that really transfers to the horse, I feel like, and the horse feels that energy, and knowing that you're comfortable, that gives them their best finishes when you get a horse in a comfortable stride and being real in a good spot where they want to be, and then you'll know that you have a kick finishing.
Well, Dylan, you're doing a great job. Keep up the good work, and always nice when a trainer doesn't micromanage, guys.
Barclay Tagg and Dylan Davis have had a great relationship together, and another favorite in this late pick 5 follow along Thunder Love remaining the big price in the sequence. Nacho Correos with wins, Belmont at the Big A and at Churchill as well.
I feel like when Richie says those things, he kind of thinks back to his riding days, right?
Oh, yeah.
He's getting his little jab in there. I love it. No, he's right. I mean, listen, when we talk about this all the time, right? As the son of a trainer, you can get up every day at 5 o'clock, do all the work you can. When you give the jockey a leg up, it's out of your hands. And you got to have, there has to be a degree of trust there. And obviously Dylan and Barclay have been doing a lot of good things together.
Well, we'll see what will happen with Trevor McCarthy and Gary Siaka. They're teaming up with the 5 Rugged Union in the nightcap from Belmont at the Big A, sprinting on the turf. We'll talk more about it after this on America's Day at the Races.
This proven son of Giants Causeway has sired 7 millionaires. With over 10% stakes performers, his recent top runners include Tarabi, placed in the Grade 1 Spinaway and Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies, Grade 2 winner Plum Ali, multi-millionaire Shivaji, plus these standout performers. Now his biggest book in the past decade will be 3-year-olds in 2022. A proven value sire, First Samurai, standing at Claiborne Farm.
The Fasig-Tipton Mid-Atlantic Fall Yearling Sale, offering a catalog of more than 500 yearlings from many of the sport's most lucrative state-bred programs. Among America's top yearling sales by percentage of 2-year-old winners, with recent stars like Leave No Trace, winner of the Grade 1 Spinaway Stakes, plus over 85 stakes wins or placings this year. Mid-Atlantic Fall Yearlings, Monday and Tuesday, October 3rd and 4th in Timonium, Maryland. Where will you be?
Spun to Run. In the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, he defeated a loaded field that included multiple Grade 1 winners Omaha Beach and Improbable. His brilliant speed figures were among the fastest of any 3-year-old at a mile or more. And he hails from the legendary Danzig sire line. Multiple graded stakes winner, millionaire, Breeders' Cup champion, Spun to Run, standing at Gainesway.
big news from Presque Isle Downs. Graded Stakes action returns Monday, September 19th with a $400,000 Grade 2 Presque Isle Masters, a very important Breeders' Cup prep race. In 6 of its first 11 runnings, horses from the Presque Isle Masters won that year's Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint. September 19th also features the $200,000 Presque Isle Mile. Join us for our biggest day of the season at Presque Isle Downs, Erie, Pennsylvania. For more, go to PresqueIsledowns.com.
We're back on America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2 and our regional networks. Glad to have you with us. You can follow along with all of the action on Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at NairaBets.com or download the app today. That look of the New York City skyline never gets old. Here's a look at the field for the Nightcap Belmont at the Big A on opening day. We'll be here at the Big A for the next several months, and we're wrapping up a great first day of racing for this fall meet. Horses in the paddock for the Nightcap, 6 furlongs on the turf. We will check in the paddock with Richard Bigliore for more.
Thanks, Acacia. Just getting back, guys. Yeah, I didn't like when trainers micromanage. It's not so much a jab as just a commentary. I had one trainer once hand me one of those walkie-talkies to tell me how fast or slow it's going to go. I handed him my helmet. I said, what's that? I said, why don't you work them, too? Got to let guys do their jobs. But getting back to the race, the one smart joker, I think, is really going to appreciate the turn back in distance. He showed speed in his previous starts and just, I don't think, could handle distance. I think he's going to really appreciate cutting back in distance. I think he'll sit a good pocket trip, and I think that he's going to like the turn back. The 3, Feliciano, trying the turf for the first time. I see some turf influence as far as from a physical perspective, but he's also out of a Chester House mare. Nick Zito, unlucky earlier in the day, had a horse run extremely well. Maybe he was best, stumbled at the break, came running. Be nice to see Nick get a win, but Feliciano's making a nice impression here in the paddock as well. And the 5, Rugged Union, I like the way he looks. Gary Siaka's horses are usually well turned out. He appears to be the main, probably controlling speed in here. I'll be interested to get Anthony's take on it, but I think that he could lead them an awful long way here, guys.
All right, Richie, thank you. As we see him get the call for riders up in the Nightcap, Rugged Union does have that early speed as he makes his first start for Gary Siaka, Anthony.
Yeah, he has races. The race 2 back over at across town at Belmont, I think, makes him a player. He really hasn't done much racing, right? You see that year-plus layoff and then only 4 races since May 1st now. Today will be the 4th, in fact. I agree with Richie. He looks like he's the speed. The only other horse in here that has any ones on his card really is the 1 Smart Joker, and Kimbo Dancer had a few as well, but those are going long.
We'll meet the rest of the field. 6 furlongs on the turf here. Again, maiden claiming race to wrap up the day, starting with that turnback runner Richie talked about in the paddock. Here's Smart Joker.
Yeah, Smart Joker, son of Practical Joke, you would imagine is going to appreciate the cutback in distance. He dirt sprinted to no avail, but maybe the grass and sprinting is what he wants to do.
We'll see if this is the right combination for him. Back to the turf for the 2, Southern Civility.
Yeah, it kind of feels like Pat Reynolds is just trying to find a home for Southern Civility, whether it's turf, dirt, long or short. Dylan Davis looks to sweep the late double.
Next in the post parade will be the 4, Impassable Prince, first time on the turf.
Debuted going 7/8 on the dirt against fellow New York breds. Now cuts back to 3/4 of a mile and tries the dirt. Heeman Harkey is going to ride.
Here is the number 5, Rugged Union.
Yeah, we'll see how far Trevor McCarthy and Rugged Union can lead this field. First time for Gary Siaka, who had a decent Saratoga meet. We'll see if he can take them flag faulted, that's all.
Island Man cuts back in distance.
He has yet to hit the board in 13 tries, including 8 on the turf. But he has a couple of races back in April and May that against special weight competition that would make him a peripheral player in here at a price.
Here is your current favorite, Empire Ridge, cutting back in distance.
I picked this horse, but I wouldn't want to bet him at 2-1. He's got to answer some questions. I know he's run well enough turf sprinting at the beginning of his career, but the last time he turf sprinted, it was not a good effort. Last time out, he had a wide trip to nowhere, but that's a tough price to take on this horse.
We'll say he's sharper today than he was last time out. Here is the 8. There goes My Miracle.
0 for 20 so far in his career. One of his closest finishes was last time when he was beaten just a half length going long. He'll cut back in distance again.
Another big price. Here's the 9, Disengage.
Yeah, we'll see if he can maybe be a little bit of a pace player in here. I would imagine they're going to be a little bit more aggressive. Gary Richards giving him an aggressive warm-up, and Gary usually gets these horses out of the gate. He's a gigantic price.
Here's the 10, 5-1 on Kimbo Dancer.
This one's going to sprint for just the second time. Last time this horse had a really, really bad trip. We'll see if Amin Castillo can wake him up. He's taken a ton of money in here at 5-1.
That was also against maiden special weight competition last time out. And last in the post race will be the 3, Feliciano.
First time turf for this son of Run Happy. Richie mentioned Nick Zito, man. When things go, when it rains, it pours. That horse tried to beat the gate, Nick told me earlier today, and when he tried to do that, he kind of stumbled at the start. He ran a winning race. We'll see if first time on the lawn helps Feliciano. The dam was 1 for 5 on the grass, if that means anything.
Well, he is also half two to stakes winner Patsy's Holiday, who's a 4-time turf winner. On top of that dam, you're right, there is some turf pedigree, and as we know, the Run Happies can run on anything. Here's the 5, Rugged Union. Again, first time for Gary Siaka. Now, I do remember 2 starts back when he was back at Belmont, and this is the race that we're looking at. Danny Gargan had mentioned they had changed the bit on him because he had been very, very tough to handle in that May race. You could see how rank he was. He's not an easy horse to ride.
No, and, you know, now Trevor's going to climb aboard for the first time. I know Dylan Davis, who's former rider, who's riding Southern Civility in here, and Trevor are close. So I would imagine that there's a conversation to be had there because as much as they're competing, they don't want anything to happen. Yeah, he looks like he's a little bit of a rogue. He absolutely looks like he's a little bit of a rogue. Speaking from someone who knows what it's like to be a little bit of a rogue. Yeah, you know, my assumption in here is that Trevor's going to look at the form and say, you know what, there's no other real speed in this race. He's a bad actor, or appears to be a little bit of a bad actor in the stretch especially. Let me just try and blast him off. I know that's what they've tried to do the last 2 times, but I think that's his best, and the truth of the matter is it could be his only chance to get the money in here.
Speed is a dangerous weapon, that's for sure. The number 1, Smart Joker, has shown speed, but that's going longer. This is, as mentioned, his first time sprinting on the turf. And as we take a look at his race 2 starts back, this was at Belmont in July for maiden 40. Again, going a mile and a 16th that day. Using the speed, he ended up finishing 4th. But I sometimes wonder, too, maybe this is just going to be the right spot. It's been trial and error with him, right? Sprinting on the dirt, long on the dirt, long on the turf. Now it's trying sprinting on the turf.
If you would guarantee me that he was going to run that effort from 2 starts back, the way the tote board's playing out, as we have a rider off the number 4, Impossible Prince as we speak, I would, saddle adjustment there, as you could see. If you told me he was going to run that race 2 back, the way the board's playing out, I would bet on Smart Joker today. But his 2 dirt sprints weren't very good. It is clear that he's more of a turf horse than a dirt horse, but you don't know how he's going to take to the turf sprinting. And I wonder just how much speed he will have in the turf sprint. I mean, he's 25 and change, 48 and change to half, 49 and change to half in his 2 turf routes. I wonder how much speed he'll have sprinting today.
Well, Smart Joker, Richie, I know you had some intrigue about this one as we see Heman Harkey get back aboard the 4 Impassable Prince after this equipment adjustment. But as far as Smart Joker sprinting on the turf, Richie, I know you felt this could be the right spot for him.
Yeah, I think it could be the Goldilocks effect, right? You know, not long on the turf, not short on the dirt, but short on the turf could be just right. I like him from a physical perspective, turning back in distance. I do think he'll be outrun. I don't think he's going to be anywhere near the lead, but I don't think he's going to be so far away. I do think he'll get, you know, obviously from the inside a ground-saving trip, and he's going to have to work out a trip. But I really like to turn back for the 1 Smart Joker. The 5 Rugged Union, he should be loose on the lead, and sometimes horses get loose and riders don't fight with them and they relax better that way. Spoke with his trainer Gary Siaka. He said, no, I want him on the lead. I want him in front. So I think, you know, obviously Trevor's just going to allow him to run to the lead, and I think if you don't, sometimes you're better off just not picking up the reins almost, letting a horse 5 pounds of pressure run quietly into your hands. And I think he could be tough to catch if he gets comfortable on the lead, which I I don't see how he's not going to be unless something unforeseen was to happen at the start. The horse that really caught my eye in the post parade was the 10 Kimbo Dancer. Made a real nice impression. Thought he had a tough trip last time, chasing 4-5 wide throughout around the the turn Saratoga. That's not a winning recipe. Obviously, he's drawn outside again, so he's going to have to work out a trip. But I definitely liked what I saw from him in the warm-up. Kimbo Dancer making a real nice impression on the racetrack.
And a nice 6-1, Richie. Thank you. Let's go back to the 7 Empire Ridge. I know this is your top pick, Anthony, and we'll see as he goes back to sprinting. I had mentioned in the post parade that he looked sharper today, and he was very much an underwhelming type last time out. This could just be the right spot for him as he too cuts back in distance.
Yeah, not going to hold the race off the 4 months against him in his last turf sprint. I mean, that was a trip to nowhere last time out. He had zero chance. And you know what? The fact of the matter is he didn't run that badly last time, being beat only 5 lengths. His first 2 turf sprints put him right in the winner's circle today. Right? Those were figures as a 2-year-old. You figure now it's an improvement at 3. And it's really the only time he's gotten the turf sprint without having to deal with the layoff, without having to deal with the new trainer. Yeah, I thought he made a lot of sense. And now the price is a little bit better. 3-1's more in the wheelhouse. I was expecting 3-1, 7-2. 5-2, 2-1 was not acceptable. 3-1, 7-2, wherever he lands, I think is a decent enough price.
Favoritism click back over to Rugged Union, who will try to take them every step of the way under Trevor McCarthy for Gary Siaka.
We think,
like Richie said, unless some unforeseen circumstance takes place, and you never know what can happen when they spring the latch of that starting gate.
No, that's their. That's what's so much fun about this. The greatest game played outdoors, because there are rules everywhere else, right? There's 9 outs, 3 outs in baseball. You get 4 downs unless you get a first down in football. There's no rules here. It's always different. That's what you love about this game.
We'll see who wins the nightcap of opening day of Belmont at the Big A. John and Brielle standing by with the call.
Rugged Union moves in, and we're waiting on the final horse, number 10, Kimbo Dancer. Field of 10 in race 10. We are set for the start. And they're off. And there is Rugged Union quickly out for the early lead, and quickly in front here by almost 4 lengths. Empire Ridge. And there goes My Miracle, and on the outside, Kimbo Dancer. Those 3 are all together. Disengage runs in 5th. Impossible Prince down on the inside in 6th. Island Man is alongside in 7th. Then Feliciano and Southern Civility. And Smart Joker is the trailer in 10th. The opening quarter mile went in 23 seconds. They go for the turn with Rugged Union leading by almost 3 lengths. And then comes Kimbo Dancer next in second. There goes My Miracle down at the rail in third, followed by Disengage and Empire Ridge. Farther back, it's Island Man and Impossible Prince as they come for the top of the stretch with Rugged Union, the one to catch. There goes My Miracle, runs in second. Empire Ridge is next. Impossible Prince is down at the rail. As they hit the 8th pole, it is Rugged Union trying to go wire to wire here. Has the lead over there. Goes My Miracle. Rugged Union by 2. There goes My Miracle in second. Rugged Union, wire to wire. There goes My Miracle was second. Empire Ridge finished third.
Right out of the gate, Rugged Union and Trevor McCarthy made their plan clear, and it worked. 2 wires the field in the nightcap.
As it is football season, Acacia, and I know there are a lot of fantasy football players out there, they say you can't win your league at the draft, but you can lose it. Rugged Union won this race at the start.
Yep.
The gate opened. He was 5 in front before the other 9 of them could blink their eyes. And that was it. Because in the past, he had opened up big leads, not like that. And this one just proved to be insurmountable. Because you saw, there goes My Miracle, kept on coming at him. And, if it was a length lead or his ordinary lead's a length and a half, 2-length lead, he probably would have got to him. But today it was just way too much for the rest of them to do, and he was able to bottom out the field as the 5-2 favorite.
Rugged Union with the win in the nightcap 5-8. for the last race of the day at the Belmont at the Big A opening day. Horses leaving the paddock for the third at Churchill Downs. We're sprinting on the main track. More after this.
An obligatory goes by the ball.
Here comes Malathaat. Here comes Clariere on the outside. They're coming to the finish, and it's going to be Clariere. Nest, much the best. She won by better than 10 lengths. Cody's Wish on the outside. Cody's Wish with the upset in the Fargo. Malathaat grabs the lead in deep stretch, and Malathaat has won the Personal Ensign Stakes.
Curling, the classic sire.
We're back on America's Day at the Races as you see fans enjoying their day at the races at Churchill Downs opening day beneath the Twin Spires as well here on September 15th. We have the third race coming up next. It's a starter allowance sprinting on the main track. There's a look at the field. Even money on one for Richie. Richie Migliori has left us at this point, as Belmont at the Big A is done for the day, but we'll still get a chance to talk about Richie, the equine version. Here is one of his main foes, though, Anthony, Totalizer.
From facing Jack Christopher in the Grade 1 Alan Jerkins to starter 10s at Churchill Downs.
What a game. Here's the 4, Tetsu.
Yeah, very consistent. Has hit the exactor in 6 of his last 7. We'll see what he does this afternoon.
Scratch the 5. Here's the 6, Big Sport, in terrific form.
17 starts in the last 2 years, has never been worse than third, 16 of them in the exacta.
Number 7, Thirsty Betrayal, looks for 3 in a row.
Has won 3 of his last 4, 3 for 9 with 3 seconds at Churchill in his career.
And there he is, 1 for Richie.
12 starts in the last 2 years, 7 wins, 4 seconds and a third for this son of congrats.
You gotta like horses like that. Here's Eagle Pass.
Yeah, former New York runner's won 10 times in his career. He's seen better days, but we'll see if the layoff since June helps his cause.
Here's the 10 honorary degree. Do you have an honorary degree from anywhere?
No, I probably should,
The
though.
University of Aqueduct?
No, the University of Aqueduct. Yeah, truancy. We'll talk about that later. Blinkers go on this honorary degree at a big price.
Here's Crime Spree to wrap up the field.
Yeah, back to the dirt. Back to the turf, rather, after a turf try over at Horseshoe Indy last time out.
That's the field for the third at Churchill. Thirsty Betrayal and 1 for Richie. They ran 1-2 at Ellis last time out. Paul, you have to like horses like this. They are just so consistent, this bunch.
Yeah, this whole bunch, they all love to win races. And when you have someone like the 8 horse in here and the 6, they both are absolutely speed bullets. Now, the 8 in here, 1 for Richie, it's going to be very interesting if he can clear the lead. Now, the last time they ran, him and Thirsty Betrayal, the 7, and here in this race, now I get it. It was on a muddy racetrack, and the 7 actually ran his top number that he's ever run in his career. So a lot of people sometimes don't really want to come back with that horse. But when you look at Thirsty Betrayal, you know, the one race at Churchill Downs, he was up on the pace. He needs a target, and he's going to get those targets with the 6 and 8. The 8 lays over on this field when it comes to numbers-wise, but when it comes to pace, it's going to be really hard to maybe clear the 6. So I thought that you could use Thirsty Betrayal, and you cannot throw out the 3, guys. I think this is going to be the first test on how the Saratoga horses have come here to Churchill. We know the Saratoga, some races, especially early in the meet, played very, very deep the racetrack. It got a little faster towards the end, and I'm wondering if these horses are going to come in dead fit, because the 3 on sheets and on my speed numbers is not that fast, but I think the Saratoga deep track, he's going to be fit. So I was kind of 7, 3, 8-ish in here, messing around with those 3 horses.
A great point, Paul, as we see the 3 Totalizer having made 2 starts off of a bit of a layoff and a trainer switch at Saratoga. As you mentioned, Anthony, his last try was against Jack Christopher in the Grade 1 H. Allen Jerkins that day.
The ultimate class relief.
Right.
From
Grade
Jack Christopher
1,
to starter 10.
Yep. Anything can happen. But as Paul mentioned, he had 2 races over that track. Finished second behind Swiftsure, who was the horse to beat that day, going 7 furlongs back in July.
I like the 6, Big Sport, by the way.
Cool. Big Sport. Very tough horse as well. Here's Travis Stone with the 3rd at Churchill.
And they're off. Big Sport bounces out on top. 1 for Richie goes with that one, and these 2 hook up early. They've opened up by 2.5. Big Sport keyed up to the front, opens up by a length. 1 for Richie racing in second early. Honorary Degree comes away 3rd. Thirsty Betrayal off the rail racing in 4th. Crime Spree 5th. Tetsu 6th. Ego passed on inside 7th. And Totalizer's at the back, 8 lengths off the lead. Heading for the far turn, the opening quarter in a sharp 21-4. 1 for Richie, coming back at Big Sport. And these 2 knock heads with 3 furlongs to go. Right in behind is Crime Spree, trying to squeeze through down toward the rail. Thirsty Betrayal sent up 4 wide. Honorary Degree 5 wide. Tetsu's in behind them. Off the turn, 1 for Richie, wide off the turn, but in front. Wide opening at the rail for Crime Spree. Thirsty Betrayal is there. Tetsu comes on between. 1 furlong to go. And 1 for Richie to catch. The lead is still 2.5. Tetsu runs up inside of Thirsty Betrayal, and Crime Spree is there. Everybody chasing 1 for Richie, who rambles home. 4-length winner on the wire. Tetsu got 2nd. Thirsty Betrayal was 3rd, and Crime Spree 4th.
1 for Richie, now a 12-time winner from 41 starts, turns the tables on Thirsty Betrayal and picks up another win impressively here at Churchill.
Yeah, you gotta love these horses that just show up each and every time they run. It's unbelievable how consistent he's been. He's now 8 for 13 with 4 seconds and a third over the last couple of years, for well over $250,000 now. You know, and playing at the bottom level of the claiming game and these starter races, seeing this kind of consistency is so rare. And it's just so cool to see. That's why I said that earlier. This is one of the races I was looking most forward to, because you had horses like him and Thirsty Betrayal and Big Sport, who didn't really show up with his A game today. But it's just so fun to watch these horses who, you know, sustain the sport throughout the year. Then it's nice that and this is a $52,000 pot. It's a good pot for these horses. So this is a nice effort. You come to expect this effort from him, though.
These horses are the heart and soul of the game, that's for sure. 1 for Richie, picks up another one at Churchill. Belmont at the Big A. Trevor McCarthy took the nightcap aboard the 5 Rugged Union, hustled him right out of the gate, and that was the way to do it, taking them every step of the way.
Yeah, blast off. That was exactly what he needed to do, and Trevor did a fantastic job just getting him to the front and building too big of a lead for his 9 rivals to run down. I think that's what you try to do. Again, you know, this is a bottom level maiden claimer on the turf. We don't run them cheaper than the 40, and I think you just have to leave these horses with too much to do, and that's what Gary Siaka, the GMP stables, getting a win. They've kind of spread the wealth a little bit out to some trainers since Gary Gullo hung his training chart up. Gary's still well involved, though. And another Gary gets his picture taken today as the lukewarm 5-2 favorite.
$7.90 winner in the nightcap. Over there goes my Miracle, who tried every step of the way. Empire Ridge, no better than third. That's it for the day, for opening day of Belmont at the Big A. We still have plenty of live racing action for you, though, to come. Shakopee, Minnesota. That'll be the site of the opener at Canterbury Park out of the turf chute. We'll talk more about it. Plenty of action from Canterbury and Churchill still to come on America's Day at the Races.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Nairo Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Nairo Bets.
Prolumo is the all-natural, non-medicated, targeted therapy top horsemen choose to reduce bleeding caused by strenuous exercise.
We use it for preventative, and also we start horses on it if after a race or after a workout they bleed. The success has been tremendous.
Prolumo's active ingredient, Noto ginseng, has proven hemostatic properties. Consult your veterinarian prior to administering. Go natural. Visit Prolumo.com to order today.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you as always by America's Best Racing. For the love of a race, visit americasbestracing.net today. At Churchill Downs, we saw some tough cookies, that's for sure. Some lunch pail horses, as Richie Migliore would call them. And one for Richie with the win. He picked up another one, win number 12 of his career, and did so pretty impressively, Anthony.
Yeah, he did. Just duked it out a little bit with Big Sport on the front end and put that one away, and was able to just go about his business from the 3/16 pole home. You see Francisco Arrieta was pumped up when he came back to the winner's circle, just keeping this son of congrats about his business, and took a peek back there and said, good job, old boy. Let's go take our picture again.
I'm a fan of horses like him who just are so consistent. $5.12 winner. Tetsu, a big price in second.
Still getting used to this, by the way. 512, 272, 1266. These older eyes. I didn't want to say old. I'm not old yet. These older eyes, I'm just not accustomed to that at a racetrack.
We'll get you there. Now, as mentioned, we will have some racing for you from Minnesota at Canterbury Park today, and we'll take a look at the field. We're going a mile and 70 yards out of the turf chute. Maiden claiming for the opener, fillies and mares in the spotlight here. And it should be noted too, Jermaine Bridgemahan is off his mount today, so that graphic is incorrect. Right, Akelberry will be aboard the number 3 Delusional Dream. Sadly, on Wednesday at Canterbury, race 4 was declared a no contest after Jermaine fell from his mount, Mickey Dobbs, and was taken to a local hospital and diagnosed with broken bones in his back, ribs, and a collapsed lung. So our prayers with Jermaine, and we hope to see him back and doing okay. Again, Rye Akelberry will be aboard the 3 Delusional Dream. We'll meet the rest of the field for this opener. There is Delusional Dream. Again, that will be Rye Akelberry aboard, trying to build off that second place finish.
Yeah, missed by just a half length last time. We'll see if Daughter of Tapiture can get to the money tonight.
Here's the 4. Lucy's looking left back on the turf.
First turf race was a good one back in June. Last one left a lot to be desired. We'll see what happens back to the grass tonight.
Elegance and Tonic is next, currently your 9-5 favorite.
Dropped to this level last time and ran the best race of her short career. Just her 5th start. She makes a lot of sense as the chalk.
As she does, as that was the 3rd behind Delusional Dream last time. Here's a big price, first time on the turf, Exodus and Hope.
First time turf, first time going along. I would imagine that Eduardo Gallardo puts this one on the front end tonight.
Here's Lake Lady, big drop in class.
Yeah, open maiden specials, state bred maiden specials now down for the tag. She has the looks that maybe she's running herself into shape. She's a nice price at 6-1. I would use Lake Lady tonight.
And stretching out in distance, back on the turf, here's Innovate.
Yeah, they're 0 for 13 so far in her career. Daughter of Uncle Mo, 0 for 5 on the lawn so far. She just doesn't have any early speed occasion. I think there are some more attractive alternatives elsewhere.
Well, that's the field for the opener at Canterbury Park. Favoritism ticking over now to Delusional Dream as she will rematch with Elegance and Tonic. These two met last time out when running for this same level of competition. As you mentioned during the post parade, Anthony, they just seem to make sense here, as the last time you and I covered Canterbury Park together was on Mystic Lake Derby Day.
Wow, it was back in June.
Yeah, that was a really fun day that they had there.
It was. Yeah, that was a fun night. We got some good racing in that night, and we've seen a couple of horses come back out of there and run pretty well.
7 cents at Saratoga, in fact.
Yep. This is, look, this horse is 0 for 12. She's 6-5, and she's 0 for 12. There's better wagering options in this heat, I think. I thought Elegance and Tonic Beaches, but I'll tell you what, at the prices, I'd almost have to take a flyer on Lake Lady in here. Top barn.
She's such a big price.
Can't believe it, right? Yeah. And the board is really weird there. Obviously, we're covering Churchill Downs. We covered Belmont at the Big A. So the pools aren't as big at a place like Canterbury Park. So you're going to see the board fluctuate a whole lot more. But if you're home watching us for the first time and you're wondering why a horse like the 7 Lake Lady went from 8-1 to 12-1 to 10-1 to 12-1 to 8-1, that's why. If she's anywhere near that 7, 8, 10-1 price she's been hovering around, you almost owe it to yourself and, more importantly, your bankroll to take a little shot with her. She's had less chances to disappoint, certainly, than the 4-5 favorite, the number 3 Delusional Dream. And, maybe a little bit more blue sky, as I like to say.
She just has to get out of the gate. That has been her Achilles heel in her 2 races so far. Yes, they were against significantly tougher. The first one against Open Company, then last time out against Minnesota Breds. But in maiden special weight fields, she's in for the 15,000 today. She did finish 4th last time, making up. They're able to run up and improve a little bit to finish 4th at a shorter price. Maybe it's some questions about her getting out of the gate, but if she breaks a little bit better today, and obviously the class relief, a big piece of it.
Well, the 2 rattle me. New York bred.
How about that?
She find her way to Shakopee, Minnesota. I don't know.
She has some speed, too. I think that's an intriguing piece. She's also a generous price as she's taking a drop in class, and she finished 5th last time out when dueling. But she's one you don't have to worry about getting out of the gate cleanly.
Right. She breaks alertly, and she's where she'll be in the early running. I like the name of the one, Bones and Roses.
Bones and Roses. I like it.
Elicits 2 very different visions. Right?
I would guess so.
I would imagine that's a tattoo. Reference to tattoos, right? A lot of bones and a lot of roses.
Maybe.
This is what my mind does, Acacia, when I'm sitting around in my office in between shifts and in between races here at Belmont at the Big A.
We left you too much time from talking horses.
You left me way too much time. I mean, what do they say about the idle mind?
Well, let's go for the opener at Canterbury Park to get off this topic. 3-5 on Delusional Dream. Rye Ankleberry to be in the saddle. Track announcer Paul Allen standing by the opener at Canterbury Park.
Elegance and Tonic is in. Exodus and Hope edging forward. This mare makes her turf debut. Into the final 25 races of the season. Our leading rider is Harry Hernandez. We will celebrate his accomplishments following race 2 Saturday. And in the training race, very tightly contested. Hall of Famer Mac Robertson, 59. Joel Burnt, 58. Innovate last in. 8 in the gate for the first Thursday at Canterbury Park. And they're racing. Swift beginnings for all. Rattle Me and Elegance and Tonic come out fast behind them. Lucy's looking left. Then it's the white horse, Bones and Roses, 6 lengths from the front. And to the inside of Exodus and Hope, that 50-1 shot is making her turf debut. Delusional Dream now second last. Innovate a bit wide around the turn, but on the move. And Lake Lady flows along in last at 17-1. They're covered by 12, and they're chasing the leading man, Harry. Elegance and Tonic kicks clear by 2. Rattle Me lays second by 3, and the pace is kind of hot. After that, Lucy's looking left, 7 lengths out of it. Then we come to Bones and Roses at 0 for 19, hoping this Thursday is the day. To the inside of Innovate, 2.5 clear from Delusional Dream. She continues to bide her time and chill out between the 1 and the 8, and she's 5 clear from Exodus and Hope. And Lake Lady is being niggled at with about 3.5 to go. And Exodus, make that Elegance and Tonic, is trying to go wire to wire. Carlo Lopez and Rattle Me at 10-1, attempting to rattle the cages of Elegance and Tonic and Harry. After that, it's way back to Lucy's looking left. Now Eckleberry comes flashing out of the crowd with Delusional Dream. She's on the move, and she's 7-8 lengths out of it. And they head for home. It is Elegance and Tonic trying to leave them punch drunk and looking strong. Rattle Me lays second. After that, Lucy's looking left, Bones and Roses, and not today for Delusional Dream. Elegance and Tonic and the leading man are gone. 5-1-4 in the first.
Open length win for Elegance and Tonic. Filly by Protonico running away from the rest of this field, Anthony.
Cost $1,000 at a sale 2 years ago in Minnesota. Finally gets out of the maiden. Well, she gets out of the maiden ranks a couple of years, and a month later, easy as can be under Harry Hernandez.
Elegance and Tonic are running away from the rest of the field. Bones and Roses. Maybe if you liked the name like Anthony did, you played this one underneath at a bit of a price. Back at Churchill Downs, horses in the paddock for the 4th race. There's a look at first-time starter Cobblestone. Will kick off the late pick 5 beneath the Twin Spires after this.
Grade 1 winner and track record setter Lee. Like their sire, his runners have excelled on both dirt and turf, including these standout performers.
Leading by 3, Gibberish and Dylan Davis.
Out of a Galileo mare, this dual surface star has sired juvenile stakes winners on both dirt and turf. Lee, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you as always by Naira Bets. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at NairaBets.com or download the app today. If you're in the grandstand at Canterbury Park, you can bet on Naira Bets there. Hopefully you had the winner, Elegance and Tonic. She was impressive, running away from this field in the opener under Harry Hernandez. Filly by Protonico to get the win in race 1 at Canterbury Park.
Never really in doubt. I mean, she got to the front, made the lead fairly easily. I thought she'd have some pressure from Rattle Me, who never really applied that much pressure. Took a shot at her around the 3/8 pole, but that was quickly brushed aside, and 6-length win, getting out a little bit the last 16th of a mile.
$7.80 winner in the opener at Canterbury Park. It was 5-1-4 in the first race, with plenty more action for you from Minnesota. Today we'll be out of the turf chute for the second race as well, which will be coming up next. Fun getting an opportunity to cover a little Canterbury Park today and talk about their runners there. But back at Churchill Downs, it's time for race 4. It's a maiden claiming for $50,000, a few first-time starters as well. And it is the start of today's late pick 5 at Churchill Downs. So we'll bring in the pick 5 master, Paul Aduca, here with us. Paulie, help us out a little bit.
Yeah, it looks like a difficult sequence, Keisha. You got to make up your mind whether you want to single the 6 here. And I think a lot of people that I've talked to, they're leaning on the 6 in here, in Solito for Brad Cox. There's concerns for me. When a horse runs a nice little second, a nice little third at Oaklawn Park in January, you know, you're going to drop this colt by Connect for $50,000 in his third career start. I get it. Maybe they're putting him in a realistic spot. Now, the 13 does draw in for Phil Bauer. I think it's a big draw in with Gabriel Saez. Again, we saw what Phil was capable of as well. So I went basically 6, 11, 13 basically to start my pick 5. And then when you get a little deeper into my pick 5, it's 5-7 in the next race. I was trying to go outside the box. So I was going to use somebody else in race number 5. It would probably be the 3 Frank's Honor, who had a kind of a bad trip. But the 5 and the 7 there are going to be, I thought, tough to handle. In race number 6, 2, 6, 11. This is a tough race. Pachuca, probably going to be your favorite, but the horse comes from way out of it. She leaves a lot to be done. Free Drop Maddie's going to be the favorite in there. I think the 2 in there, Santa Fe Gold's got an outside shot. 1, 4, 8, 10. I'm leaning on Renee Diaz, Acacia, in the last with the 8 ball. I think the weight off, that horse got a big shot in the last.
All right, Paulie, good luck. We'll be cheering you on. Super Tale of Houdini, Paul's single in the nightcap as post-parade underway for this 4th race. We saw the 1 Pine Valley go by. Constitutional Law is next on the drop-in class.
Both dropping from the special weight ranks to the $50,000 tag tonight. The Constitutional Law cutting back. I think that's going to help the cause.
Here is the 3 first-time starter, Cougar Jack.
Yeah, has a 47-3 gate work at Beltara. 2 works back. Son of Honor Code's a gigantic price.
They bring this colt here to debut. Here's Cobblestone, colt by Street Boss.
Over at the training center, the Street Boss gets Lasix. Solid, if not spectacular work tab. The date's all the way back to May 14th. Not taking any money, though, like the other first or Cougar Jack.
Here's the 5, cutting back supremely.
Yeah, first time off the claim for Greg Foley. I think it's a positive sign that this horse is staying at the level they claim this horse out. There's not a drop here. You'd always like to see a rise in class, but and we saw the first 2 finishes from the maiden win last time both come back to win.
Tuinaku with a 95 fire speed figure for Tom Amos. Here's the 6 Insolito, your favorite.
Yeah, I don't know what to do with this horse off the drop. You're obviously using him in the pick 5 like Paul is, but I don't know if you trust this horse at 6-5 in the win pool.
The coach Wayne Lucas sends out final approach.
Yeah, this horse took some money into the Expressman entry last time. Did not do any running at all.
Here's the 9 scratch off.
Yeah, good start, 2 starts back. Last time out tired, going 7/8, back to the 6 furlongs and dropping today.
First time starter for Todd Pletcher, Lucky Smile.
Yeah, son of Tappet for Weathermer and Frere. Another one whose work tab dates back to May. Some gaps in this one. This horse is taking some money, though.
Here's Norgay, blinkers on.
Yeah, the blinkers go on, drops in class. 3rd start off an October to July layoff. Another one cutting back from 7 to 6.
Vintage Vinyl, do note this one is a new gelding.
Yep, fresh gelding, ships in from Horseshoe Indy. This horse was a little interesting to me. I can't believe the price. That's way too big a price.
And as Paul mentioned, don't forget the 13 California Express draws in off the also eligible list.
Another one dropping down. Second place finisher Seal Beach came back to win. This horse had a little bit of a wide trip from post 13. You'd imagine Destiny is another wide trip tonight. First Phil Bauer runner did not do much running in the second race. Smarmy tired top of the stretch. We'll see if the Express can keep going though.
6-5 on Insolito. We'll talk more about this fourth race. Maiden's looking for the first win of their career after this.
Want to get your career in horse racing off to a fast start? Well, the University of Arizona's Racetrack Industry Program is your winning ticket. The Racetrack Industry Program has served as a springboard to some of the industry's most successful individuals, with a proven track record of job placement right out of college. If you want to earn a degree in the exciting horse racing industry, the Racetrack Industry Program can put you in the winner's circle.
Blood Horse Plus, available through bloodhorse.com, provides exclusive, timely, and unmatched content to subscribers, including Fox Sports, Blood Horse branded weekly programs, a detailed stakes winners section, behind-the-scenes videos from Blood Horse staff, on-demand access to deeper horse statistics, and a $5 monthly credit to equineline.com. Upgrade to Blood Horse Plus today.
That's on America's Day at the Races as we continue on through opening day beneath the Twin Spires at Churchill Downs. Maidens sprinting on the main track. Coming up next as we get ready to kick off this late pick 5. And it is Insolito who is taking most of the money, currently 6-5 for trainer Brad Cox as he takes a drop in class. Paul, do you trust this class dropper off the layoff?
It's really a tough call. I mean, I'm kind of in the same camp as the Big A. Like, tough to trust, but then you look down at the numbers, and Brad doesn't drop a ton of horses when you think about it. When he does, he wins. He's 38% when he drops down to maiden claiming. So I think this feels a little bit saltier of a maiden 50 field than normal, because you do have a couple horses in here, like the 13 for Phil Bauer. I actually thought that horse, I'm no expert. I'm not Acacia Courtney, and I am not Maggie Wolfendale, but I thought the 13 looked amazing on the racetrack. And for Phil Bauer, obviously, we talked about him earlier. His other horse did not run well. I wanted to talk about the 11. It's an absolutely ridiculous price on Norgay. Now, I get it. This horse has had issues at the gate. They put the blinkers on. Maybe, Ian Wilkes is thinking, okay, I'm reaching here and just trying to get blinkers on, and maybe he can get out of the gate. But I look at some of his races, and I'm thinking, okay, he's a maiden special weight dropping down to maiden, and he's faced 11 horse field, 10 horse field, 11 horse field, 10 horse field. He's been kind of in the trenches, and sometimes you find some of these horses that have been in shorter fields, although Insolito has been in big fields as well. But I think the 11 at 13-1 is an unreal price, and that horse should be around 5-1 in my mind.
All right, Paul, thank you. Norgay, as this one gets the blinkers on, bringing up some good points about a horse that's offering some generous value into the teeth of a 6-5 favorite, taking that drop in class. And as Paul mentioned, yes, some big numbers that this colt did run towards the very end of his 2-year-old season and the start of his 3-year-old. But you do wonder, Is he going to be ready? There are some questions, some things he has to overcome, and maybe some other intriguing runners in here.
Yeah, I think Constitutional Law, has one sprint on his card back in December at Oaklawn Park, where he was down inside. I don't know. I thought that horse was 23-1 for a barn that wins at 23% with Francisco Arrieta, who's looking for his second win of the night. Yep. Sign me up at 21-1. That's a huge price.
There are some generous prices there. Yeah. California Express got some great comments from Paul as far as how he looked. Again, jury's still out on Phil Bauer and the horses that he's choosing to send out here. You can't make any assumptions off of just one runner so far. But again, what we saw in Saratoga was a limited number of starters, just a barn that was doing so well. And you have to see, can he continue with that momentum?
Do like 6 for 11 when all was said and done? That's a crazy, I mean, think about that. People would kill to win one race in Saratoga. He went 6 for 11 or something like that.
Very impressive.
It's insane.
For a young trainer. There goes your favorite in the center in State & Flurry's Silks Insolito dropping down for Brad Cox. Here's Travis Stone with the call, the 4th at Churchill.
They're in the gate. And they're off. California Express breaks alertly. Insolito is there. Supremely as well. Pine Valley down toward the rail. Up the backstretch they go. California Express and Insolito to go head and head, and Insolito tugs up on through to take the lead 5 furlongs out. 3 lengths back to Pine Valley, who comes away 3rd. Final approaches racing 4th. Scratch-offs now 5th. Constitutional Law advancing toward the inside from 6th. Lucky Smiles now 7th. Supremely buried at the inside in 8th. Norgay wide well 9th. Cougar Jack is racing in 10th. Cobblestone is 11th. And Vintage Vinyl's the trailer. 21-1. Scorching opening quarter. Insolito steps out to lead by 2. Constitutional Law with a burst on the far turn, angles off the rail, and is coming after that lead. And Pine Valley is there too. And they're off the turn. They're into the stretch. Constitutional Law has taken the lead and spurts away. Leads by 2. Pine Valley fights on. Supremely up into 3rd. Insolito gives way. Not giving way. Constitutional Law. 5-length lead and 100 yards to go. Pine Valley left behind in 2nd. Supremely was 3rd. It's tight for 4th between Lucky Smile or Norgay.
Constitutional Law, generous price. You heard Anthony Stabile talking him up. Great call, Big A off the layoff, dropping in class, cutting back in distance, full makeover, and it certainly worked today.
Thank you, milady. Yeah, this horse's one sprint was plenty good. One of several in here dropping down. 15-1, I believe, when all was said and done. So this just took a bunch of money late. 22-1, I think, when we talked about this horse going into the gate, down to 15-1. But I turned to you at around the 3/8 pole, and I was like, this is over. This horse is a winner. And he just kept going. I mean, this is a really, really nice effort from this son of Tappet, who was in for a tag for the first time. And, yeah, nice effort this afternoon.
Big performance as Francisco Arrieta picks up another win on the day at Churchill Downs. Number 2, Constitutional Law at a nice price. Well, we're happy to have opening day well underway at Churchill Downs, but coming up this weekend, Anthony, it's a big weekend, particularly for the 2-year-olds. We've seen some really impressive maiden winners, and now we're going to see some of them go into those graded stakes tries with the Iroquois, the Pocahontas for the Colts and the Fillies. But here's a look at the Saturday stakes schedule for Churchill Downs. Jam-packed with action coming up.
Love this time of year now as we start to turn our attention to the Breeders' Cup, and obviously Iroquois for the Colts and Geldings, Pocahontas for the Fillies. Yeah, that's a nice little slate on Saturday, and we'll see if any of the juveniles emerge from these two preparations. Looking forward to seeing Echo again, obviously.
Echo again versus Damon's Mound. That'll be a good matchup for sure in the field of 9. Going a mile and a 16th for the 2-year-olds in the Iroquois. Of course, as always, distance going to be the question. Damon's Mound, though, looks like he should love getting some more ground to work with. Michelle Lovell, her first runner in Saratoga, was a winner with Damon's Mound in the Saratoga Special.
Pretty special, right? First winner at Saratoga comes in one of the oldest and more storied races in the history of the old spa. Yeah, certainly this day did not look like more ground was going to be a problem, but you never know until they do it occasionally, especially the younger horses. They're so inexperienced, and it also gets to not just the ground, which is why, not being a homer here, why I love the series here in New York. But they go from the one turn to the two turns now. And psychologically, that plays a little bit of a role because obviously in the sprint races you have more often than not 3/8 of a mile until you hit the turn. Over at Belmont sometimes you have a little less than that. But when these turns hit them, and it turns slow horses down a little bit, right? And when you're a horse and you're young, you're accustomed to having that turn a little further into a race, and now that turn hits you right in the face, and you obviously have to go more ground. So you always, as talented as these horses are, right? I think Jockey's Warrior is one of the first ones that comes to mind. I mean, around one turn, there aren't too many horses you'd want over Jockey's Warrior. Speaking of Jockey's Warrior, we'll talk about Echo again in a minute. But Jockey's Warrior around two turns, he was, there was some kryptonite there. Whereas the Superman around the one turn.
Well, we'll see. We'll see if Steve Asmussen can get the win in the Iroquois, as he does send out Echo again to the outside, as Paul was so impressive in Saratoga, and the matchup between this horse and Damon's Mound is very exciting for this Iroquois.
Yeah, I mean, let's turn back, 3-4 months ago, everybody thought Gulfport was the next coming, and Damon's Mound sort of put him in his place, and then Gulfport came back to lose again. And now Echo again comes out of that race at Saratoga, and man, he was explosive. He really was. He was bet like he was the real deal, and he finished it off. I mean, you run a 94 Beyer first time out, and here's the crazy thing, in case he's a gun runner at a Tappet mare. He's a little gray, so he obviously gets a lot of his talent from Mama, because Mama, Tappet was a gray, so Mama was probably a gray for Winchell Thoroughbreds. And, since I've gotten here to the racetrack, everybody is just buzzing to watch Echo again, and it seems like Damon's Mound is getting put in the back of everybody's mind. And Damon's Mound is a Gervin out of a Stroll mare, and I get it. Stroll was more of a turf horse, but they can route. Gervin was a pretty darn good router, and I just think Damon's Mound has got a high cruising speed, and a lot of people are going to forget about it. Listen, Echo again could be any kind, but we also thought Gulfport could be any kind, and Damon's Mound has proved it twice. I think that Echo again is definitely going to be the favorite, and will probably take to the two turns with no problem. But with the foundation, Damon's Mound's got that little advantage. But Echo again is going to be your favorite when they go post.
I'll wait for that matchup, Paul, and you bring up a great point that Damon's Mound, already the proven commodity in the graded stakes winner in that race, as we'll see what happens on Saturday in the Iroquois. Damon's Mound physically looks like he should handle the added distance, but he's got a very talented son of the tremendous stallion gun runner. I mean, words for gun runner, you can't even find them, just what he's done so far with his 2-year-olds on the track.
That's a good way to put it, Kim.
Yeah,
you can't really find words for what he's doing.
Meanwhile, back at Canterbury Park, it's time for race 2. We'll meet the field going out of the turf chute, a mile and a 16th for this $20,000 claiming race.
You're pumped up about this turf chute, huh?
Well, I'm excited. It's listed in my in my racing forms. I wanted to mention it. You made me miss the 4 to 5 favorite. Now
My
we'll
fault.
get back to it. Don't worry, I forgive you. Coastal Waters is next.
I'm in a lot of trouble with a lot of people lately. Justice Warrior dropping back in for a tag. Coastal Waters cutting back from a mile and 3/8. I think that'll definitely help his cause.
Big price on the 3-star mission.
Yeah, it should be forwardly placed in here under Kelsey Hart. We'll see how far, how close this horse is to the
Number
front
4, named after you, Talent and Tricks.
I don't even know where to go with that. Yeah, this horse drops in from the special, from the state bred ranks to the beaten 20. This horse was raced 2 back with sneaky good.
Next will be the number 5, Mr. Cougar, stretching out in distance.
0 for 5 on the grass. They've all come over the local course. This horse is just 1 for 27 overall. That win came on a fast dirt track.
Seems like the gentleman riding his lead pony, keeping him nice and settled there. Always love seeing that horsemanship on display. It seems like he's doing just fine on track, though. Here's Edgy Reggie.
I like this name, too. 2 for 9 on the grass. I don't know what's happened to this horse in the last couple of starts. Really since the layoff. Maybe this horse just can't run anymore, but at that kind of a price, if you're looking for a fuzzy, my buddy Phil always likes to bet a long shot, this would be the long shot I would play.
Big drop on the 7. Next Journey for the always dangerous Jonathan Wong.
We were talking about Mystic Lake Derby night a little while ago. Yep. Johnny Wong drops his horse down in for a tag for the first time, and we'll see if that's the elixir. This horse is logical at 9-2.
And Champagne Pegasus to the outside.
The other Johnny Wong in here. I would imagine cutting back from the mile and 3/8. This horse won't be as sharp as his stablemate, not entry mate, but stablemate Next Journey, who I would imagine is going to be not too far away from Justice Warrior, who we didn't get a chance to talk about because I have a big mouth. Justice Warrior, I would imagine, is going to be the speed from the rail in here, Acacia. But, you know, it looks like there can be some company for him on the front end. Namely, Next Journey, who has done some of his better work when he is forward.
Justice Warrior, even money to the inside, taking that drop in class, tried sprinting 2 starts back. It was a good effort last time out with the 76 Fire speed figure, and he was a huge price that day. If you had liked him at 35-1 and you were beaten by 3/4 of a length, and then you've got him at even money today, that's a little bit tough.
Yeah, you know what's funny? We're talking about how, you know, the racing, we're looking forward to covering the racing and how it's fun. You and I never really took our show on the road when we were with the Horse Racing Radio Network. We went to Monmouth one time for the Haskell, right? I've made plenty of trips, namely to Penn National. And the fun thing is, you know, the crowd's always fired up and pumped up, especially for the big nights. I love the fact that the racing is so diverse. Let me give you an example. Second race here, $20,000 beaten claimer. These horses were bred in Florida, Washington, Kentucky, Minnesota, Arkansas, and California. 6 states covered over 8 horses. Things like that bring me, simple things like that bring me joy in life. I'm a simple man, Acacia. Very simple.
Enjoy the simple pleasures.
I do.
Well, that is pretty cool, though, too. I think it speaks a lot to the different breeding programs that we have across the state. Of course, you know, here in New York, we talk about it. We saw the Minnesota breds really highlighted a lot at Canterbury Park, and you've got plenty of opportunity to find a good horse and maybe find a little value as well. It is currently the Florida bred down to the inside that is your even money favorite. 9-2 and 5-2 and the 2 runners for Jonathan Wong. Champagne Pegasus to the outside. Ran a mile and 3/8 last time out and did show speed that day. A little bit of a runoff, and you kind of wondered trying to run away when going that further distance that he doesn't necessarily prefer. I'd like to see him settle a little bit more today for sure.
Yeah. You know, and you never know how it's going to work. And you have to, if there is some pressure on the front end, how is he going to react to that? Right? And do you want to find out at a short price? I don't.
The other one for the barn, Next Journey. Meanwhile, Harry Hernandez looks for another one on the day. Drop in class to the 20,000. His first time in for a claiming tag, in fact, as it was a maiden optional claiming on debut. So first time since that he is in for the tag today. 2 starts back, did run in the Mystic Lake Derby, as you mentioned, behind the talented Stitched. The race back in May was a good effort. I think the buyer speed figures just don't really stack up to Justice Warrior, though, and that could be why he's kind of lukewarm at 7-2.
I wish I knew what happened last time. I know what happened 2 starts back. He was outclassed.
Right.
The same thing that happened when he ran him in a stakes race. Second time out, he was, you know, even though it was Turf Paradise, he was just a little outclassed. At 7-2, if I had a concrete, definitive reason for that last effort, because that last effort was just flat out bad, right? He kind of had a good trip, but he just did not fire. And now you see the little bit of the break, right? It's just 2 months. It's 2 days past the 2 months. That's why you see the layoff line in the PPs. And the truth of the matter is, 5-2 is probably not a big enough price to pique my curiosity enough, right? The horse that at the price in here, Coastal Waters, really seemed to not handle that mile and 3/8 last time. This is a horse that's just 1 for 21.
Was the favorite that day.
Right. And now against a similar bunch of horses at a distance that this horse has had much more success at, this horse is 8-1. So this is where I would land. I would play Coastal Waters with Lindy Wade and for Valerie Lund, who's having the usual 16, 17, 18% meat that the barn has.
Favorite still to the inside, though. Justice Warrior will try to take them every step. Here's Paul Allen standing by with race 2 at Canterbury.
And they're racing. Justice Warrior is being ridden for speed by Miguel Arroyo and drifts out to path 3, but does so with a 1-length lead. And then a cavalcade of equine athletes line up behind that one. And now taking off his Talent and Tricks at 45-1, intensifying an already fast early pace. Mr. Cougar is next on the 3-wide side. Then we come back about 2-3 lengths to Star Mission. Around the turn, Star Mission is giving way to Edgy Reggie. Champagne Pegasus got down from that 9 spot nicely. 4th, about 3 lengths out of it. Coastal Waters 10 from the front and 7 clear from Next Journey. The White Horses in last, but still off a fast early pace. Justice Warrior is the speed warrior in race 2. It's Justice Warrior by 1, slowing down a bit. After that, Talent and Tricks to the outside of Champagne Pegasus, making a move into the far turn. Mr. Cougar's being shoved on 4 wide. Justice Warrior is opened up by 2.5, racing well off the inside. Then it's Edgy Reggie. That Minnesotan is 7 lengths from the front. Coastal Waters is closing in, but 8 out of it. Likewise for Star Mission. Talent and Tricks has dropped out of it quickly and still in last. Next Journey. And number 1 is numero uno in race 2. It is Justice Warrior. And the Warrior has come out to play. Champagne Pegasus is next. Coastal Waters finishing very fast on the outside with the green shadow roll into the final 125. Justice Warrior slowing down precipitously, but has done enough to win. Justice Warrior 1.5. Tight photo for second, Star Mission and Coastal Waters.
This Warrior drifting a little bit in this stretch and shortening up, but was clear, had enough left in the tank. Your favorite, a winner in race 2.
Miguel Arroyo did a fantastic job here, much like Trevor McCarthy did in our last race. Blast off. You want to get these horses out of these beaten ranks and out of the maiden ranks and out of the lower level ranks, blast off. That's all you have to do. Run these horses off of their feet. You said it earlier how I think you used the term precious commodity.
Yep.
Speed is the most precious commodity at the racetrack. If you have it, use it, and use it as often and as best as you can, and that's what Justice Warrior and Miguel Arroyo did.
Well, I think you can guess who that is on the right side of your screen, the one and only, the coach, Dwayne Lucas. He's sending out track mate in the 5th at Churchill Downs. We'll talk more about his charge and the rest of these 2-year-olds after this on America's Day at the Races.
Standing at Gainesway.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you as always by Naira Bets. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime, even outside Radio City Music Hall.
I saw that was a view I had for 5+ years at the New York Post. You know, the only time it's better? Right around December 1st. Nothing better. I'll be in there this year.
Beautiful sights. Race 2 at Canterbury Park was out of the turf chute. And it was the number 1 Justice Warrior, taking them every step of the way at 3-5.
Yep, $13.20 exactly. That's really not a bad number if you were really like Justice Warrior, like I know a lot of people did. 7-1 on the horse that I liked a little bit. That was a nice, not a bad exacta. Coastal Waters rounding it out. Easy as 1, 2, 3, little A.
How about that? Well, the 1 is scratched in race number 5, so will not happen there at Churchill Downs. There's a look at the track, though. We have 2-year-olds made in special weight. Always a fun race to talk about, as there's a look at Wayne Lucas. He is sending out Trackmate, as this one does stretch out in distance, called by Union Rags, who has a pedigree to suggest that he should appreciate it going a little bit longer. Did run long on turf and then sprinted on the dirt last time out behind Verifying for Brad Cox. And this one went down to the insides. The gray horse here hurt it a little bit in the stretch, Anthony. I thought that this was a very useful main track debut for a horse that likely wants more ground.
Giant effort. You brought up 2 great points there. 1, he's going to want more ground. He runs like a horse that wants more ground. He looks like a horse that wants more ground. And 2, you know, it's just his 2nd race of his career. He was dealing with the cutback. He was dealing with the surface switch. And then he had to be stuck down inside. You know, he's had 2 inside draws to start his career. A rail first time out, 2-hole last time. Got stuck inside most of the way. I think the post relief. I'm with you, kid. 4-1. You gonna give me 4-1 on this horse tonight? I'm jumping all over 4-1 on him. I like him a lot. I think we're in the same boat here. I like this horse a lot tonight.
The coach, Wayne Lucas, he had a strong Saratoga meet too. Many visits to the winner's circle, and we do see him sending out this 2-year-old colt. Ray Lou Gutierrez is going to be in the saddle. Your favorite, though, at 8-5 is the 5, Summon Your Courage. He's had 4 starts already, all sprint. For what it's worth, this is a horse that I thought physically looks like he wanted some more ground. Did face Echo again, was 2nd best last time out. Also faced Mo Strike, who we saw become a graded stakes winner as well. Meet the rest of the field, though, starting to the rail with the 2, Bluff City.
This is where I like to play poker. In Bluff City, cuts back, for, stays the mile, goes back to the main track. I think the mile helped him on the turf last time. I think this was going to run well tonight.
Has some speed, too. Here's the 3, Frank's Honor, stretching out. I thought he was a little interesting.
Me too. Kenny McPeak horses usually run better 2nd time than 1st time out. He didn't take any money, but he ran well 1st time. We'll see if he can break away from there cleanly tonight.
1 of 2 for Steve Asmussen. Here's Hallow Point.
Yeah, this horse was forward, going the 2 turns at Ellis, the turn and a half actually in the mud. There's that gun runner again.
There's your favorite, Summon Your Courage.
Blinkers seemed to help him last time. He jumped 11 buyer points from his previous high. He'll get a little bit more ground tonight. It's around the 1 turn. I don't know how far the Practical Joke's going to want to go.
The 6, Traffic Master, first time on dirt.
Yep. Took some money at 6-1 and change last time. Gets a rider change to Gabe Saez tonight.
Stretching out here is that son of Union Rags we talked about, Trackmate.
Yeah, I think we've waxed poetic about him enough. We both like him tonight, I think.
Feeling his oats today. There's California Twirl.
Brendan Walsh didn't have the most successful summer he's ever going to see. By California Chrome out of a twirling candy mare. This horse should appreciate the stretch out, but again, D.O.B. dead on the board.
Another one that's a handful in the warm-up, hard to come by.
Yeah, he stretched out on the turf last time off a dirt debut sprinting. I think he's probably more of a grass horse.
Here's the 10, Tis 2020, first-time starter.
Yeah, we'll see how this horse handles his debut, going the flat mile out of that chute. Not taking any money at 32-1.
Number 11, Princely, the other one for Ken McPeak.
Yeah, another one not taking too much money. Gets Julian Leperoux. This horse has a bunch of half-mile drills, pretty fast half-mile drills as well. Let's see how that bodes for going a flat mile.
Mr. Midway, another firster.
Yeah, by the late Lauban. Solid work last time out, and we'll see this horse taking very little money as well.
Outside runner for Steve Asmussen. Here's Ringus.
Yeah, Ringus improved from the 4.5 to the mile. It's a big ask last time. It was a big step up. 8-1's about right.
And pouring rain at Ellis Park that day as well. That's the field of the 2-year-olds for race number 5 at Churchill. We'll talk more about it and see who gets that maiden win after this.
they come down to the line. Tyler's Tribe remains undefeated.
But it is sharp as a tack. Look at him roll in the Tyro by almost 10 lengths.
And it's all Tyler's Tribe to the final furlong. He's putting on another show tonight. He is 8 lengths in front. Now it's 10, now it's 12.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather.
Tabaline has really shouldered all the responsibility. What a deserved victory. Most impressive. Tabaline by 3 1/4.
Somebody's Problem is on her way to winning the Prairie Meadows debutante. Somebody's Problem by 2.5, 3.
Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. Great to see so many fans out for opening day at Churchill Downs beneath the Twin Spires. And we have a good field coming up with the 2-year-olds up next. Always fun, of course. The 2-year-old's going to be the focus on Saturday with the Pocahontas and the Iroquois, but all of these in race 5 looking to get their maiden score, including that horse, your 9-5 favorite, Summon Your Courage, who does stretch out in distance, face the talented Echo again last time out. Paul, you're there. You're on track at Churchill Downs. What do you make of this horse stretching out in distance?
Well, I don't know it will be an issue. I mean, when you look at, obviously, you said Echo again. This horse runs second into Motown as well. Owen's Leap is actually a really nice colt as well. So, you know, you have to decipher whether this Todd Pletcher runner is settling for second or third or is just running into better horses. Now, the Lucas horse, I thought would actually get bet a little bit more. Now, you know, most horses, when they run a turf race, they don't get as much fit off a dirt race, and he came firing on the dirt race after going a mile in the 16th. And, you know, Wayne kind of used that sort of as a prep, and this horse came out firing at 10-1. So it's going to be very interesting whether the 5 or the 7, what happens here early in this race. Now, the 3 Frank's Honor, the 2 McPeak runners, I thought looked the best on the racetrack. Now, the 11 looked phenomenal on the racetrack, and this horse looks like, you know, he might be very, very quick from the outside. And the 3 Frank's Honor has gone from 10-1 down to 3-1. He's the 3rd lowest in the picks. Now, he did have a trip, and I think a lot of people are playing that he basically got left in the gate last time, made up some ground here at Churchill Downs. That was actually the day when they were holding the Arlington Million. Don't really know how to read that racetrack, Acacia. So, you know, I used many in here, and I also thought the 13 was the other one in here for Steve Aspen. Tiny bit getting overlooked, getting, I think, a good draw in the mile shoot.
All right, Paul, thank you. Rungus to the outside, reigning at Ellis Park last time, his first time going the mile. He has that foundation. An intriguing prospect, as Paul mentioned, Frank's Honor, 10-1 on the morning line, 2-1 now with that call stretching out. The winner was much best, but he was inside and had a lot of adversity on debut.
He's inside again, but he has a little bit more distance now to sort that out. That's just way too short a price, right? Because there's too many alternatives in here. I mean, you're going to give me the same price on Summon Your Courage you're going to give me on this horse?
Trackmate intriguing as well. Paul brought up some good points with some others. The 11 Princely, maybe a first-time starter to keep your eye on. Caught Paul's eye. Plenty of good gate drills as well. We'll see what that one does towards the outside. Race 5.
Maybe they said bet the McPeak horse, and they were supposed to bet the first-time starter and bet on the wrong one.
Maybe so. We'll see what happens. 2-year-olds up next. Here's Travis Stone.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Awkward start for California Twirl with squeeze back suit after the break. Good beginning for Bluff City down toward the rail. So to trackmate from the outside, and Tis 2020 races up. Hard to come by is there, and farther out is Rungus, but it is Tis 2020 who steps out to lead as they race up the chute and come for the main track. Rungus comes on to grab second. Hard to come by is racing third. Bluff City toward the rail. Fourth, Traffic Master right there in the thick of it. Fifth, Summon Your Courage is now sixth. Frank's Honors on the move inside. Seventh, Trackmate is back into eighth. Hallow Point is racing in ninth. California Twirls 10th by 2. Mr. Midway 11th by 4. The trailer is Princely. The opening quarter in 23 seconds flat. 4 furlongs to go. Tis 2020 steps out to lead by 2. Tis 2020 heading for the far turn in front by 2. Rungus is under pressure trying to hold second. Summon Your Courage moves up on the outside. Hard to come by back fourth and toward the rail. Traffic Master's finding stride now. Traffic Master advancing while in between. Trackmate moves with that one. Coming for the top of the stretch. Tis 2020's under pressure. Summon Your Courage has taken over the lead and heads for home in front by 2. Trackmate wide off the turn. Traffic Master's right there too. Frank's Honors in behind. 1 furlong to go. Summon Your Courage. Narrow lead. In between Traffic Master. Up the inside, Rungus is there. Down to the final 16th. Anyone's race. Traffic Master, Summon Your Courage. Rungus at the rail. Trackmate outside. These 4 to the wire. Traffic Master comes away with the lead. Oh, it's tight. Traffic Master and Summon Your Courage ended up very tight on the wire. Rungus was third.
Tight photo finish indeed, down to the wire between Traffic Master outside and Summon Your Courage inside. I don't know at Churchill Downs, Anthony, how to call this photo, but one thing's for sure, it was very tight. Traffic Master made a huge effort in his main track debut.
Keep in mind the mirror is before the finish pole. The mirror is before the pole. Now, Summon Your Courage at some point got his nose back in front of number 5. I don't know exactly where that point is. On that, and that's not, don't use that angle, folks. Cameraman has Traffic Master up, but there was a show before we went up to Saratoga where they put a horse up, and I needed the horse to be up, and they put the other number up. Cost me a few shekels.
Uh-oh.
And when I say a few, I mean a lot.
We saw Traffic Master lugging in a little bit too. Still a little bit green. Now, that is very tight. Now, it all depends who gets their nose down first on the wire. It looked every step of the way like Traffic Master was going a little bit better outside. But as you brought up, Summon Your Courage did have his nose down.
A couple of times now.
A couple of times. And if he had his nose down in time, by that mirror,
that angle does not bode well for Summon Your Courage.
Yeah, but either way, huge effort from these two.
Yes.
Summon Your Courage, who was going the distance for the first time, making start number 5 already. If he didn't get this photo, he's starting to rack up the defeats.
You know, does he? Are those? Yeah. Okay. So they're not full cup. He's a little bit of a, he gets a little lackadaisical, right? Well, you and I were talking about it. I said, look, he's waiting on horses. He's waiting on horses, and you know, and they put Traffic Master up. He's waiting on horses. You could tell there's some talent there, Acacia, but
Summon Your Courage.
Something's gotta bring it all together. I'm assuming Todd thought the blinkers would do it last time, and it helped. He made a huge jump in speed figures, but there's just something there that he's waiting on these horses, and I don't know if you got to just close them blinkers up all the way. You know, another way to do it is just try to put them on the lead and try to get them to focus on open road. I don't know what you do. You can tell he has some talent. It's just hasn't been able to put it all together yet.
Meanwhile, there's Gabe Sias smiling as his mount Traffic Master, second-time starter, got his nose down on the wire. Didn't do much running on the turf, that son of cross traffic, but greatly improved on the main track. Second time out for Mark Cassie. Gets the win, 6-5 in that tight photo finish. Bring you prices and more after this on America's Day at the Races.
Hirschfeld dropping out of it, and then collusion illusion. What a spectacular return for Charlatan, who will romp in the run-happy Malibu Stakes by 4.5 emphatic lengths. Charlatan, ultra impressive.
It's a new day for a new king.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you as always by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. It was a thriller with the 2-year-olds in race number 5 at Churchill Downs. Summon Your Courage and Traffic Master noses down on the wire, and it was Traffic Master 95.72, rolls right off the tongue, 46-1. What a big price on this son of cross traffic. And Anthony, during the break, you and I were talking about something that we've seen actually quite often from Mark Casse, particularly. We used to see a lot more of the distance turf races at Saratoga over the summer for 2-year-olds. He'll run a horse long on grass first time out to get a distance race into them before going to the dirt.
We used to have the one dirt race in Saratoga, the 1 1/8 race for the 2-year-olds. I don't think it filled this year, if it was even carded. Sometimes trainers will run horses on the wrong surface or the other surface just because they think they need the ground, and that could have been. This horse was 6-1 first time out.
An intriguing prospect moving forward too with a nice effort back at Canterbury Park. It's the Minnesota Breds in the spotlight. 6 furlongs on the main track, and we will kick things off in race 3 with the one sailing along.
A couple of wide trips in the last 2 for the even money favorite. Draws inside tonight. Rye Eccleberry going to be forced to save some ground.
Here's the 2. Dusty Ford has speed.
Yeah, plenty of speed, dropping down to the lowest claiming price of her 7-race career tonight. 10-1 on the line.
Here is the 3, I Think I Love You.
We got some good names coming up at Canterbury. I Think I Love You got out of the maiden ranks and starts number 8 as the 3-2 second choice last time. We'll see what she can do tonight against winners for the first time.
Here is Voodoo Fire, the 4.
Yeah, tried the state breds for half the price last time. Now in this conditioned allowance optional claimer, big price at 11-1 and probably should be.
And I know you like this one. Styling and Profiling.
I won't do it that loud, but woo! You can't say styling and profile to me and not get a Ric Flair woo. First time for the Sweer Barn. Horses had success at both the track and the distance, and this one's going to cut back from the mile to the 3/4 tonight.
Kelsey Haar will stay aboard. She's ridden this mare in the last 3 starts, as that one's 5-1, as is the 6 Amoretto di Amore.
Yeah, back to the sprint. A gigantic maiden win with a 67 buyer, 2 back. Tried a stakes race going long last time. Cuts back to the allowance ranks. Makes a lot of sense. That's a juicy price at 6-1.
I think she fits quite snugly here. Here is the 7 Hell of the North off a big layoff.
Wow, that's just an aggressive name. 3 for 6 at Canterbury in her career. All 3 of her career wins have come there. Another one. The sprints is certainly what she wants to do. Now you see her off over a year, in for 15,000. I would tread lightly at 3-1.
That's the field for the third at Canterbury Park. Want to remind everybody you can join Naira Bets today and play all of the action on our program, plus a whole lot more, as always, while earning up to a $200 deposit match bonus. Sign up using promo code MATCH200, and you can earn up to a $200 deposit match right after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, and join now at NairaBets.com for your $200 deposit match. That's a look at the number 2, Dusty Ford. This one does seem to have quite a bit of early speed. I guess the question is, Anthony, what happens with the 7, Hell of the North, off the layoff? Is she fresh? She's had some sharp gate drills coming in here. Well, the speed you would imagine should come from Dusty Ford.
Yeah, Dusty Ford will be in front here. Excuse me. That puts Hell of the North in a tough spot, chasing off of a 13-month layoff. There's going to be some pace on in here. So if you like the favorite sailing along the number 1, and you're willing to take under 2-1, which is what she'll be, you know, she's not one of these horses that always takes money. She's been some big prices in her career. Last time she was 15.5 to 1, and that was in a turf sprint. But now she's in for a tag for the first time since May, and I don't know. I thought the way to make some money in here was to try to get the 5 and 6, Styling and Profiling and Amaretto de Amor. You say it a lot better than I do.
You're Italian.
I know. Thank you for the reminder. We'll talk about that. Well, that'll come up a little bit later on at Canterbury. That race 2 back, that sprint 2 back for Amaretto de Amor, the one sprint sandwiched between 3 distance races. Where did it come from? And she was sharp that night. You know, I like if Lindy Wade can put her in the same spot, right behind the speed of Dusty Ford and Hell of the North. Man, I like this filly tonight. I like this filly tonight at that price. 4-1, I think, is a square price. I would key the 6 over the logical horses here, the 1, 5, and 7, and then come back with a little 5-6 box and try to beat both favorites in here.
One thing that concerns me a little bit about your favorite sailing along is that she has the tendency to not get out of the gate well. But it didn't always used to be that way. She used to be a little bit more forward. And then recently, and I mean, even looking at her race 2 starts back, which was her last dirt sprint, and the race did set up for it. It was a quick pace that fell apart. But she was off last that day. She was out the back, and she's been far back in some of her recent races on dirt.
And she's lost some consistency. And it really has seemed that she just has not taken that step forward from 3 to 4, right? That was the September and March layoff. And she just hasn't taken that step forward. You'll also see it more with filly. My experience, you'll see it more with fillies than colts. When a filly or a mare starts to go sour a little bit, they'll keep that habit or that tendency longer. Sometimes they never recover from it. Rudy had a filly. Rudy Rodriguez, one of our leading trainers on the circuit, had a filly a few years ago. Frosty Ann. She went sour for a while, and they just turned her out on the farm, and she came back fresh as a daisy, won like 3 of 5. Sometimes they come back from it. Sometimes they can recover from it. Sometimes they just don't. I think that it's a great point you bring up, and the fact that she's in for a $15,000 tag tonight, and she's 6 to 5, makes her a terrible gamble.
We'll see if she can get the job done as the favorite in the 3rd at Canterbury Park. Here's Paul Allen with the call.
It is now post time, and they're in the gate. And they're racing. Another swift beginning, and Hell of the North pops out of the gate very nicely at 2-1 on the outside. Hell of the North, 1.5 from Dusty Ford. After that, I Think I Love You, looking to win 2 in a row. Amaretto de Amor is about 5 lengths from the lead as Dusty Ford scoots through on the inside with a half mile to go, takes the lead, runs away by 1. Hell of the North is next. Then we come to Styling and Profiling. Sailing Along is sailing along along quite stylishly, but sequestered and blocked by 4 equine athletes. After that, I Think I Love You, the one in last is Voodoo Fire. And now they clump up, and Eckleberry finds a way through with Sailing Along, and holy cow, Sailing Along sails right to the lead powerfully. Sailing Along, the People's Choice, puts 2.5 on the field. After that, we come back to Styling and Profiling, Amaretto D'Amore, and Dusty Ford, and they're all left in the wake of a keen turn of speed, displayed by Sailing Along with Eckleberry. They absolutely dominate. Styling and Profiling finishes second, Amaretto D'Amore third.
Sailing Along, the favorite, she sailed along today. It was a gutsy move by Rye Eckleberry there, too, to go between horses and take over, and it paid off, Anthony.
It takes a lot to get me nervous. That move made me nervous because there were 3 or 4 horses in contention there, and at any point that hole could have closed up a little bit. But Rye Eckleberry, man, that was a decisive move. That was a gutsy move, and it was a winning move. I mean, he in hindsight,
on the best horse.
Yeah, in hindsight, he could have waited and went around, or he could have waited for the hole open on the inside. But he decided to take the bull by the horns and just blast her through there, and she responded nicely. The best hops a drop, they say, and she got the money fairly easily tonight.
Hands and heels, down to the wire, the one Sailing Along, the favorite, a winner. There is trainer Fausto Gutierrez back at Churchill Downs as he'll send out Pachuca in the 6th race beneath the Twin Spires. We'll talk more about it after this.
The Factor, a top 10 General Active sire in 2020. His progeny include Grade 1 winner Sistron, Grade 1 winner Noted and Quoted, Grade 2 winner Factor This, and Grade 2 winner Charmaine's Mia. With dozens of 6-digit yearling sales, he's a proven sire on the track and in the sales ring. The Factor, a leader of his generation, standing at Lane's End.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
Standing at Gainesway.
Big news from Presque Isle Downs. Graded Stakes action returns Monday, September 19th with a $400,000 Grade 2 Presque Isle Masters, a very important Breeders' Cup prep race. In 6 of its first 11 runnings, horses from the Presque Isle Masters won that year's Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint. September 19th also features the $200,000 Presque Isle Mile. Join us for our biggest day of the season at Presque Isle Downs, Erie, Pennsylvania. For more, go to PresqueIsledowns.com.
On America's Day at the races, as we saw at Canterbury Park, the favorite, a winner under Rye Eckleberry, Sailing Along, sailed along to get the win, $3.60 winner in the 3rd.
A lot of people in that winner's circle. Always good to see that.
Yeah.
Love when there's people in there celebrating.
As they should. Wins are hard to come by.
Todd, one way to win, a million ways to lose. And that was certainly a daring way to win. Aggressiveness. I like seeing that.
Well, we'll have more coming up from Canterbury Park in a moment, but coming up this weekend at Belmont at the Big A, we'll have the final installment of the Turf Triple Series, and it's a good one. The Caesars Jockey Club Derby, taking a look at the field here. It's currently 1-1, the stand of Classic Causeway and Nation's Pride. Classic Causeway, the winner of the Belmont Derby, Nation's Pride in the Saratoga Derby, and they'll go head-to-head once again. An interesting thing I noted, Anthony, Nation's Pride, since that Saratoga win for Charlie Appleby, he's stayed here in New York. His last workout was on September 11th on the training track on the turf up at Saratoga, so he's not shipped back to Europe, and he seems to have flourished staying here in the States.
Yeah, I wonder what the plan is, if it's to keep him here just through this and send him home, or maybe a tilt in the Breeders' Cup. Like you said, Acacia, it's 1-1. I love the fact that we're going to have one at Belmont, one at Saratoga, and one here at Aqueduct, right, for the Belmont at the Big A meet. And they'll settle it right here at the Big A, going 12 furlongs. This was a big effort. And, you know, in the Belmont Derby Invitational, Nation's Pride was just at the mercy of no pace and Classic Causeway just being able to walk the dog on the front end. And, you know, next time it was a little bit more pace and a little bit more of an honest scenario for him, and he was able to get the job done. We'll see what he does for Godolphin and Frankie Dettori. I can't imagine Frankie has made too many trips here to the Big A.
But it was funny, even speaking to Charlie Appleby in Saratoga, he said we're pointing for the race at Aqueduct. And it truly is the Turf Triple, one at each track here in New York. Cannot wait for that Belmont at the Big A this weekend. Back at Churchill Downs, meanwhile, we do have this 2-year-old filly allowance race coming up next, going 7 furlongs, and horses stepping out on the track. All of these horses have broken their maiden already, including this one, who was the first winner for McCracken.
Crack-a-lackin'. What's crack-a-lackin'? Got the job done in the mud. A couple of turf tries and a couple of stakes tries and a couple of debutantes since.
Here's the 2 Santa Fe Gold, also out of Stakes Company.
Paulie Pick 5 mentioned that he liked this filly a little bit tonight. 12-1, shipping up from the Lone Star State.
Here's Holiday Decision.
Yeah, the blinkers went on last time to no avail. She's kind of run the same race in all 3 of her starts. A maiden win, 2 back. She'll return to Churchill Downs where that win occurred.
Here is Karma Gia.
Got the job done at Beltara last time at 5.5-1. Takes a little bit of a step up in class while facing maidens for the winners for the first time.
Just 1 race, 1 win. Here's T-Max.
Right to the lead, going 6.5 furlongs. That gives you some confidence going the 7 tonight. Bullet work since. 4-1, taking a lot of money off the 10-1 morning line.
Here's Pachuca, who tried the turf last time. She's back to dirt sprint.
Yeah, she comes from the moon. She made up an awful lot of ground when she broke her maiden at Gulfstream, finished second in the debutante at Ellis. Now she wheels back in just 15 days after trying the P.G. Johnson on the grass up at the Spa.
Here's Morning Boss, broke her maiden on turf.
Yeah, better turf races than dirt races. I think she's on the wrong surface tonight.
Here is BG Warrior, maiden winner last out.
Yeah, gate to wire. I'll get that Beltara as the 4-5 favorite. Failed as the 3-10 favorite, 2 back. She should find some company on the front end tonight.
Happy Clouds, maiden claiming winner last out.
Yeah, in the slop, flag faulted. That's all. Another one was part of a pace scenario in here. She's a big price and probably should be.
Currently your 3-2 favorite, Free Drop Maddie, broke her maiden in Stakes Company last time.
The other Brett Calhoun, the other one coming in from Lone Star Park. She was the slight favorite over Santa Fe Gold, despite the fact that she was a maiden and Santa Fe Gold had already won. Another one who has plenty of early speed. Boy, it looks like there's going to be a battle on the front end here. Maybe there's enough speed in here for the 5-2 on Pachuca to get the job done.
Maybe so, as she did break her maiden first time out at Gulfstream, as you mentioned. She had an outside post in the debutante at Ellis, 2 starts back, and she finished second with traffic trouble that day too. Clearly, this is a filly who either doesn't want turf, doesn't want to go that long. She's kind of going back to basics today, which I think suits her well for Fausto Gutierrez. As we'll take a look at her race, 2 starts back. As you mentioned, she sometimes, horses of her running style, sometimes set themselves up to find trouble because they have to make a trip out of it. And that was what she encountered in the debutante.
Yeah, I couldn't have put it better myself. There's nothing else you can do sometimes, especially with these, and I think it's worse with the younger horses. you have no choice but to just rip them to the middle of the track and make one run and just hope for the best. Now, what you do there is you lose a ton of ground, right? And if she was able to save a smidge of ground that afternoon, she gets the job done. There's a lot of pace in here. She gets an extra 16. She gets the 7 furlongs again. With all the pace in here, I got to take her.
She could get a good setup today. She's 5-2. As we bring in Paula Duca once again, the 2-year-old filly's in the spotlight here, Polly. This is a really intriguing race.
Yeah, it's very intriguing, and I agree actually with Anthony that there's a lot of speed in this race, and I think that gets added with the 2 in here who's getting kind of dismissed, for Brett Calhoun, Santa Fe Gold. I thought this horse might be the speed of the speed, and it's going to probably have to press from the inside post, considering the 1, Crackalacken, actually is drawing the 3 post in here. So, this horse won nice first time out and was a little under 2-1 to win the Texas Futurity for babies. So that horse is getting a tiny dismiss at the window. The 11 is the honest horse in here, right? That's what everybody's going to. Horse run 2 solid races. Another horse that will show speed or at least be forwardly placed. I don't love playing horses that come from way downtown, but I tell you what, the 6 has got some kind of kick, and I think that she will get the pace to run at. The 2 races back with Talamo above in the debutante, she came rolling home. She probably should have won that race. Again, this racetrack has sort of played a tiny bit tonight where you can kind of launch. It hasn't been speed at all, so I think the racetrack will help the 6, and that will be my top selection. I got to hope they go fast up front.
We'll see if that pace materializes. Polly, thank you. Free Drop Maddie, a filly that has just shown so much speed in her 2 races so far. But as Paul mentioned, well, you have some horses who have maybe 1 really good race, a maiden win, and then 1 disappointing effort. She does have 2 good races on her form, in fact, with identical Beyer speed figures.
Yeah, she has a couple of really nice races. Problem is, the outside draw helps because Gabe Saez can, I don't love using this term, but he can play the break, and he can see what his rivals do inside of it. It's a huge edge. Again, getting back to it, especially with the younger horses, because they're still learning for the most part. There's a reason speed wins, forwardly placed horses win more 2-year-old races than the closers do. They don't have to learn as much. You go to the lead and that's it. Whereas, like you said earlier, a horse like Pachuca has to work out a trip. She's run so well in her 2 dirt races, though. And she really didn't get monumental paces in those races. She figures to get one in here. She figures to get a big pace in here. I think it has to bode well for her. Now she's your 9-5 favorite.
I'm not there at Churchill, but she looked like she was built much more like a sprinter, too, versus trying to go a mile and a 16th on the turf in the P.G. Johnson last time out. Be Your Best was impressive that day as well. She faced some nice fillies on the grass and probably just not what she wants to do in any way.
That could be the only knock on her. The only knock on Pachuca could be Gulfstream maiden win on a van to Kentucky a month later. Big effort in the debutante. On a van to Saratoga less than 3 weeks later. Doesn't run well on the turf. Back to Churchill in 2 weeks. That's a lot of travel for a young horse.
Yes, it is. See how she handles it. 2-year-old fillies in the spotlight in the 6th race. Will that pace materialize? We'll soon find out. Here's Travis Stone standing by live at Churchill Downs.
Waiting for T-Max and Free Drop Maddie. They're in the gate. And they're off. T-Max hit the ground running, so too Happy Clouds and Free Drop Maddie on the far outside. Those three fastest out of there as they head up the chute, and now they're joined by BG Warrior, who comes blasting up on through. So BG Warrior on through to the front. T-Max is right there. Second, Happy Clouds Racing. Third, Crackalacking is fourth. Holiday Decision is on the move from fifth. Santa Fe Gold down inside and up close sixth. Farther back, it's Free Drop Maddie on the far outside in seventh. Followed by Morning Boss in eighth. Carmagia ninth and toward the rail, and Pachuca is the trailer, but only about 6 lengths off the lead. It's a pretty tight pack, and that opening quarter goes in 22 and 4. Far turn run. T-Max the leader. T-Max steps on it now, opens up by just more than a length with 3 furlongs to go. Holiday Decision emerging from the pack to be second for the run to the quarter pole. Santa Fe Gold is down inside of horses. Happy Clouds in tight in between. Carmagia is coming up the rail. Pachuca still with a lot to do. They're off the turn. They're into the stretch. T-Max in front. In front by 5 with a furlong to go. Santa Fe Gold fights on from second. Free Drop Maddie finding stride late in the game. Carmagia down toward the rail, but everybody is chasing T-Max. T-Max with a 6-length lead, and T-Max will ramble home. Wrapped up in the end, glides under the wire, the 5-length winner. Santa Fe Gold was second. Free Drop Maddie was third. It's tight for fourth among Crackalacking, Carmagia, or Pachuca.
T-Max, the pace did not really materialize. This filly ran and nobody else did much running as she just stepped away from the rest of this field.
I don't know what kind of a speed figure she's going to get tonight, but she was the speed of the speed, and she kept going, and it's now 2 daylight scores. I would imagine Ready Made Racing is going to get some phone calls about this Daughter of Connect, if they haven't already, because this was a very nice effort. She's now going 6.5 and 7 in her first 2 starts, and this effort was, I mean, flawless. I don't know what kind of figure it's going to get, but she did everything right, and she just won in a common gallop.
She was impressive, pulling away from the rest of this field. It looked like a couple were trying to make some runs at her, but to no avail. You can see there's just nobody else in the screen, in the picture there as she pulled away. And you even heard it in Travis Stone's call. Pachuca with a lot left to do, just as we were talking about with that closing running style, and she didn't get enough to run at today. Taking a quick pause as we're saying farewell to our viewers on Bally Sports, Southern California and San Diego. Our program continues on Fox Sports. America's Day at the Races continues here on Fox Sports 2. Thanks for sticking with us, and we are happy to have you with us. Occasionally come on alongside Anthony Stabile. We just saw the 6th race at Churchill Downs, 2-year-old filly race, and it was the number 5, T-Max. Anthony took them every step of the way. Little fist bump coming back to the winner's circle, as she's now 2 for 2.
Yeah, and a race that looked like it was chock full of speed. She just ran them all off their feet.
Well, that was with the 2-year-old fillies at Churchill Downs. Coming up this weekend, plenty of graded stakes action all around the country, including here in New York. Belmont at the Big A has the Jockey Club Oaks and Derby. Earlier in the card, race 7 will be the Jockey Club Oaks going 1 mile 3/8 on the turf, and taking a look at McCulloch as she will come out of that 2nd place finish in the Saratoga Oaks with the Moonlight for Charlie Appleby, the winner that day. But McCulloch, an impressive winner, 2 starts back of the Belmont Oaks.
Yes, nice effort in the Belmont Oaks. Here she is in the Saratoga Oaks. A little bump there at the start. And, yeah, you know, I wonder if she's going to benefit from what appears to be a little bit more pace in here. This was a stablemate on the front end, just really going a pedestrian early pace here, and I wonder if having a little bit more pace signed on, even a little bit more ground to Keisha, is going to help her on Saturday.
McCulloch down to the inside. She's 4 to 5 on the morning line with the Moonlight. We did see come back off a quick turnaround and try another graded stake at Saratoga. where she finished second behind a wire-to-wire winner in Haughty, but she was the one that got the best of her there in the Saratoga Oaks, and certainly no fault in that. It was a talented filly that was beating her who got the right run of the race, and McCulloch in second that day. It was a big effort from her in that Belmont Oaks when getting to go a further distance of ground.
Yeah, I think the distance helps her. Right? I mean, I'm not really solving the Sphinx here. She just looks like a filly that she's going to eat up distance. She's going to get 11 furlongs on Saturday, and I think it's a huge edge for her.
The intriguing filly in here, by the way, is Toscana Belle, the French-bred filly who's coming from Germany, I should say, winner of the German Oaks last time out.
Yeah, a couple of horses coming in, one in the Derby, one in the Oaks, off big wins in Germany.
Back at Churchill Downs, again, 2-year-old fillies in the spotlight. T-Max taking them every step of the way. Filly by Connect makes it 2 for 2, $10.46 winner. It does take some getting used to. You're very right about that. Paul mentioned Santa Fe Gold and how this filly was being overlooked at 13-1. She ran a good second, putting in a big run there.
Yeah. Big effort from Santa Fe Gold, and kind of her and Free Drop Maddie both shipping in for Brett Calhoun. Santa Fe Gold running a little bit better than her 2-1 entry stablemate, I should say, tonight.
Meanwhile, T-Max piloted to victory by Jack Gilligan. We saw a little fist pump coming back to the winner's circle, and he's standing by with Paul.
Yeah, thanks in case Jack is pumped because he knows he's got a nice little filly here by Connect. Do you think you were sort of getting dismissed at the window because she won nice first time out?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, she broke her maiden nicely, but it was a maiden auction race there. People always assume they come up pretty easy, you know, so I think that's why she got overlooked. But, you know, Will's done a great job on this filly. She's been working great, you know, in between races there since her win. And, you know, we came into this race with a lot of confidence.
Yeah, when he talks about in these races in Kentucky, if these horses for under 50, and it just shows you that you don't need $1 million horse to run like that when you have a horse like this. And she even improved, Jack. She was straight as a string.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, she's always shown a lot of class. I started working her back in April, Keeneland, and you know, we just kind of took our time with her. She always does everything right, and like I say, today is beautiful. Got a nice break, put me there on the front, relaxed nice, and finished up easy. You know, it was a really nice win.
So nice progression, 6.5 to 7. You have no worries she'll go to the distance of ground?
No. She could be something nice for sure. I love those Connect fillies. I've gone a few now, and they've all really impressed me. So yeah.
Well, good on you and good ride, Jack. And
Appreciate it.
T-Max gets it done. And listen, this filly's been overlooked twice, and she keeps on getting it done.
She does indeed, Paul. Love that interview from Jack Gilligan, the confidence, the excitement he has, and obviously putting in his homework, saying how he loves those Connect fillies, and yet another winner for that sire. 2-year-old filly T-Max with the win. There's a look at the field for the 7th at Churchill Downs. It's time for the late double beneath the Twin Spires. Anthony, the legend that is Hidden Scroll, lives on.
I just cringed.
He was supposed to run here in June or early July at Belmont before we went to Saratoga, and I was very excited to talk about him, and then he scratched earlier in the day.
Good old Hidden Scroll.
Good old Hidden Scroll. More on him and the rest of the field after this. Back at Canterbury Park, it's time for race 4, a mile and a 16th out of the turf chute.
Yes.
For 3-year-olds and upward. It's a $10,000 claiming race. There's a look at the field. Tepid favorite, 7-2 on the number 5, Mark and Greeley's. We'll meet the field starting with the 1, Club Mesquite.
1 for 12 on the grass in his career. Going to need to improve off of the last 2 off the board finishes.
Here's the 3, Super Fortune, dropping in class.
Yeah, made a big move to get the money 2 starts back before fading a little bit with a middle move last time out.
11-1 right now as we go next. Scratch the 4 here was at one point your tepid favorite. Now at 4-1. Here's Mark and Greeley.
This is what I like in here. This horse just keeps on running at you. Got the job done 2 starts back, a 3rd and a 2nd in the last 2 around that win.
Mountain Pine, drop in class.
Yeah, should be forwardly placed here under Edwin Gallardo. See if he can take these gates of wire 3-year-old running against Older.
Here's Devoted to You, showed speed for the win last time.
He's got some gas too. I think Mountain Pine's a little bit faster, so I think that puts Devoted to You on the front end. He's won on dirt and he's won on turf, and the dirt sprint he went pretty fast early, so we'll see if they duke it out on the front end, the 6 and 7.
Beaten by Super Fortune and Mountain Pine. They'll all rematch today. A big price on Riviera Champ back on grass.
He's got some speed too. The problem is he doesn't have as much speed on the turf as he has on the dirt. Still coming out of some sprint races, I would imagine he's going to be a forward presence.
Next, we'll look at the horse who's now your favorite. Something you will never hear me say. Hold the spice.
No, you like it spicy. Yeah, you know, this horse is supposed to get a little pace in here between the 6, 7, and 8, and takes a big drop from the 30 down to the 15. Cutting in half at this level is a pretty significant drop.
7-2. Co-favorite now as favoritism keeps going back and forth between those two horses. Big price on Where's Jordan?
Yeah, and he should be. He hasn't gotten to the winner's circle in an awfully long time. Just 3 wins in his career. We'll see if he can refine some of that past glory.
23-1. Here is the number 11, Go for Gold, dropping in class.
Yeah, well, like the number 9, Hold the Spice. This one's cutting in half and has been competitive at this level in the past. We'll see if the best hop is the drop.
And the number 12, Knievel.
Yeah, this horse ran against Theo Blas last time. Theo Blas is one of these horses that has banged around these conditions for a while. Relatively new to the turf, just 3 starts. They've all come at Canterbury. They've all been fairly good. Even the time this horse was off the board, a ton of trouble at the beginning of the race. And 9-1's a square price. You know, the post is tough, but if you're playing exactas and trifectas and superfectas at 9-1, this horse Knievel's definitely one you want to try and be a little daring with.
See what you did there.
Thanks.
That's the field for the 4th at Canterbury Park. We want to take a moment to acknowledge that today, September 15th, does kick off Hispanic Heritage Month, beginning today through the second week of October, celebrating the histories, cultures, and contributions of American citizens of the Hispanic community. To celebrate looking on some of the top jockeys here on the New York circuit, Hall of Famer John Velasquez, Irad and Jose Ortiz, all natives of Puerto Rico, as well as Luis Saez, a native of Panama. Just an example of some of the top jockeys hailing from the Hispanic community and Latin American backgrounds, not to mention top to bottom throughout the world of horse racing, celebrating Hispanic Heritage Month today and every day. Such a wonderful time and so important to acknowledge as well. Back here at Canterbury Park, race 4 coming up next. Favoritism has now ticked over to the 11, Go for Gold, with that big drop in class. Anthony.
Yeah, makes sense. These races, these beaten claiming races, it's always hard to, especially when a lot of them look the same, right? Go for Gold, the number 11, and like we said earlier, the number 9, Hold the Spice, kind of, they look the same. They have the same running style. They're doing the same thing with the drop in class, cutting in half. And, you know, they'll meet horses that are closer to this level already with more speed, and they all kind of look the same. So, again, that tote board's going to change another time or two before they load into the starting gate, I would imagine. And not much separating the 5, 9, and 11 right now, just 1.5 points for the 3 runners. So even the 7 taking some money here devoted to you. So we'll see who they land on as the favorite. The one thing we have seen is the horse they've landed on as the favorite in the last 2 races has won pretty decisively and has taken a ton of late money. So the late money means a little bit something so far tonight at Canterbury.
And this 4th race has been one of the more wide open boards we've seen tonight at Canterbury as well. Favoritism going back and forth between a couple horses, couple logical horses, but no heavy favorite in here as far as it's a good betting board too if you have a strong opinion on one of these runners.
Well, right. And again, and we talk about this all the time. When you have, when you anoint a horse the horse to beat or the favorite, most people, most gamblers like to try to beat them with a horse with a different running style. In this case, you have a clump of horses, Mountain Pine, who's 10-1, Devoted to You, who's 5-1. They're both speed. They both have a lot of early pace. And then the 2 horses that are taking the bulk of the money, the 9, Hold the Spice, and the 11, Go for Gold, at 7-2 and 5-2, they're both going to come from off the pace. That's rare. More often than not, one of them would be a favorite and one of them would be short. In this case, I think the people betting on this race seem to believe that there's too much speed for horses like the 6 and 7 to be as big of a factor as the closers. So they've kind of landed on the closers. I thought Go for Gold made the most sense.
3-1 now on that number 11, Go for Gold. During the post parade, you alluded to the pace, Mountain Pine being the speed, and talking about running styles. How do you expect this race to play out here?
Yeah, I would imagine that it kind of lines up Mountain Pine, the 6, 7 Devoted to You, and the 8 Riviera Champ. Those 3. And we've seen this a lot tonight. These riders at Canterbury, they take advantage of this, the most precious commodity in racing, the speed. So I would imagine there's almost like 2 races going on between Mountain Pine, Devoted to You, and Riviera Champ. 6, 7, and 8. They run off 4 or 5 lengths in front of the field, and then you have the rest of them kind of sorting themselves out with Go for Gold and Hold the Spice being the most predominant late, as well as Knievel. You know, Knievel, and you're right. This tote board has kind of been wide open, and it's kind of held sway. We've seen this board change a lot tonight. This board hasn't moved much.
Yep.
I'm outside 11 with 9-12 for me.
Race 4 at Canterbury Park coming up next. We'll see how things do play out. Let's go to track announcer Paul Allen for the rest of the load and call.
Closing the post-time pick 4. 3 of our first 4 have been on the turf. Go for Gold, 3-1. Hold the Spice, 3.5 to 1. Knievel goes in. 12 backs out. 12 moves in. They all set. And away they go. From the center, Devoted to You flies out of the gate, puts 1 on the field early. Riviera Champ from the 8 spot also showing speed. And Knievel from that evil outside barrier showing terrific speed at 10 to 1. And with 1 lap to go, Riviera Champ at 50 to 1 puts the head in front, pace hot. After that, Mountain Pine about 3 lengths from the lead. Club Mesquite saves ground around the turn, about 5 lengths out of it, as Riviera Champ continues to show the way. In fact, cuts clear by 1.5 lengths. After that, Go for Gold in the clear, 6 out of it, and about 3.5 clear from Super Fortune. Then we come back another 4 or 5 to Where's Jordan. Behind that one, Markin Greeley, and the white horse in the in last is Hold the Spice, last of a well-strung outfield, and they head into the far turn with 3.5 furlongs to travel. And inside, Riviera Champ continues to fight bravely. Devoted to You trying to put the head in front. Outside of that is Knievel a bit wide. Club Mesquite is right behind the leading 3. Then we come to Mountain Pine. Just had to check. Mountain Pine overtaken by Go for Gold. Then it's way back to Where's Jordan, running on from about 10 out of it. And to the inside of Super Fortune. Still nothing from Hold the Spice, but he is running on. And we have about 6 in a line into the final 250. Devoted to You grinding away. Here comes Markin Greeley with a big-time rush on the outside. Markin Greeley and Mountain Pine slug it out with Club Mesquite. Mountain Pine fights back beautifully and wins. Mountain Pine at 3.5 to 1 fends the challenge of Markin Greeley in race 4.
Markin Greeley and Mountain Pine dueling to the wire. Mountain Pine able to hold on for Edwin Gallardo, a thriller at Canterbury Park.
Yeah, I misspoke. Eduardo Gallardo, that's my fault. He gave this horse a great ride because I thought this horse was going to be the speed. He took off the speed of Devoted to You and Riviera Champ, was able to work out a good trip. I thought Markin Greeley was going to chop him down, but was able to hold on, dig in his heels, and get the job done.
Pine.
Thanks.
Chop him down.
I'm on my game.
Full of the puns tonight.
I'm feeling good now.
Mountain Pine over Markin Greeley, dueling to the wire. Big effort from your winner on that drop in class. Bring you prices and reactions and more live racing from Churchill Downs after this on America's Day at the Races.
Undefeated Grade 1 winner Mastery was a multiple graded stakes winner at 2, including this victory in the Grade 1 Los Alamitos Cash Call Futurity. Now his progeny are bringing top dollar in the sales rate. On the track, his recent top runners include these star performers. Mastery, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. Our program, as always, brought to you by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well.
How great does that look?
That's gorgeous.
Oh, my God.
Claiborne Farm is absolutely beautiful. If you haven't had the chance to visit, couldn't recommend it more.
Love to get in my kayak. And
You in a kayak?
I couldn't even finish it.
Wow.
My nose was growing like Pinocchio with that one. Me in a kayak. I don't know about that. That's not happening. I do know about that. It's not happening.
Let's talk about the 7th at Churchill, shall we?
Sure.
Starting with Gun It.
Talking about a horse that has some bad habits. He gets a little goofballish in the lane, and he's even money, and he's drawing the rail, and good luck if you're going to back him tonight.
Here's the 2, Toronto Totoro.
I like this horse's name. Tried a stakes race at Colonial last time behind Necker Island, who was DQ, Jalen Journey. Get some class relief in here, back to the allowance race.
There he is, Hidden Scroll.
I don't even know what to say. Won at Beltara last time out, first time for Wesley Ward.
Here's the 4, Surveillance.
Could take advantage of some speed in here. I like this horse's return to the dirt last time. Got beat just a half length in that stakes at Ellis Park.
Heart Rhythm is next.
Yeah, Heart Rhythm. This horse has run some decent races, won third 3 times at Churchill Downs. Last ran into Aloha West and Caddo River when seen in June and July.
Good horses he was facing there. Here's Hear Me Song.
Hear Me Song got the job done at Ellis Park last time out at 93 cents to the dollar, despite getting bumped. That happened in his last 2 starts at the start.
Ready to Pounce, one last out.
Yeah, just got the job done by a neck at 16 to 1. Got a ton of pace to run at that night.
Number 10, Major Fed cuts back.
Yeah, former Kentucky Derby trail runner. He is winless since taking a second-level allowance optional claimer over the course going a mile back in October of last year.
The number 1, Gun It, meanwhile, as you mentioned, this has been a horse that's been very, very tough. It's a habit that he never used to have, and that's him being really reluctant to switch leads. And we'll take a look at his race 2 starts back at Churchill. It's very, very evident here. Julian Leperoux aboard this afternoon. He is actually the favorite that day, and he kind of ducks in, throws his head up, won't switch to his outside lead. He was better last time at Saratoga, but I'm sure this has been something that's been of great frustration to the Asmussen team.
And it kind of throws off the rider's timing, right? Because he kind of drags himself to the lead, and then he gets to goofing around a little bit, and probably should have won that race that we just watched. And then he came back with a good effort. I mean, he probably faced a little bit better last time out than he's facing tonight, or faced 2 starts back. So see if that's the elixir for him. But at even money, I'd be looking elsewhere.
And that's the question here, Paul. Gun It with his habits and quirks. Can you trust him at such a short price?
This place is rocking. They got Indiana's finest, Sean Cougar Mellencamp on right now. And I'm just dancing right now, Acacia. So I just kind of want to sit here and just bob my knee for a win, because authority always wins. Okay, let's get back to the race. Okay, Gun It, terrible draw. Because I've walked in, and I'm seriously over the Hidden Scroll steam. It seems like this horse has been running for 7 years, and I've been hearing that this horse is the Morning Glory and this and that. Now, if the 1 and the 3 want to go at it early, this race opens up giant for some other horses in here. I cannot believe the 4, Surveillance, is 8 to 1. This is a horse that does launch from way back. I guess that this horse is not getting played because his record here at Churchill Downs is not that great. So I move towards the outside the 10, and he becomes very interesting to me, the son of Ghost Zapper. 2 wins here at Churchill Downs. He's run well off the layoff. Last time he came off this kind of layoff in October, he won here at Churchill Downs going a mile and a 16th for Greg Foley. I think the 7 furlongs is a perfect maybe comeback race, and he might be launching a tiny bit late. It's just that I can't take Gun It at even money, considering that Hidden Scroll will show you that false speed for a little while and make it Gun It earn it from the rail.
All right, Paul, thank you. We'll see what happens with Gun It. Paul's having a good time out there tonight. I love it.
Ain't that America?
We should mention, for those who may not be familiar with this, the story of Hidden Scroll. Hidden Scroll broke his maiden first time out
in 2019 on the Pegasus World Cup undercard on a wet track, and he absolutely aired with a ridiculous Spire speed figure, and then was the favorite in the Fountain of Youth behind Code of Honor, Vekoma. He was the favorite in the Florida Derby with Maximum Security. Bodie Express is a Grade 1 winner. He was the favorite in those races after that one crazy maiden score first time out, and he's never really been able to live up to that. He's been a late scratch at the gate multiple times because he's had some really bad habits. He's acted up a lot. They tried him on the turf. He's obviously got it in there, but he just hasn't been able to run back to that ever.
I feel like, for you Game of Thrones fans out there, we should have the Reigns of Castamere playing as you tell that story.
It's quite a story.
It's quite a story. I mean, this is a horse who, in the second start of his career, was 6-5 in the Fountain of Youth.
Behind Code of Honor and Vekoma.
And then, stumbled to the start, recovered, got beat just 3 lengths. They came right back into Florida. This is Bill Mott, one of the most conservative trainers in all the land. He ran him second time in the Fountain of Youth. He ran 4th as the favorite. He came back and ran him in the Florida Derby as the 9-5 favorite. And then, things kind of calmed down considerably as far as his career went. Boy, I don't know what to do with him. But there's so many people out there that are annoyed. My friend Mark David Hirschman is so annoyed by this horse because they paid $550 for him out of the sale back last year. I hope he wins tonight just to annoy people.
He was purchased, went to the barn at Brad Cox. He's now with Wesley Ward. Did win last time out at Belterra in June. So we'll see what he can do here today. Gunnett has his own quirks, his own things to figure out. As Paul mentioned, he has to deal with the inside post. This is an interesting race. 7th race, going 7 furlongs at Churchill Downs. Here's Travis Stone.
They're in the gate. Oh, Major Fed backed out. Goes back in. Now we're ready. And they're off. Gun it toward the inside. Surveillance, Toronto Toro. Heart Rhythm, Hear My Song on the far outside. As they race up the chute and come for the main track, and Gun It down inside is sent on through to the front. But there's company. Here's Heart Rhythm on the outside of Toronto Toro. They're 2 Surveillance, and on the far outside is Hear My Song. Those 5 across the track, Hidden Scroll, tugging at the rider down inside, advancing up. 5 back to Ready to Pounce, and Major Fed the trailer. 22 and 4 for the opening quarter mile. Gunnet's in front, heading for the far turn. Toronto Toro is prompting from second. They're 4 furlongs from the wire. So it's Gunnett in front, far turn run. Toronto Toro second. Hidden Scroll tucked away in behind while third. Surveillance is right there, 2 4th. Heart Rhythm spun out 3 wide 5th. Hear My Song racing 6th. Ready to Pounce is down inside 7th. And Major Fed's the trailer. Coming for the top of the stretch, Toronto Toro has taken the lead. Toronto Toro's off the turn in front. Gunnett is back into second. Surveillance is there. Hidden Scroll's in behind. Ready to Pounce is rallying boldly down inside. In very tight though, 1 furlong to go. Surveillance short lead. Toronto Toro, Hidden Scroll, Hear My Song, and Ready to Pounce. Now these two go on with it. Hear My Song on the outside, Ready to Pounce down toward the rail. Here's the wire photo. Hear My Song or Ready to Pounce, either one. Surveillance and Toronto Toro.
Hear My Song was closing so strong down the outside, and the number 9, Ready to Pounce, coming up the inside. A tale of 2 trips here, Anthony. A photo finish. It looks at first blush like the 8 got there in time, but big effort from both of those.
I believe that's back-to-back wins for cross traffic on the card. Alex Achard is my favorite under-the-radar rider in the country for rides like this. He let them all sort themselves out on the front end. He put this grace on a cross traffic in the right spot, and he can finish with the best of them. This guy can ride, flat out ride. And that was a heck of an effort here, getting the job done here. This is a good ride by Corey Lannery as well. He loves he marries himself to the inside, and almost got on the money tonight with the number 9 Ready to Pounce.
And it was bold with Ready to Pounce because he had to go inside of Gunnett, who we had just shown you all of his antics. And while he didn't end up switching leads, Gunnett, he wasn't throwing his head around and being as tough as he had previously. He was also fading, but coming up the inside was the number 9 Ready to Pounce. Big effort from that one, but the 8 Hear My Song closing like a freight train outside to make it 2 wins in a row.
Yeah, 8-9-4. Surveillance ran well also. You're right. That's a bold move, being in the proximity of Gunnett, and glad to see all was well at the end of this. 8-9-4 again.
Number 8, Hear My Song, the winner. Bring you prices and more live racing after this. Stay with us on America's Day at the Races.
We take pride in what we do.
For me, it's more of a passion than actual work. I'm an assistant trainer.
Carpenter.
I'm a peace officer.
I'm a jockey.
I'm a gardener.
I'm a groom.
Clocker.
Assistant starter.
Trainer.
ESL teacher. I love what I do.
There's so many jobs that come together every day. It's a collective effort that really makes this ball go round.
We are New York Racing. I couldn't imagine working anywhere else.
For me, riding horses in the morning is the best thing I can do.
New York Racing helps support my small business.
It's extremely important to the New York economy.
Like my dream come true.
This is like a big family.
We are New York Horse Racing.
They come together from every corner of the globe in pursuit of the one reward that sets the special few apart: the title of World Champion. Don't miss racing's ultimate coronation. The Breeders' Cup World Championships at Keeneland. Tickets on sale now.
You're watching America's Day at the Races as we continue on this Thursday evening beneath the Twin Spires. What a beautiful sight that is. As we start to get closer and closer to the true start of autumn. Feels like fall's already started, though, hasn't it?
I know. Let's look at the smile on this face right here. Love the fall.
I know. So
and I think I'm going to get some Mets baseball this fall, too.
Wow.
I don't know if it's going to be
pumpkin
meaningful.
Spice?
No, that's a hard negative.
Hear My Song, the winner of the 7th race at Churchill Downs, 1802. The return.
1802.
Hear My Song over Ready to Pounce. Tight photo finish between those two. Surveillance checked in third. Alex Achard, I know you've been long singing his praises.
Right?
He rode this gelding to a win at Ellis Park last time out. Rode him to victory again today, and he's standing by with Paul.
Well, maybe it was a hunch play because I was singing before this race, Alex, and Hear Me Sing gets the job done. Great ride.
Thank you very much.
Now, this is a horse that is very, very honest. I mean, she runs her race almost every time, and you had her in a very good position. Were you feeling confident down the backside?
I mean, I find myself closer than I expect, to be honest. And then, but look, this horse tries so hard, you know, every single time. And today it was a tough field, but I was confident, and it just shows us that you know, he's a nice horse.
You know, you're starting to show the world your skills. Back in the studio, Anthony Stabile gave you great praises on how you can flat out horseback. And I've been watching a lot of Paulo Lobo horses who Donnie Chatlos leads over, and he's been a big part of this, hasn't he?
Yeah, exactly. He was one of the first to really help me out, and then yeah, he's still team up together, so that's a good thing.
The rest of this meet, you looking forward to? Are you going to head to Keeneland after this, Alex?
Yeah, sure. I will be back and forth between Indiana and then Kentucky. So yeah, I will be pretty much everywhere.
Well, Alex Achard wins the 7th here, guys, on the card. Would hear me sing. This this gelding's been going really well now, 4 for 13 lifetime. And pay attention to this man when he's on the horseback.
He's doing well and has a big future ahead, Paul. Thank you. And talked about the hustle coming up. Got to follow the horse first and foremost when you're a jockey.
Yeah, you just got to follow those, and I like the hustle. You want to go to the Horseshoe Indy, you're going to go to Keeneland, you're going to go wherever you can ride. You got to just keep riding.
The nightcap at Churchill Downs. Here it is, co-5-2 favorites right now, a 3-1. Pretty wide open board for the final race. $10,000 non-winners of 2 in life for the fillies and mares. We'll talk more about it, learn more about this field after this. Stay with us on America's Day at the Races.
Harris Farms, proudly standing Smiling Tiger, a triple Grade 1 winner, defeating Breeders' Cup champions Dancing in Silks and Amazombie, a leading California sire with over $9.7 million in progeny earnings, with 94 winners in 2021 and graded stakes superstars like Spice Perfection.
Spice Perfection wins the Grade 1 La Brea.
And Tiger Dad. Smiling Tiger, a leading California sire, standing at Harris Farms. It pays to be Cal-bred.
You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you as always by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today.
We've eliminated the pest from the set.
There was a fly buzzing around on the desk here, and he has been terminated thanks to Anthony Stabile.
And he named the bee that was bothering us on the Talking Horses set in Saratoga.
Really?
Yeah, he named him Ted.
Ted?
Yeah.
Why?
I don't know.
Yeah, there was a praying mantis on the set a couple years ago, and I was filling in for
Name it
Lafitte.
Francis?
No, I named it Lafitte because Lafitte was off one week. He was covering another another event. It was during COVID. There was nobody at the track, and I was on the set. And I kept telling Richie, I said, this bug is here every day. And we said, well, it's Lafitte. He's still here with us.
We didn't name the fly. I didn't want to get myself in any trouble.
No. I wonder if the pigeon's going to come back. Race 5 at Canterbury Park. Meanwhile, there's a look at your favorite, Facciabella.
Facciabella. Yep. Going to try to get the job done and start number 4 tonight for Lindy Wade.
Here's the 4, Nelly 2.
It's getting hot in her. 12-1 on Nelly 2. Going to get an intended dirt race for the first time. Oh, turf race, rather. I'm sorry.
I understood that reference, by the way. Here's Honeycrisp.
Daughter of Super Saver, Kentucky Derby winner from 2010. Going to try the grass in her debut. Taking some money at 4-1.
Chaparita, first time on the turf.
Tried to run on the turf First time out was rained off in that Cupid's Crush race. She was a big price that night, big price tonight.
Here's the 7, Manhattan Cherry, first time on the grass.
Yeah, showed a little more speed last time than she had in her debut. We'll see if that bodes well for her grass debut.
First time on the turf, get out of my kitchen. That's what Richie Migliori says if Mitch Levitas ever comes to visit.
They won't. 9-2 on the 9-2 last time out. So it's getting on the intended turf surface tonight.
Here's another good name, Russian to the wire.
Yeah, we'll see this by Ms. Moscow Maddie. This one showed speed last time on a good track. See if she can take her speed wire to wire tonight.
Alice Josephine, filly by Cantharos, is next.
Took a bunch of money first time, under 6-1, and did not run 2 steps after breaking a step slowly. Completely ignored at the board tonight at 11-1. Horses like this are horses I'll throw in to the exotics.
Yeah, you would think with the pedigree she would like the turf. Here's the 12, Sweet Crystal.
Yeah, didn't do much running for 16,000 as the 7 of 5 favorite first time out. But once again, switching surfaces. 18-1 tonight. These are horses you want to try to get in your exotic wagers.
And first-time starter, Dr. Z's Elsa, filly by Race Day, debuting to the outside.
Yeah, not much turf pedigree there. We'll see if there's any method to the madness of Miguel Angel Silva on the grass tonight.
You can join Naira Bets today and play all of the action on our program, plus a whole lot more, while earning up to a $200 deposit match bonus. Sign up using promo code MATCH200, and you could earn up to a $200 deposit match right after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. And join now at NairaBets.com for your $200 deposit match. 5-2 on the number 8, Get Out of My Kitchen. A filly by Palace Malice out of Julie Darlin. That's a great name. First time on the turf here for this 2-year-old filly.
The best name here is Face Bella.
You were very excited about this one.
I was. Beautiful face in Italian. You know what the opposite is? Face brutta. Face brutta.
Oh, no. That filly by Summerfront.
That's the set tonight. That's the set here tonight.
Oh.
It was easy. It was too easy. I couldn't have self-deprecating humor. It was way too easy.
That one was served on a golden platter. Filly by Summerfront, Facciavella, who will get on the turf for the first time after 3 tries on the main track, 2 races. Thus, unfortunately, she wasn't able to complete that debut race. But the 2 races on the dirt haven't been bad, and they moved to the turf today, though, again, she is bred for it.
She's got speed. She's going to be, at the very least, forward in here. She's bred for the grass. I love the name. I think she has a huge chance tonight. I don't think there's any chance she's going to stay 3-1 as 5-2. I think she's worth a play at 5-2, 3-1. She's worth a play. If she goes any lower, I would tread lightly.
The interesting thing about this race too, and obviously with 2-year-olds, and this is a maiden special weight, we're sprinting on the turf. There's not one single horse in this race who's raced on the grass yet, and there are a couple that have raced first time out in an off the turf race, but not one single horse that has raced on the turf as of yet. So a lot of guesswork here, and these types of races are very tricky to figure out.
Yeah, way too. And a lot of people will say, "Oh, you're going to take a 3-1 shot in a race that there's just, you know, it's a 12-horse field and it's a bit of a guessing game." Well, I think between her experience, her speed, and her pedigree for the turf, she makes the most sense to me. I mean, unless Bangy Go from the rail is pressed on the front and really, really driven by Carlo Lopez on the front end, I would imagine Face Bella is going to get to the top in here, and that could very well be enough in case you're going 5 furlongs.
9-5 now on the number 8, Get Out of My Kitchen, 3-1 on Facciabella, and those are really the only 2 taking significant money. The number 5, Honeycrisp, is the first-time starter, really the only firster that's getting much play on the board. This is a filly by Super Saver, had 3 consecutive gate drills, and then the last one was a maintenance. That's a pattern that I like to see with 2-year-olds. Really like that pattern. When it's a lot of gate drills coming into the debut, for me, that's always a negative and means that there's something in the morning that horse is showing the trainer that she's having trouble at the gate. When
trying to get it out of them, trying to get the trouble out of them. I don't like that either.
Right. When clearly they've shown in the morning, okay, we're doing the gate well, we've mastered that, and the last work is in maintenance. That's the pattern I really like to see with 2-year-old firsters.
Yep, exactly right. Exactly right. You know what? I don't like the last drill being a gate drill.
Me neither.
For any horse. To me, that's just a sign that you know, and I don't want them that fresh coming into their debut. I just don't. But that's me. I've never trained a winner. In my mind, I've trained thousands of winners. I've ridden more than they've trained.
Multi-talented. Well, horses stepping onto the turf for this turf sprint maiden special weight for the 2-year-old fillies, and lots of guesswork coming up here as you see them all stepping onto the grass. So far, all of these ladies minding their manners so far with these 2-year-old races as well. You also just, there's a lot to be thrown at them too, and sometimes in particular when trying the turf for the first time, and this is a sprint, but you talked about horses being fresh. I find sometimes too, particularly with young fillies, when they get onto the grass for the first time, they can get a little bit fresh and try to run off a little bit, and especially if they're kind of cranked up to be early and show that
something
early
new.
Speed. Yep.
Yeah, all new experience. Yeah, and again with the guesswork, maybe you don't want to take a short price, but to me it's a little less guesswork because she has the most experience, Faccia Bella. She has some speed and she has the right side and right pedigree.
2-year-old fillies on the turf, everyone trying the grass for the first time, loading in to the gate for the 5th at Canterbury Park. Here's track announcer. We were talking about trainers. Track announcer and jockeys. Track announcer Paul Allen standing by for this turf sprint coming up next at Canterbury.
2.5 to 1, receiving a majority of the late win wagering. Faccia Bella, 9 to 5. Honey Crisp debuts, and that filly goes in. Here is Chaparrita to enter the center. Trying to get Alice Josephine in, and she responds. Sweet Crystal and Dr. Z's Elsa. Last two. Ooh. Number 4, Nellie 2, has flung Kelsey, and she rejoins.
Yeah, Jock's on. We're on here, boss. We got one back. Come on, Miguel, load.
Dr. Z's Elsa, last in line. Here come the baby girls, and they're racing. Sweet Crystal came out in sweet fashion, and so did Banji Go to the inside. Also showing good speed is Faccia Bella, and the early pace is crackling. After that, Get Out of My Kitchen on the 3 wide side. Between them is Russian to the Wire. That one's just 2.5, 3 lengths from the lead, and about 5 clear from Manhattan Cherry. That one is mid-pack, a length clear from Chaparrita. The firster, Honey Crisp, is advancing 10 lengths from the speed battle as they approach the top of the lane. Then it's Dr. Z's Elsa. That one is joined by Izzy's Monster. Between them is Nellie 2. Way back in last, Alice Josephine into the final 250. Faccia Bella slugs it out with Banji Go. And that's it for Get Out of My Kitchen. Faccia Bella and Banji Go to the inside at 20 to 1. And the upset is on Pay the One at 20 to 1. Banji Go.
Banji Go did just that. Her first start on the turf, and she was able to hold off Faccia Bella in the stretch. A game effort from your winner.
Figured if Carlo Lopez would put Banji Go on the front end, it could lead to this result, and that's exactly what happened. Faccia Bella tried her every step of the way, but could not get by the 20 to 1 winner.
Back at Churchill Downs, we get ready for the upcoming race, Race 8, the Nightcap, final race of the day on opening day beneath the Twin Spires. We meet the field starting with the number 1, Jersey Gold, a big price on the board.
Yeah, Brooke Stellan going to pilot this daughter of Jersey Town. Going to need a big form reversal. In fact, the only time this horse ever hit the board was the maiden win at 45+ to 1.
Scratch the 2, here's the 3, Total Discretion.
Got the job done at Belterra when dropping down for $5,000 last time. Doubles up in price for Matt Schurer.
Pontiffany is next.
Yeah, 1 for 15 in her career. That win came in the mud and an off-the-turf race back in July at Ellis Park.
Second off the layoff for Sweet Ginger.
Yeah, 20 to 1 shot right now. Essentially eased in the slop last time. Lone win came on the synthetic at Turfway Park.
Bit of a layoff since April. Here's Pappy Says Yes.
Another one, the lone win came on the Turfway synthetic. Lone start against winners was not good.
Second on the turf last time, out back to dirt for Psychologist.
Yeah, cutting back as well from a series of 2-turn races to the 1-turn 7 furlongs.
Super Tale of Houdini gets back onto the dirt as well.
Turf to dirt, long to short, class drop down. This horse is 0 for 6 though at Churchill Downs, and lone start at the distance did not fare well.
Forgot Password. I think we've all been there.
Yes, we all have been there. I think this horse's 2 main track races have been pretty good. Getting back to the main track off a March layoff might help. Wow, 5 to 2. Never mind.
Yeah, taking a
Terrible
lot
price.
of money there from the 8 to 1 morning line. We saw the 10 in Spiteful go by. Here is the 11 Eclipsed.
Yeah, Eclipse second off of the June break. Second start for the barn as well. I'd be interested to see how Francisco Herrera rides this daughter of Exaggerator. I hope he's a little forward with it tonight.
We'll take one more time out before we get you the Nightcap from Churchill Downs. Stay with us on America's Day at the Races.
The momentum continues for War Dancer as Dancing Buck scores a decisive victory on the Saratoga turf.
And it is the New York-bred Dancing Buck who wins it.
And Elegant Dancer scores at Monmouth.
It's War Dancer's Elegant Dancer, winning by 6 lengths.
Interesting note on War Dancer I just got. He is the leading third crop sire for winners and earnings on turf. So he is certainly off to a blazing start at stud.
Now with 34 wins in 2022 and over $4 million in progeny earnings, War Dancer is a sire on fire.
This season at Oaklawn, we've got more of everything. More of the top thoroughbreds in the world. More days of live racing. And the largest purses in our history. All at a completely reimagined Oaklawn. Come be a part of this historic season at Arkansas's only casino resort.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, the #1 second crop dirt sire of last year, is back and showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather.
Tabalina has really shouldered all the responsibility. What a deserved victory. Most impressive. Tabalina by 3 1/4.
Somebody's Problem is on her way to winning the Prairie Meadows debutante. Somebody's Problem by 2.5 3.
Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
You're watching America's Day at the Races. As the lights are on, we're getting ready for the Nightcap beneath the Twin Spires at Churchill Downs. 7 furlongs on the main track. It's a $10,000 claiming race. Non-winners of 2 in life. As I'm told, Paul LaDuca is joined now by a special guest.
That's right, Acacia. I am with Trinity, who just turned 21 today, right, Trinity?
Yes, absolutely.
Somewhere in that area. We're just going to go with that. It's her lucky weekend. Not only is it her birthday, you were telling me this meet never really lands on your birthday, so this is kind of special.
It is, absolutely.
Okay, now your husband over there, William, you just got married. I mean, this is unbelievable here. He's sitting over there taking pictures of us. You sure you made the right decision?
Absolutely.
Okay, now let's make the right decision here in the last race. Who do you like in the last race, Trinity?
I'm going for 8, Bug Boy Diaz, all the way.
Wow, we are on the same horse. And with a girl that just got married, we're celebrating her 22nd, 23rd birthday, wherever we're at here, Acacia. Age is just a number. We need Renee Diaz in the 8 for a birthday gift for Trinity and her new husband, William.
Birthday, congratulations. So much to celebrate.
The question you never want to hear.
What?
Are you sure you made the right decision?
Paul LaDuca asked the hard-hitting
That
questions.
guy, man, that's my idol.
He asked the hard-hitting questions.
He worked out the greatest walk in the history of the New York Mets back in the 2006 NLCS, and then Beltran just watched 3 balls go right by him. Oh, I still get bile build up in my system when I think about it.
Paul LaDuca, he is.
Could never do any wrong. Paul LaDuca could never do anything wrong.
He's also one of the greatest guys you'll ever meet, too.
Because of that at-bat. I mean, he's a great guy all around, but because of that at-bat, he's
Fair enough.
clemency
Fair
for
enough.
everything.
I'm just saying, when we were told Paul had a special guest, Anthony guessed it was Tom Amos.
Yeah,
So.
but he wouldn't be that special. I'm sorry, the Andy Serling just came out in me.
Oh, no. Tom, I think you're very special.
I love Tom. Tom spends the entire summer at Saratoga with me while I host breakfast at Saratoga.
Yeah.
Me, Tom, and Ron Moquette. I miss my 3 amigos in the morning up at the spa.
I like that. All right, let's get the number 8 Super Tail of Houdini home for Trinity in the nightcap. Renee Diaz is going to be in the saddle. This one makes sense, dropping the class, too.
I think her husband William would like to get her home too. So why are we going to leave the husband out? Paul too. Paul picked this horse as well.
William and Paul. Best of luck to all involved. Race 8, the nightcap at Churchill Downs. Here's Travis Stone.
Here in the gate. And they're off. Pontiffany breaks thirdly, and Spiteful is there. Eclipsed far outside. Sweet Ginger comes on through. Super Tail of Houdini backed out of there as they race up the chute and come for the main track. In Spiteful comes on to take the lead and strides out to lead by a length. Sweet Ginger keeping pace toward the rails second, 2 lengths back to Eclipsed on the outside third. Super Tail of Houdini in between with Pontiffany. They're right up close, only about 3 lengths off the lead in 4th and 5th. Farther back, Papa Says Yes now 6th. Total Discretion down inside 7th. Forgot Password in 8th, Psychologist in 9th, and Jersey Gold the trailer. Far Turn Run in Spiteful, still the leader. Holding on to that lead, opening up a length and a quarter. Eclipsed cranks up the pressure now. 3 furlongs out. Quarter in 22 and 4. Eclipsed coming after in Spiteful. These two knock heads to the quarter pole. Super Tail of Houdini pops outside from third, and Pontiffany's on the scene on the outside 4th. Off the turn, into the stretch, Eclipse short lead. In Spiteful fights on toward the rail. Super Tail of Houdini is set down at the 8th pole and kicks it in to high gear. Super Tail of Houdini in front by 2. Eclipsed fights on with Pontiffany, and all the rest are coming for the finish, and it will be Super Tail of Houdini by 3. Pontiffany second, and Total Discretion was third.
Well, if there was ever a hunch bet, it was Super Tail of Houdini, Trinity, William, and Paul. Congratulations.
There must be a real celebration going on at Churchill Downs right now.
I wish we still had a camera on Paul and his new friend.
I bet you they were booting and scooting, turning for home.
I love it, though.
It was a good ride by Renee Diaz. As my wont, I started criticizing him around the 3/8 ball. Oh, he's going to show off and he's going to go inside. And the next thing Travis Stone says is, pops outside. Smart move. I think he was thinking, Acacia, about taking this horse inside, but went the long way around and was able to get the job done at 5-2.
A nice effort from Super Tail of Houdini apprentice Renee Diaz with the win in the nightcap. This was the horse Paul had actually singled when doing his pick 5 as well.
Paulie pick 5.
Paulie pick 5. That's his name from here on out.
That's what I'm calling him.
Nice effort from this filly in the last race of the day. Opening day in the books at Churchill Downs. And it was a fun one too, Anthony, as we're excited for all that's to come this weekend as well. The 2-year-olds in the spotlight, the Iroquois, the Pocahontas as well. And it's an exciting time of year. As you mentioned, we start to march forward and look towards the Breeders' Cup. And we'll take a look at the field for the Pocahontas. Big field and a competitive one at that.
Yeah, look at the morning line there. You got 1, 2, 3, 4, 7 fillies between 4-1 and 8-1. That tells you everything. And here's Grand Love Joel Rosario going to be in Louisville for the weekend, and Grand Love going to take him into the stretch up at the spa. And you see her being kept to her business by Mr. Rosario. Listen, again, you got to deal with the distance, got to deal with the stretch out. But yeah,
she was impressive.
Nice filly. Yeah, this was a big effort.
Still green.
Yeah.
Obviously, hanging on her left lead, drifting out a little bit, but an impressive effort nonetheless, just clear of everything else that she was facing.
That's a Face Bello, a nice big white blaze right down the center of her
Yeah, beautiful
face.
filly for sure. Of course, as we often see, Stephen Asmussen with
Can't believe
a
it.
progeny of gun runner with an impressive debut win. You've got some nice fillies in here, though, and a lot can change with 2-year-old fillies at this stage as well. And it's a big field, which is exciting, too, to see kind of where they stand. This is when we'll really get a chance to learn a little bit more about them. Quick turnaround for Naughty Gal as well, for the coach, D. Wayne Lucas, who we just saw running closing weekend at the Spa in the Spinaway. There's a look at the stakes schedule coming up this weekend. A lot to look forward to at Churchill Downs.
Coach has not seen an entry box he was afraid of ever in life.
Amen to that. Amen to that. Well, we look forward to all of that action to come this weekend at Churchill Downs. We've got some great action, graded stakes at Belmont at the Big A as well. But in the nightcap, it was the horse that everybody seemed to like, Super Tale of Houdini. You can get all of the results at NairaBets.com or on the Naira Bets app. Get all of your prices there. We appreciate you joining us today on America's Day at the Races. We'll be back here tomorrow. We continue on. It was hometown in the 8th at Belmont at the Big A. Hear my song, Closing Strong, on the outside in the feature at Churchill Downs. And this weekend, we'll see if Nation's Pride can pick up another one for Godolphin and Charlie Appleby in the Jockey Club Derby. All that and more coming up. Good night, everyone. We'll see you tomorrow on America's Day at the Races.